Don't make a move until I've determined that the mark is inside.
Yes, Jose.
If I don't ID this guy, then we walk out of here, quietly.
Okay.
Now you've done it. Henrietta, why did you lose control?
I couldn't control it. I just snapped.
The problem lies within their brainwashing procedures. I now see that the system could use some improvement.
Officially, the Social Welfare Agency is a government-sponsored corporation that's in the business of saving lives. At least that's the ruse. In reality, it's an agency on the fringe of technology. They give terminal patients another shot at life using cybernetic implants. This conditioning process then shapes the patient into an efficient machine for handling all of the government's dirty work.
What are you doing here?
I can't remember what to say. What do I say at a time like this?
Rico?
Of course. I remember. I am sorry.
Around every corner, behind every door, deep in every shadow, terror waits. Evil returns to the PlayStation 2. Resident Evil Outbreak. Rated M for mature, only from Capcom.
crystals to expel the mist that poisoned your world. Battle alone or with friends by connecting up to 4 Game Boy Advance systems. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for T.
The city is sick with corruption, Chloe. Its people are trapped under the foot of Goliath. Together, we could make a real difference.
Our master's dream is all that matters. Make sure the detective and her samurai are dealt with.
As long as I get to play with them first.
I'll show you real horsepower.
All eyes will be on me.
It ends here.
Vermin have invaded the city. Officers are advised to use lethal force.
Scour the building. Leave nothing behind.
Unicorns!
No matter how hopeless it gets, no matter the odds, I will be by your side.
What's our next move?
I'm gonna kill the Dream Eaters.
A dream really can change the world. All it needs is a nurturing hand.
On Hjo, where Hjorians live in symbiosis with raincoats, parasites that grant special powers called virtues. Life is tough and can end in the blink of an eye, if you're lucky. Among raincoat Hjorians are professional problem solvers. If they can't help you,
at this point, it has consumed my workplace, my housemates, my Uniblocks, and my artifact collection. Please contact Salvage Service and ask them to blow this place up.
you're screwed. Enter Ular, a new solver with no memory of Hjo culture, or any direction in life, besides survival.
I'm hungry.
But he better learn fast, because he's not a normal Hjorian, and that makes him a target. He must rely on his mute companion Henio, and Mr. Raynor, the disembodied voice that directs all solvers to their goals.
I'm Mr. Raynor, your personal life coach. Coach, is that edible?
But are they really friends or foes? Mr. Raynor's Solvent Service. Catch it on Fluff Bites. Put on your coat and find your value.
No matter how much I bleed, no matter how many tears dry up, no matter how much our hearts drift away, no matter how much time passes, no matter how hard it may be to connect with you, no matter how sad I am, I wanted to be that man's dream.
There you go, little guy. Live your life to the fullest. Ha! I told you. Relic hunting is super fun.
Nice job.
It dare not block my path any longer. So, listen. I was just thinking. What kind of relics do you think the raiders have found? Because that's why they come here, right? To find relics? Woohoo! This is amazing!
Iki, what do we do? You look really hungry. Watch out!
Yeah, too late.
How can you always be so reckless? Do you even care if you live or die?
Of course I do. How can you say something like that?
Maybe. We shouldn't camp here tonight.
Blah, don't worry. I'm sure it will be fine.
Welcome to the Fluff by Entertainment System. Your place to spin to save your game. I'm Scribblebite. I'll be your host for various moments of stream. And hope that we have a fun time together. The Fluff by Entertainment System is a system of plural VTubers, meaning we're kind of like if all of your waifus existed in one body, basically. It's an 18+ stream where we talk about kink stuff, play cool and often obscure indie games, and talk about interesting, sometimes political, sometimes mental health focused topics. We are no stranger to autistic rants or mental health crises, though we hope not to have any this stream. Although we are off our meds. But we've been drawing every day, and that's been helpful. Drawing every day and cheetah piss? Oh, such good self-medication. The thing on my screen is also something we drew. Also, my PNG right now. I should change the picture, though. We've had it for so long. What if I changed it to this? Yeah, I like that. Cheetah piss is a strain of weed. It's legal where I live, don't worry. It's totally baked. At some point in stream, I'm totally gonna take a moment and go, oh, guys. Because I also chewed a gummy before, well, actually during the lead up. So at some point, just gonna randomly get really, really hyped, probably. In lieu of ADHD medication, some sorts of sativa dominant or hybrid based THC thingies seem to help some people if you don't have panic attacks. Oh yeah, I forgot to say my pronouns and stuff. I use it, they, and they pronouns. Them are those breaks. Let's see who's here. Evie's here, Sonny, Issy. Oh my god, Genesis, it's been a while. Hi. I have a feeling that maybe you felt the need to come because of this, I shouldn't say the need, the desire to come because of today's topic, which I've actually put a lot of work into. Stoked as fuck, frick. You didn't use a curse word, I did. So, stoked as, no, soaked. That's not stoked. Soaked as frick and gonna try to draw some stuff while listening to some philosophy streams. It's fluff bite time. Yes, I like that I am known to some people as a sort of baby fur philosopher. That is very good. I miss cheetah piss. That shit knocked me on my butt. We have a pretty high tolerance, so we've been keeping up with it pretty well. Though we did just run out, unfortunately. We're also off our meds. HRT, unfortunately, dysphoria sucks. We have been kind of lazy about the HRT that we do have, because we do have stuff still. Though we don't have health insurance again, so we sort of don't have access to re-upping. So we've been like rationing, or we were rationing, and then we kind of fell off because it's kind of depressing to have to ration. But also ADHD makes it so that it's hard to do schedule stuff. Also, antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds are really nice, and I wish I was still on them. Hopefully we'll get sorted out by the end of the year. But I'm not exactly optimistic Because the thing is, when you're disabled and you don't have proper disability support, and you're expected to, you know, apply for disability and, you know, get all your checks and somehow pay money to do like expensive what amounts to expensive questionnaires and stuff, and the bureaucracy that takes a lot of energy and time and focus, and when you're dysregulated, it can be hard to do all those things. So it's kind of like we always have to push through like 10 times more molasses in our brain to get things done than what we would hope would otherwise be the case. Anyway, let's stop talking about me and my woes. Let's talk about the ADBL community. I have so many things open. Forgive me for being a little scattered. Alright. A beginner's guide to understanding age play. A Fluff Byte Entertainment System presentation. This is the part where you cheer. Even though obviously I can't hear you. Alright, let's get into it. It's been a while since we had one of these, huh? Still need to finish those cuteness lessons. We totally probed the Discord and Blue Sky for folks who had any questions about ADBL that they wanted hopefully answered. That is not to say that I'm not willing to answer questions, but this is probably going to be a kind of long presentation. I know it's a beginner's guide, but because it's us, there's a lot of things we want to say and put, and we want to have a lot of depth, and we didn't just want to well, actually in this case it wouldn't be right to do what we normally do and just, you know, take a like Wikipedia articles and maybe like some studies, you know, maybe look at social media and see what interesting takes people have about something. Valid forms of research, mind you. But the thing is, this is one of the subjects that we have a tremendous amount of lived experience with. So outside of like 2 slides generally, in terms of information presented, this is all us and from our experience. And it's something that we've actually shied away from. As much as we have been from the beginning, or the beginning of Fluff Byte, or our existence as Fluff Bytes, been an open ADBL, age player, whatever, we had not ended up even getting into like basic detail in our YouTube videos, and we haven't done a scripted YouTube video in a while, and we're still working back up to that. But these presentations are basically like live essays, and for something like this that we know really well, we could probably rattle off for days. But let's get going. It was hard coming up with questions because of already being deep into being ADBL already, but I'm glad I was able to think of something to ask. That is fair. The fact that we did not get that many questions is kind of related to the fact that our community is a very ADBL participatory or ADBL aware. It'd be kind of weird for someone to be in our community and not be accepting, although we know that plenty of folks like have a passive understanding where it's like, I know enough to not be weird about it, right? Like, we know a lot of people who don't know a lot, but like, you know, are respectful and are friends, or, you know, are, you know, cool and trusted viewers, though they're not into it. And the distinction that we want to make for this presentation is, this is not a beginner's guide to getting into ADBL. or age play. This is a beginner's guide to understanding it. There's a distinction. To me, this is like a live DJ set performance. Oh gosh, I remember I used to look at like something purple streams, and there's a few other ADBL or baby fur DJs that used to stream on Twitch. I miss that vibe. I can explain. Okay. You found me in my room practicing adult things on my stuffed animals while diaper clad, even though I'm in my mid-30s. What's the deal? Well, obviously, this is all therapeutic. Don't even worry about it. Age regression is a recognized psychological phenomenon, and engaging in it willingly as a form of stress relief is valid and okay. And although there are many conditions like PTSD or dissociative identity disorder that may have connections with age regression, especially in a unwilling or not as easy to control form, certainly not necessarily recreational, it is totally live-withable, and is that a word? Live-withable? It is totally something that one can live with and enjoy themselves, and it's not bad, maybe a little weird. And it can be really helpful to anyone, really. Soft materials like baby blankets and stuff, I know it's like, yeah, autism, and like, oh, I really like sensory stuff, but especially in this really fast-moving world, it's kind of obligatory to be able to really rest and unwind. Did you know if you have complex PTSD, you'll hold your stress in your muscles in certain ways, even when you're not actually being challenged or working very hard? I mean, if you throw in a diaper and onesie and just suck on a bottle for a while, sometimes all that stress just melts away. I mean, you don't have to have complex PTSD to do that. You can just have fun. These are all just accommodation tools. Some people turn off their brain with action movies, you know, a Michael Bay or something, and others do it by sucking on a pacifier. But yeah, I am being a little bit cagey about all this, so I guess that leads to the concept of discretion, because even if I'm the first person you stumbled across with this really cool interest, it is quite common for people to not tell other folks about it. And it's not because it should stay in the bedroom or whatever. And it's not because it's like something that is shameful, but it is very... It has a loaded it's a loaded subculture. Much like furry fandom, if you know what I mean. There are some societal aspects that might lead someone to only tell people who they're very close to about being an age player. Having childlike interests in this society is very much frowned upon, let alone having a childish veneer, whether that be through your style of dress, through the way you talk, through your hobbies and stuff. And, you know, millennials and Gen Z and even Gen Alpha are super infantilized in a sense that is almost all-consuming, where it's assumed that we're all just these brats who always complain and want things our way and yada yada yada. We're so woke. But sometimes that nostalgia that we have for, you know, the past or a kind of platonic ideal is something that we know that is going to get scrutiny from people.
So sometimes it's just better not to mention it. In the same way that, again, a furry might not be talking about their persona at work, not because it is necessarily the worst thing to be talking about, but because some people may have weird associations and think of you in a weird way, or think of you less. And you don't even have to be as extreme as an age player to get flack for being childlike. See, anime fans, gamers, Disney adults. And did I mention furries like 8 times? A lot of people don't want the average person, especially an acquaintance in their life, knowing, because sometimes you can lose respect. I mean, I think at least once or twice I have outed myself as an ADBL to someone who I was becoming fast friends with because they randomly brought up, oh yeah, I love queer. Yes, that too. I love kink, but gosh, some kinks are just weird and I just can't respect people who do them. Like what? Like people who shit themselves. Maybe want to unpack that, bro? And not everyone's like us and wants to get up on a fucking stage and actually be super vulnerable and talk about this sort of stuff. Some people just want to live their lives in peace. And there's also prejudice against age players in a very specific sense, not just the splash damage from other like intersectional groupings. As we will talk about later, there is an ongoing and past history of people being harassed for being this way, especially if it can be used as a cudgel to, say, blackmail them or get them to lose a job or shit, even custody of their kids. It's a wild world out there. But there's also internal parts. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that all age players are ready to like defend themselves and their positions and stuff like that. And I know we live in the internet age where everything is discourse. However, the more weird or taboo you have an interest or a subculture, the more people are going to expect you to explain yourself. And some people just aren't ready. Some people go through a long time coming to terms with it because we don't live in a society that's very nice to, well, not just childlikeness, but like any weakness that can be seen in a person, especially an adult. Our society does not like helplessness or weakness or shit, even curiosity. Being an age player can also just be something you want to keep to yourself. I mentioned before that it's not something that has to be super private. However, some people do choose for it to be that way. We once literally lived with another age player who we never interacted with in any age play capacities because we were not close enough with them for that to happen. We had our walls up and we talked to them and interacted with them as a roommate first and foremost. We didn't know that they were also an age player when we first moved in with them. And this is a past roommate, not anyone we live with now, just for the record. But it was an interesting experience because it was the first time that we didn't have that immediate moment of, oh my god, you're also a baby, we should totally be friends. Like, that did not happen. But to be fair, a lot of people are getting burnt out on community lately, and it's becoming harder and harder for a person based on one marginalized group or interest to, you know, vibe with another person instantly, or want to. A lot of people are cagey nowadays with, I think it's kind of understandable. It's uncommon for partners or it's not uncommon for partners and close friends to distance themselves, and I mean, it can just be awkward sometimes, Not even like a, oh, they hate you or they think you are, you know, like a predator or something. But for some people, it can be hard to conceptualize a person who not even has certain interests, but sees themselves a certain way. We've actually had some really challenging conversations along those lines in a lot of different scenarios. We don't want to get into them all today, but there are a few that are interesting, even within the community. So it's a really good time to mention that no group is a monolith, and that applies to generally what is said here in this presentation overall, because, you know, we're just one plural system of baby furs. We can't have all the answers, and not everyone's going to agree with us. However, we have tried to create a sort of flexible framework that I feel like will be hard to disagree with on a foundational basis without exposing certain biases. But we'll see. And the last internal thing that I wanted to mention was folks knowing can affect social dynamics in unwanted or uncomfortable ways. Obviously, some people are going to say, well, that person was just a jerk, when someone starts treating you differently in a bad way when they learn new information about you. And that is kind of true, but it's also unavoidable once it kind of hits the air. And some people just want to avoid that, especially if you think that someone might have sensitivities that might make it hard for them to understand or approach, let alone making someone feel less comfortable around you in certain aspects, or feeling very biased. I mean, shit. We have the filter bubble problem of because we're little, we really like Bluey, and there's plenty of adults who like Bluey, but there is a certain proximity to Bluey that I have as a little that I can't just say in casual conversation when I'm meeting someone on the street. You have to understand. Sometimes it's just about tact. Hey, Lincoln DeMayo, how's it going? Losing your children over diapers is crazy. I've seen it. I don't know if anyone ultimately lost their kids, but I know it's been brought up in court. And the thing is, there's a lot of situations where someone will try to use that as a gotcha, especially because it's, for a lot of people, a discreet or secret thing. So it being a secret automatically lends itself a little bit to an amount of susness, you know? And so, obviously, you can understand why someone would want to have discretion. And I'm glad that when you first came into the room seeing me sucking on my bottle, you didn't ask me if there was a weird sets thing. It's not always a weird sets thing, but it can be. There is a sexual side of age play, and in fact, age play, for any type of age play, even communities like Agere, which I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing wrong, which is an explicitly safer work version of age play, all has its roots in kink and power exchange. The age play community, specifically the ADBL community, specifically value adult spaces because it is a community of adults. It is very much informed by kink, in the same way that there are sub communities of, say, queers that have a connection through, say, like the leather community. Even non-sexual ADBLs, by and large, exist in adult-only spaces, and that is the community standard and seen as the bare minimum of one's responsibility to just, you know, exist and interact with other people. There's a spectrum of sexual interests under the age play umbrella. Many artists and figures in the communities have different standards and limits. I want to put a particular focus on that last part, because I think one of the toughest things for us in the community, since we have kind of been growing over the, like, I don't know, like 8 years we've been in the ADBL community, 8+, that, like, obviously, again, no group is a monolith, but we've definitely ran into kerfluffles where we thought that there was a level of acceptance or camaraderie that did not exist between certain subsets of the community, or if certain faux pas or certain limits had been reached, even if no one was necessarily hurt. And obviously, every community also has, like, drama and stuff like that, and, you know, no community or group is immune to that. That being said, especially with as much puritanism as there is in spaces, especially online right now, I had to front load the rest of the presentation with this, because we want to have this conversation in good faith, and we hate that the first negative thing out of someone's mouth about age play is a proximity to child abuse, which is misleading, to be fair. How are we doing? Okay, I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie. I have a pot of coffee next to me. We were 3 hours late to stream because we were working extra hard on this presentation. We actually had the bare bones in, and then we wanted to, like, make it more visually appealing, so we had to get some art. But then we realized that, oh shit, we didn't get permission from artists, and we also don't want to throw some shade through implication accidentally. So although not all the art in this presentation was drawn by us, almost all of it is art of our sonas. So it's generally a fair game. But ooh, the extra hours we put into this presentation that we could have just been streaming early is we're gonna feel it tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna be done streaming until sunrise. I'm gonna be real. So, I keep saying ADBL, and I know that there's at least one person somewhere in the bleachers going, Fluff, what the fuck does that mean? And so, yeah, ADBL stands for Adult Baby Diaper Lover. Sorry, Adult Baby / Diaper Lover. It can be and or. The biggest general umbrella within the age play community is adult baby diaper lovers. Although there are very many shades of age player, most have proximity to the ADBL community. Sometimes even just in culture or paraphernalia. You know, like the objects that are associated with the interest or subculture that are very ubiquitous. Think of those starter kit memes. The stuff that you will find in a starter kit meme for ADBL would probably be a pack of diapers, a onesie, a pacifier, your favorite retro game or comic book or children's book, a Hitachi magic wand, and some other stuff, I'm sure. I keep thinking about that running gag from SpongeBob. Oh, where they tear off the roof of that place and the guy's like, I can explain. Oh, when we do a video essay version of this, maybe we'll put that in as a cutaway. But to explain adult babies specifically, like it sounds, adult babies are adults who identify as, well, babies, although they may also identify as kids instead, or in addition. Many have a preferred or identified age, typically referred to as a little age, or even something akin to the age I am inside. I phrase it this way to make it as clear as possible for lay people, but I want to say that I have never, ever heard someone say the age I am inside in those words. Though that phrasing does sound a little awkward, maybe a little overly poetic, I don't think it would be wrong. Though because of in the trans community, the results or the repercussions of I'm a girl or I'm a boy on the inside rhetoric, I don't want to recreate it here. But I do think it's important to illustrate that concept. But we'll get more into adult babies specifically a little bit later, because it's I think there's a lot more nuance I want to explore with that one. Diaper lovers are actually very easy to explain. Generally, they're interested primarily in diaper loving. Big surprise. Their relation to playing with age, oh wow, typo. Their concept of playing with age is just a proximity to this object that is usually associated with, well, babies. But generally, it's like, you ever play a game or see like a fictional world where like the fashion sense is like very different, but it's very casual. It's just like, it's like the history of fashion went in a slightly different direction, and like something became really, really popular, like streetwear and Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, for example. Imagine that, but diapers. Imagine a world where people just wore diapers and was part of the culture and the style. Not what we have now, not like with discreet wearing and stuff. Think about it like Pokemon. Think about it how like Pokemon is a world that is shaped around the fact that Pokemon exists and it's a big part of the culture. It's I don't want to say an ideal diaper loving society is like that, but I will say diaper lovers are like that. They're not all casual with it. This isn't a 101 topic, but at some point we may have a whole presentation on diaper sexuality. Yes, that is a real thing. Diaper lovers are a lot more straightforward. They just fucking love diapers. It may be for sensual purposes. It may be for all the benefits that diapers provide. I wish I had the post already. There's a co-host post that talks about accommodations with diapers. If anyone is on co-host and they want to look it up for me, that'd be great. I know a purple skunk and a hard hat posted it. But it talks about like all the different ways that diapers can be like accommodation tools, and you don't even have to necessarily be incontinent or into the kink to benefit from wearing diapers. Oh, I guess diaper lovers are kind of like potheads, but for diapers. If you ever talk to a pothead and they're talking about all the useful methods for hemp, that's diaper lovers. You need to understand. There's a trans girl with a purple diaper skunk on co-host that did a post about accommodations and diapers. If only my partner was watching right now, because she's the one who showed it to me, I'm pretty sure. I think they're like a physicist or something. Or a doctor? There's actually just a lot of furries that are just like amazingly skilled in some sort of weird hard science profession. It's hilarious. Oh, right. Adult baby diaper lovers, some may become both or be both. sometimes someone starts on one end of the spectrum and goes to the other end. It's all different. Diapers alone can be a special interest, and I am definitely a victim of diaper special interest. We were working on a video essay about like the ageplay community, but like a deep dive, and we weren't even done with all of the like citations and all the stuff we had dug up. And I mean, like, looking at 60s magazines that talked about like DDLG, or actually sometimes the DMLB and stuff like that, and just like, wow, look how far back this goes. There is a wealth of history of age play, is all I'm saying. Baby furs! I had to talk about baby furs because honestly, I'm in a place where it's kind of like when a trans person is including the queer community when talking about issues that they are talking about from like a heavy trans lens, everything from me is coming from a heavy baby fur lens. This is because it is a very strong part of our identity in multiple ways, and which may be surprising to a layperson, the baby fur community and the ADBL community, although obviously Venn diagram, there are distinct cultures and sometimes differences in values I notice with baby furs versus ADBLs. And I'm biased in favor of baby furs, obviously, because I am one. Though we weren't always. We were ADBL before we were baby fur because we were ADBL before we were a furry. But that's a story for a different day. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if you looked on Coast, it wouldn't say the skunk is not named Hard Hat Skunk. It's just what her picture looks like. Well, we all live in different parts of the internet. Accommodation tool. Look up the term accommodation tool. Okay, now we're going to talk about kidcore, kid furs, and middles. And we're gonna switch over to Dusk to talk about this, because although I do also identify as a middle, he is like chiefly a middle first. And also I don't want to do this all by myself. Yeah. Dusk, I use he and they pronouns, don't mind me. Yeah, I'm using the same picture as it fucking used in this thingy. I don't have a lot of fucking images of me. I know no one's saying it, commenting on that in chat, but I'm just looking at the screen and being like, look, it's my face twice. Psst. Hey kiddo, you want some padding? First change is free. Kidcore, kid furs, and middles. All are forms of age play with a focus on adolescent or teenage identity and experience. Although kidcore is adjacent, kidcore is not always practiced by age players. Kidcore is fashion, it is art, and it's a music aesthetic. So you will find plenty of kidcore enthusiasts who are not themselves technically age players. Age players who covet experience from younger ages are often typified by interest in diapers, strong emotions, and feelings, and just kind of like the freedom of not having the restrictions that you kind of are supposed to have, especially socially and emotionally as an adult. Middles and other adjacent identities have a interest in styles typical of the age that they feel a proximity towards. Middles have a much easier time masking in wider social circles because of a wider overlap with things like gaming, comic books, animation, etc. Or rather things that have pop culture significance for adults already. Literally just going to Comic-Con as a like a middle or a kid fur. Honestly, the furry part is probably going to be the weirdest part for folks. Well, depending on if you wear diapers or not. Actually, I think that it's interesting that Scribble did not put a slide in for what I'm about to say, but we could go on a whole fucking tangent about like age players who wear diapers versus age players who don't wear diapers, because although there is the kind of two-sided thing sometimes used to drive a wedge between the community with like sexual versus non-sexual age play as if one is better than the other, people who wear diapers as age players and people who don't have sometimes a wedge just in general, because there is the diaper loving part of the fandom is the most visible. So much so that it is not uncommon to find someone who identifies in middle in pretty much all but name, but does not see themselves as an age player for not being like little enough as compared to the age range that is so much lower, and there is also gray areas because there are lots of littles and middles that their ages and their experiences are specific to a certain developmental stage of like normal like human development, and sometimes that can lead to I guess in the general sense of like, oh well, I'm better than you because I'm smarter or more mature, like a kid would, and that can be fine in a sort of in a sense of camaraderie and jovialness, but sometimes the proximity to certain types of behaviors typified by certain age ranges are looked down upon. Certain people, how's the easiest way to put it? In the same way that someone might talk shit someone's a minority and they're saying, I'm not like those other minorities, there are folks who will be like, I'm not like those littles over there. I don't baby talk. I think that Kirk actually had a like good faith like meme art about people who as a little identified as like an iPad kid, quote unquote, versus what was it, like the based like old school handheld little, it's like, what do you play during a diaper change, that sort of thing. And also folks mix and match behaviors with their quote unquote developmental level. Like there are folks that identify as like a toddler, but they spend a lot of their time with little coded stuff that is outside of the range that a toddler would usually be expected to have interest or competency in. And obviously it's because these people are adults, and you can do anything you want with that. Like, you can identify as a 2-year-old and be reading Karl Marx. That's the fun thing about it. You don't have to stay locked into what that developmental range would suggest. Though oftentimes people do still feel like they need to have an in-group and an out-group, and it's very easy to in-group, out-group that. Although on the flip side, people who just have no interest in diapers at all don't always feel included in the age play community at large, especially with the abdl community, because, well, what if you identify as an age player but you don't like diapers and you don't identify as a baby? You're gonna even if you're having fun at the party, or to use a black colloquialism, at the barbecue, there's not a lot for you to vibe with. There's not a lot there for you, and there are spaces that are devoid of, like a space for middles. And that's why we created a space for us in this very presentation. The No True Scotsman fallacy, a way for insecure ADBLs and age players to disavow any false ADBLs. Death to the false babs. Kid core, kid furs, middles continued. The distinction between a middle and a kid fur, the distinction between a middle or kid fur and an adult that really likes shonen and collects Beyblades factors more into identity and context. As most age player middles see value in inhabiting the space of a kid or see themselves in some way as one. It can manifest in types of dress and in hobbies, of course, but it can be just as likely to be reflected in how one sees themselves in relation to the world. Middle and little identity in general can arise from not wanting to grow up or a nostalgia, or some sort of nostalgia, but can also come as easily from a love of wonder and curiosity. We know some folks that are earnestly age players, but don't necessarily always fit the mold of like what you would expect in the ways that the community has kind of shaped our expectations for what an age player looks like. And sometimes there are age players who, again, are not super into diapers, or sometimes not at all, or sometimes fleetingly. We even know someone who likes diapers but does not like using them. They only like how they feel, and only how they feel when they're dry. There's a lot of ways that someone can come into this like way of thinking about themselves or treating themselves. And I think that there's a lot more nuance with middle identity, because the focus in the age play circles on little identity has been such a bedrock of like culture and interaction, and like how people talk to each other, and how even friendships are formed and how you approach people. It doesn't leave a lot of oxygen left to promote more like exploration of middle culture without it automatically just being little culture by proxy. And of course these things can overlap and be both, but as much as there is a vibrancy in experiences, sometimes middles, self-included, can feel like we have to conform to littleness as prescribed by the general like sense of what a little is, in order to like make space for ourselves. Unless we make space that is specifically for middles at the detriment of littles, and I'm not a fan of that because that's just reversing it. That's literally just the Barbie movie. I'm not trying to make a fucking Ken Paradise. Like, fuck that. You know? Shh, I am the superior sneak on the PC at fucking 4 a.m. little. Age play as power exchange. Age play can be practiced passively, like in styles of dress or hobbies, but often is practiced in contexts of other people. Before, we have only talked kind of around the community aspect, but we hadn't talked directly about the interactions between people, which is what we're going to get into more now. Community generally is valued, but within romantic, sexual, or even platonic relationships, there is a particular character of power exchange present, even explicitly planned interactions. No, I think that's supposed to say even not explicitly planned interactions. Stuff that just ends up happening a lot of the time, I think is what Scribble was getting at with this. Scribble wrote this whole thing, by the way. And I guess it's also good that I'm here right now because also being able to speak to the big versus little dynamic is something that I can speak to quite well. No surprise there. Big versus little. Bigs take the role of a caregiver, often with a name that calls attention to the power dynamic. In a past relationship that we had, we called our dominant senpai. You know, it's stuff like parental stuff, like student teacher stuff, like, you know, someone who is expected by their role and like age over you to be taking care of you. It is kind of one of the cornerstones of like interpersonal relationships with littles and middles. Age players in general often seek to secure a maybe not necessarily a dominant, but certainly someone who can approximate the role of a caregiver in some way, or just of as the bigger person. I guess there's the fucking two paths meme where one's like the fucking dark castle and the other one's the paradise, right? And one is taking it like a fucking master slave dialectic way. There's even a fucking psychology thing that we ran into a while back that we wanted to present on, not today, about like how there's a subtle or sometimes not so subtle implication of power dynamics in even vanilla relationships that are very similar to a parent-child or like caregiver like person to be caregave dynamic in a toxic way, like attachment theory shit. So someone could definitely in bad faith be like, yes, littles need a big to make them feel small, just like a woman needs a man to put them in their place, which is dumb. If that's not clear by the way I just presented that. Power exchange, I think, is more complicated than just, okay, one person's the sub and one person's the dom. If things are respectful with power exchange, ideally what you're gonna have is two people who respect each other and who respect each other's like autonomy. Like gosh, I am about to I am about to show off how sometimes I am also a little. You know, like in Ponyo, when Ponyo is like less human, but like we gotta take care of Ponyo, right? Like, no, we gotta make sure Ponyo like is still going. Think about it like if your partner is in a state where they can't fully take care of themselves. Of course, we usually typify that in some sort of danger way, like, oh, like, you know, I'm taking care of like this drunk friend. But thinking about it as a way of like a person with a diminished capacity is a very distinct endeavor. And even in the Ponyo example, there is a sense of like challenge and difficulty and, oh, we have to get through this thing. But with power exchange, even outside of age play, what you'll find is, at least when it's done healthily in our opinion, that you are like willfully diminishing your capacity, right? And the other person is there watching out for you. And it's not just a, oh, this person is just taking care of me. The dominant or the big or the caregiver gets something out of that too. The sense of taking care of someone, of compassion and care, especially if you really already care about the goddamn person, it has a high of its own. Just like there is subspace or like little space, there is certainly a thing such as big space, and it is humbling as fuck. I love waxing dialectical, right? I don't know what the paradise dialectical would be in a philosophy sense, but yeah, it's like willful, like consensual power exchange. And I think that to go on a little bit of a tangent here, in terms of being respectful to someone that you're power exchanging with and respecting yourself is important to... It's important not to give your power away and then just never take it back. There are reasons that might complicate someone's ability to take it back, and there are dynamic reasons why someone's like power exchange dynamics may flow in and out of like their actual challenges and difficulties. Like if you're a disabled person and there's some way that your disability somehow interfaces with your age play, if you come into a situation where it is a great age play scenario that you're struggling, but also, oh my god, I need help, a delineation being made between where does the like fun end and where does the distress begin can be like really weird from an outside perspective to deal with, and leads to a lot of misinterpretations or even internalization of a sense of like fetishizing yourself or your own weaknesses. And I think because of stuff like learned helplessness and the propensity of the thing I just talked about, I think it's very important that the person is willing to take that power back. And taking power back does not necessarily mean that, okay, now I'm the daddy. It surely can, but it doesn't have to. A perfect simple example is just the fact that after a scene, the person who was providing care, the person who was watching out for the other person, often also needs aftercare. Checking in with the person who you power exchange with, because in the way of you trusting them is a very big thing of vulnerability, and you know, you momentarily gave that away and now you have it back. On the flip side of that, remembering that the person you gave that power to was holding their power and yours, and so they have the weight of the world on their shoulders, and sometimes it can get quite weary. And understanding that power exchange, that It's not power exchange. When someone gives or takes power, expecting it to never change. And that even can flow into discussions about people who don't have limits, or say that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, I had like people who think they don't need to read ever, or like I said, who say they have no limits. Those sorts of folks in kink can be dangerous, and in life in general can be self-destructive. And we definitely don't want that for anyone. I went on a while there. Sorry about that. Moving on to Little. As a role, it's often conflated with submissive, much in the same way that submissive and bottom are conflated, though they're not always the same. The power exchange is not always so clear. Little as a role allows for an amount of freedom the big as the responsible one has less access to, especially when your dynamics are like maybe somewhat public. There's often conversations about what is good practice for like being little in public and not hiding it, like what amount of discretion is owed to the public, and what amount of like participating openly in ADBL, and what like behaviors and even styles of dress are, you know, should be frowned upon or seen as like dragging strangers into your kink. Though that's not necessarily what I want to talk about right now. I do think it's important to acknowledge that that's like something that is, the stakes are there, obviously. I don't want to pretend that there aren't stakes when being openly kinky in some way. Though a lot of kink stuff can be very, very subtle. It can be very, very subtle. Like, if you see like a kinky couple in public, it might not show that they're a kinky couple because one literally has a collar on. Maybe it's how they speak to each other. We are very close to someone who, if we didn't know that they were an age player, we had no experience of age play, the context of how sometimes they talk to their partner would be like weird, in the sense of like, why do you talk to your partner like they're your parent? Like, there is an urgency in its voice when it talks sometimes. Like, imagine being like in a voice call, and then it sounds like your friend's mom is like, oh, Adrian, come over here, and they're just like, oh yes ma'am, and just like, isn't that your wife though? Right? Many such cases. And I think that there's a casualness in that, obviously, that's really awesome. And the power exchange is not so much that you'll automatically listen to whatever the person has to say, but like, I guess it's like, it starts off feeling like kayfabe, right? And then it just becomes part of the dynamic. And it doesn't mean that while you're calling your partner, you know, daddy or something, that you can't also, I don't know, be helping them with like first aid because they like cut themselves or something. Power exchange. My point is, power exchange doesn't have to be strictly in one direction, and it can like wax and wane while those roles kind of move along with it at the same time. I feel like I lost myself there, but I feel like I think I ran myself back. Fuck, I forgot that Scribble took an edible. God damn it. Fucking sunk my goddamn battleship. I just say 2 marshmallow saucers for marshmallow merch. Marshmallow like the musician? I think anything more than keep your underwear cover outside the beach is too much restriction. I personally think peekage is okay. If it's okay for someone's boxers to show, then it should be okay for the top of someone's diaper to show. But there's a difference between like exposing yourself and just having a liberal style of dress, you know? And there's certainly a vibe that you know when someone is trying to like force a certain sort of interaction. So I think that it's, for some people, the difficulty in approaching those sort of conversations in good faith is basically just the ick factor. Which honestly, all this shit just flows back into. The ick factor controls how much good faith someone's going to give to all of this, how much they're going to listen to you, and, you know, it's just like, if you don't have good faith from jump, you're going to have a bad time. The consequences of littles and their access to eddies. I can't wait to re-up on some. Oh yeah, we're basically out of regular weeds, but we have edible. So that's gonna be fun. Let's give someone else a try. Where is our buttons? Haha. Alright, so Punk Bite, she, they. Let's not even pause. Let's keep going. The role of Big. One might be inclined to ask what the appeal of Big even is if you only get vicarious enjoyment of little or middleness. Oh, actually, I think one part that Dust didn't touch on that they wanted to mention, it had to do with the role of the vicarious enjoyment. So vicarious enjoyment is kind of referencing the freedom that the little has as opposed to the big, because like especially in public, you might have a dynamic where one partner is kind of jumping off the walls and the other one's kind of like reining them in a little bit, or being like, hey, use your words, you know, that sort of thing, right? And having someone be the guardrail to that silliness can be very valuable. And, you know, if it also can feel good on the side of the big. There are lots of different big little dynamics, and one such is the little being an absolute like ball of insanity, and the big kind of just like stabilizing them, and kind of like if it were a comedy group, it would, or a comedy duo, the big would be the straight man. Sometimes it's the opposite, especially if you have like sort of a dad humor coded big, and then like a anxious eager to please little. Bigs can be brats too, is what I'm saying. Oh, you found the thingy. Thanks, Azzy. I will read it after the big little part. Oh, I guess it'll be in our intermission section. Fun fact, our intermission section is an intermission for this presentation, but not intermission for the stream, so it's actually not a break. It will be a divergence, so that we can have a little bit of less academic wimickies. That's not a word, but let's pretend that it is and say that I did. One might be inclined to ask what the appeal of being big is if you only get vicarious enjoyment of little or middleness. It is our belief that being a caregiver in an age play space comes with joy and tenderness of seeing an earnest and often vulnerable part of another person. Compersion, that is the concept of enjoying someone else's enjoyment, specifically when it does not directly involve you, popularized by the polyamory community in terms of enjoying seeing your partner happy when they do things with other partners that does not involve you. Compersion is critical to enjoying being a big. We wouldn't say that it's exclusively for generally selfless people, but people who are more selfless or do have that sort of I just like it when you get nice things might have a particular edge on folks that don't, in terms of gassing up the little, I guess you could say. Though there is something we would like to warn about, even though this isn't specifically a primer on like successfully being in a BBL or whatever. It is important to have like it is important that even with like 24/7 or live-in dynamics, to, like Dust was saying before about warning against like giving all your power presumably permanently to someone. On the opposite side, if you're on the caregiving side of things, you're taking care of someone or like doing a lot of care for them, it can be really easy to get like empathy burnout, and it's important to check in and let folks know about your limits and what you expect and what can help you. Because a lot of times someone in a big position will end up having the problem that people in vanilla relationships run into and use infantilizing language to basically talk about how bad it is, in the sense of a partner becoming a parent, a partner like doing everything for you, and there being like a tension there. You know, you want to avoid that buildup of tension, because even when things are rough, especially say having like a casual dynamic and not all of your big little interactions being like scenes, it's important to know that you have each other's backs. And I think that that's one of the important things when we think about like the adult in an adult baby, in the sense of it's not just, yes, everyone who's participating should be of age. It is also like an adult amount of responsibility and care and understanding, and being able to, regardless if you're feeling little or not, being able to take care of the other person, and being able to even if you're non-verbal and can only baby speak, be able to be there for the other person and take some of that load off their shoulders, which can be really hard, especially for, I don't know what I would call them. We should really come up with a term for it, but we need to come up with a term that is basically the amalgamation of a little who is basically a pillow princess, because there are a lot of littles that get flack for a particular sort of behavior that is generally unhealthy, but of course someone would complain about it because it's an unhealthy behavior, but sometimes it gets overly projected on littles, especially by folks who have had issues with littles in the past, especially maybe past partners of littles who were not age players themselves. God, yeah, elbow hit. Fuck. You want to be able to treat yourself well, and you want to be able to value that you do have control over the situation. as much as we are kids on the inside, or maybe our partners are kids on the inside, is also really, really not just important but valuable for healthy relationships to, I won't even say turn it off, because we do not, I will be clear, we do not necessarily turn our littleness off, but we can have our littleness still be on, or we could talk to someone who we know isn't completely like out of little space or whatever that means for them, and not have to treat them like an actual kid, because they can actually understand like these bigger concepts. And that's what makes all this stuff so fun, that we understand these bigger concepts and we can play within them, and we're not like forced to experience them. Although some adults are forced to experience infantilizing realities because, you know, shitty infantilizing world. Adults are just big children. Much agree. Good evening. Fantasia. She, her. Compersion has helped me through so many complicated and hard times. It's good to avoid FOMO and jealousy, and immensely crucial for both kink, polyamory, or platonic frienditude. I very much agree. You have a good point there. Thank you for being so engaged. It's always good having you here. Oh, also the inverse. I was parentified. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess we expect folks that are bigs in a relationship to be the ones getting parentified, but it definitely can go both ways. Learning to do adult stuff while little is definitely important, especially if you're the kind who never grew up. I very much agree, Evie. Majora's catchphrase. I'm not an adult, I'm a child with a drinking permit. Okay, so now we're talking about age play friendships. Admittedly, a big little arrangement in terms of interpersonal relationships are the ideal desires of many littles. Friendships between littles are also hugely important. When we say littles here, mills can also apply here, and do. Littles can support one another generally, but little friendships have a capacity for deep closeness. Having someone who understands you are not really an adult and reinforces that is endearing, even if they aren't in a role of strictly taking care of you. But also having a shared curiosity and accepted capacity for whimsy, and having less social pressure to be respectable or mature. Being able to like cry or whine with a friend regardless of gender, and having your ignorance met in good faith when you don't know something, or even just the sense of not expecting someone to constantly tell you to Google it whenever you have a question. A higher propensity or allowance for you to just be weird and dorky, and things that are weird and dorky being encouraged in those relationships is like a really big positive part to little friendships. Actually, considering where we are in the presentation, this will actually be a great time to switch to one of the questions that we got asked. Let's see. Fridgy Fluff. Okay, so we got this by Evie. Would you say the ADBL is comparable to the queer community? I see it as a community built around a network of shared resource needs and similar social oppressions. I say this because it seems to be equally welcoming of age players, age regressors, diaper fetishists, and incontinent people, among others, sexual or otherwise. All groups get shamed for wearing diapers, being childish, or both. All groups can rely on ADBL for support and resources like clothes or diapers. I feel like the queer community naturally formed under similar circumstances, and notice that being little can have a similar acceptance process to being queer. I specifically find that my journey as a little perfectly fits the cast model, as did my trans journey. We were very excited to answer this question in particular and attack this one, especially because when our ageplay community was mostly through Fur Affinity, though that also like led us to being able to have in-person community, there was a common saying in the like ADBL sections of, did I say Fur Affinity? Sorry, I have Fur Affinity hate on my mind. I meant to say FetLife. When most of our ADBL like community was through FetLife, and especially the events that you can find through FetLife to find like flesh space events in your area. There was a saying on FetLife in the ADBL section. It was literally, your kink is not like being trans. It was actually a pin post, and we actually had a lot of disdain for it, and we didn't have words for it then, but we have words for it now. We were and continually are upset by the framing, because there's an amount of people who try to, I shouldn't even say try to, they fall into the neoliberal desire of flexing a social justice muscle to show superiority and like, I guess, winning an intelligence check. On FetLife, the thread your kink is not like being trans was specifically a gotcha thread, because anyone who became new to that group, who, especially if they were not queer, were not trans themselves, and were like, well, from what I've been told and my understanding of like what it means to be gay, or what it means to be trans, or rather the experience of being ostracized by those things, I think I've had similar experiences. And no matter how good faith someone came, it usually ended up being ha ha ha, laugh at the like transphobe that we just outed, who just came in here. We're super protecting the ADBL community, and it just, because we were baby ADBLs, that is, we were new to the community and new to understanding these social dynamics, and it was very early in our own transition. It was not something we felt we could really address, even though we have the marginalized person social capital to withstand the I guess the resource check. We just didn't want to make the roll, basically. I think that there will always be folks that have like the moral superiority thing and weaponize that and feel like they're actually doing good when they're kind of like overcorrecting, I guess. It feels like a shame. And I wish that we had either had more courage, or people were less shitty in the name of protecting people like us, because we would have loved to, back then, to have those type of conversations that we're having now. So, long story short, before looking at the cast model real quick, I will say that I think that there is a lot in common with like alternate sexual / identity practices like age play or like polyamory that reflect the like coming out process and coming to terms with things. And I think that it's a useful parallel. And when we use those parallels and we compare those things, when we talk about it, we'd like to think that we're offering it from a place of what can we learn by comparing these two things, instead of doing an impression Olympics and saying that one is exactly like the other, and so one person gets to complain more, one person or one group should just shut up. Because the group that we're talking about with the gotcha thread, we're all thinking that anyone who disagreed would automatically be basically outing themselves as, you know, not safe to be in the company of trans folks. But a lot of people also weren't able to get past certain steps on the ladder of becoming self-actualized about being an age player or an ADBL, because they lacked a proper framework to explore it and come to terms with it. And that's what some people were looking for. Of course, there are some jerks who want to be like, well, I have experiences that are similar to experiences that a more marginalized person had, so I have experience, so I can talk over them, you know? Like, we should always be watching out for that. But, yeah. Flexing a social justice muscle. I'm stealing that. Awesome. I hope you do. Okay, so stages of coming out. Identity confusion. Could this be who I am? Okay, we'll use ourselves as an example. Okay, so could this be who I am? Watching like age regression plots in cartoons and being like, damn, I wish that were me. And, you know, getting online and finding humiliation stories and stuff that led to like, oh, a lot of people find it humiliating to be put in a diaper. I wonder why. And like daydreaming about like being eternally baby. But like keeping it to self, and I was like, these are some interesting fantasies. There's no way anyone else thinks like this. And it's like identity comparison. Maybe this is who I am. Maybe it's temporary. I don't know if we ever had a thing about maybe it's temporary. We were just like, maybe people shouldn't know, or this is probably weird, even though it was obviously being reflected in stuff like cartoons and stuff that we were seeing in places. And by the time we got to seeing it online, I think one time one of our parents, not even a parent, like an aunt or something who was visiting, like looked at the computer while we were on it because we were looking at humiliation stories. And when we came back, she gave us a lecture about not looking at stuff like that, but being very vague about why we shouldn't, and us never being sure. It was like, wait, is it because it had diapers and wedgies, or was it because there were boys getting diapers and wedgies, and that's gay? I couldn't tell which. Which is another point in the camp of these things can be similar. The I'm not the only one is like the big turning point. Instead of feeling like, you know, it's a fluke or you're just really weird. It took a long time because we knew some people that like the only way it got brought up was people making fun of it and being like, that unattractive person who wears diapers as an adult for fun. Do you believe that? Ew, so gross. And we're just like, oh my god, okay, never tell anyone ever. Okay, I will take this to my grave, of course. And I think it was around the time of the aforementioned getting into FetLife that really opened the door for us of meeting other people. And yeah, I'm not the only one. And lo and behold, the ADBL community is a very, very generally queer positive one. We were in a local ADBL community when we came out as trans, and there was an instant acknowledgement of that. Like, we were accepted more as trans in ADBL circles than in wider society. And what was this, like 2016? It was insane. Identity acceptance, I think, is a roadblock for a lot of people, especially right now. I will be okay. Alignment with the LGBTQIA plus community, because, you know, cast model. Seeing yourself as like, oh yeah, I'm a baby fur, or I'm an ADBL, would totally be the thing. I think it was going to like our first event that was like the turning point for us with that, the I will be okay, or the first part of I will be okay. I think that I will be okay had like 3 different levels. It was like, you know, it was like its own little mini arc, like to be continued, like the JoJo meme, I guess. Because I remember the first event we went to, it was like this kink thingy, and we actually encourage anyone who wants to go to any sort of kink stuff that if you can find it, that you can do a munch first. You should do a munch first, because a munch is basically meeting in public, usually for food, and of course that does suck because there's COVID, and then there's also like a monetary like barrier possibly. But generally how we kind of interacted at first, and what really helped us was being able to talk to people, hang out, and learn about others in a platonic setting, in in a setting where like everyone who is there for the thing knows the secret, and we can talk about all the other stuff, and we can talk a bunch of other stuff, but we're not generally talking directly about the stuff we came there having in common, knowing. Being able to talk at a table in a restaurant about Hot Wheels, knowing why you and this new person you met really like Hot Wheels, definitely allows you to stretch your social muscles, get used to people's interests, how they interact, and, you know, just feel the room generally. We don't generally encourage you to, when you're new to like kink environments, to immediately throw yourself into a play party, which for a lot of people, especially if you're particularly frisky, might really want. I mean, we kind of got lucky that the place that we had kind of got reared as an ADBL, there were these events that happened pretty much next to each other, where there would be a munch and a restaurant, and then everyone would drive to a dungeon party after. So it's like we all ate, we got to know each other. Okay, now the fun begins, I guess. And I won't talk about it too much, but I do think that I will be okay happens also in those little moments. I guess that's a pun. I don't mean like little space moments, but also I mean that too. I think there's this tension when you're at a little space party, with when you first get there, especially if it's like on time. If you get there on time or really early, there's this phase where there's a tension where, like, you know, people want to let their guard down, but like that last little bit of ego barrier, that last little bit of AT field is just like, I don't know. Everyone said on the internet that they like diapers, but I don't know. What if they were lying? What if this was all a long plot to embarrass me? That would be so cool, right? And I do remember, like, there's this tension that immediately breaks and dissolves the moment you turn and you see someone like fully clad in bab gear, like they're just like completely, you know, like one with themselves, or, you know, maybe they've been pseudo forced to be the first person to become a little bit more vulnerable because they're there with their big. It was like, well, you're already here. I think in a general kink scenario or a general kink party, I think I would call the phenomenon the first person to take their pants off. In a age play sense, it would probably be the first person to show their diaper. When you have time, I'd love to know your thoughts on my other 2 long questions. I info dumped about House of Leaves to my mom while padded. No one died. Freud didn't show up. I had a good day. What? You can be diapered and talk to people about stuff that has nothing to do with it and no one gets hurt? Wow. Identity pride. This is who I am, and I'm not afraid to show it. I think this is part of where we're at right now. I think since COVID and honestly being able to like a big turning point for us with like, oh, I'm not afraid to show it was when we were still using Twitter majorly, when we went from posting mostly like only wedding or like dry dip stuff to full on reposting like messy art. I remember our old partners who we had had a really rough falling out with in a very toxic relationship. They were like, wait, so you like messing then? And it's just like, yes, I didn't want to admit it because I didn't want to lose face. And that's what we meant in the fucking PowerPoint earlier when talking about when dynamics change when you don't want them to. Because, like, some people have a really hard time coming to terms with the fact that you like to shit yourself. If you like to shit yourself. You don't have to like to shit yourself. Maybe you even hate it. The identity synthesis thing is kind of difficult. I think just like being trans right now, I think that it's really hard to fully do identity synthesis when you're on the defensive so much, when you're being attacked a lot and like deplatformed and like having resources taken away. And it's like, it's not that I don't understand that being an ADBL is just one aspect of who I am, but I feel like it will automatically get undue focus, and that it's more important to like have people be aware of it early on so that like I don't get shit for it later. I think that's where a lot of people are at, honestly, because we know plenty of people who like on their pages where it's like, hey, if you don't like it, don't look. And I don't think we've ever put that on any of our bios or anything, but we understand the desire to, because so many people will just get into your shit like basically because they passed your post on their timeline and like no other crimes against humanity, just they were specifically offended at the specific time in the specific place, localized to their brain, you know? So it's one of those things that it's harder to not feel like, oh, ADBL is like my entire personality, because like I gotta mention it more. With the fur affinity bands, I'm seeing so many ADBLs on my timeline talking about the fur affinity bands, so it's just kind of like, yeah, it makes sense that when people aren't treating a group right, that the group will talk more about the things that aren't going right. So yes, long story short, there's a lot in common, and I very much agree that there's a lot in common with ageplay and other similar kink stuff and being queer. So I think we got more questions. Something. How broad is the range from AB to DL and in between? I mean, I guess it's a pretty wide range. We've known people who, for example, are ostensibly diaper lovers, but like they also like use a pacifier. But in the same way that someone might be into a facet of community for a completely different reason, like sometimes that happens. Someone may like sucking on a passy because it's really soothing, but not necessarily because they want to be baby or they think that it sounds cute when they talk with it, you know. And again, we talked about the whole mixing matching thing. With Evie's questions, I didn't fully answer those. I actually, wait. We should switch because I don't want to be salty. And I know that Scribble is already salty. So I'm gonna let it be salty. So I don't have to. God. I don't believe we said those things. So you don't have to. Alright, I'm back. It seems to be equally welcoming the ADBL or the ageplay communities or ADBL comparable to the kink community would you say ADBL is comparable to the queer community? I say this because it would be equally welcoming of age players, age regressors, diaper fetishists, and condom people, among others, sexual and otherwise. All groups get shamed for wearing diapers, being childish, or both. All groups can rely on ADBL for support and resources for clothes or diapers. I guess it's that last sentence that kind of gets my goat, because I don't think that every group on the like age play spectrum can rely on each other. I mean, there's plenty of people in plenty of places, even just like the general furry fandom, who don't trust the furry fandom very much because they've been burned. And I mean, that's certainly a thing, and it's certainly something that informs my answer right now. But at the same time, it's also just like there's that tier list of like people who can get shit on, right? Like there's furries and then baby furs, and then under baby furs it's like, you know, like cub artists, right? And it very much feels like there is sometimes a sense of musical chairs with which subgroup can be left out of like the broader ADBL or age play spectrum. And it's not always a big like intra-community thing, but I do notice it, or I do notice that the lines drawn in the sand for what's an acceptable ADBL or age player, as determined by certain members of the community, especially members of the community with power, move the lines in places that I don't really like, and often make people feel ostracized and alienated, at least in my experience. But also, I'm speaking from a more optimistic place from certain other people. I know people who are just like, I'm gonna piss my diaper in peace, I'm not talking to none of you motherfuckers. Every community has, you know, like tension and stuff like that, and I actually love you know, like age play community, but it's also kind of like it's where I'm at. Like, I'm not a pick-me, or at least not anymore, I hope, especially in terms of ADBL, because like to compare it to kink stuff again, I couldn't find myself being so frustrated with the queer community that I started trying to hang out with straight people. Like, mostly straight people. If I was just like, fuck all this, I'm gonna hang out with the straights now. I just couldn't stand it. And I don't mean to compare people who aren't into age play to vanillas, necessarily. But it's a similar, it feels like a similar dialectic. And it's just like, I am most comfortable in like age play or age play accepting spaces, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't think that every space is equally as comforting or inclusive. talk a little bit more about it later, because we actually have a slide kind of talking about that. Okay. If there are more questions, direct them to me, I guess, but we're continuing on. Have y'all ever felt out of place at ageplay events as the only one who wants to go Mach 5 on a merry-go-round or hit each other with toy swords? Not that I can say. I mean, usually people are up for shenanigans. But I guess it also depends on the context. I mean, we've never been to like an ADBL con, but we've been to like fur cons with lots of like babs that were there. And there are certain spaces where like people are more rambunctious than in others, even in like an after dark setting. You say you identify as an Agari and a DL, but not an AB. Also a mommy dom. I don't like how Puritan the Adri, oh that's how you pronounce it, community is though, and there's too much kink for a community with minors. Oh yeah, I can't. Gosh, I really was hoping I wouldn't say this I wouldn't have to say this in a stream at any point. Generally, because you know it feels like a hot potato of a of a phrase, but I can't condone a kink informed community that's like we're safe for work and minors are okay being here, because that's not a safe environment for adults or minors. Like, there are people who have feelings, they're like age play feelings before they become legal adults, and those folks should be in community with each other and not with adults. And when people come of age, they can join the ADBL community as adults when they come of age. And I think that there is in the agery community, there is, at least from what we've seen, and that's what's kept us like kind of like apart from them, even though obviously there's a lot in common with just your average age player. The insistence that it's safer work, in this sense that non-sexual ADBL or non-sexual AB just, you know, they assume it can't be, because there are plenty of people who are in the ADBL community who are like ace and don't do anything sexual with their age play, and they still know not to like not to be irresponsible. And that's fucking wild to me. Okay, we read all of Age Play Friendships, so we can move on to that stuff. You don't want to be a female protagonist, sassy, gay, black friend? It depends. It depends. It depends. Vanilla folk have been more accepting of my age play than non-ADBL kinksters, frankly. I've definitely experienced that to some degree. I think that there are people who have a lot of like projection going on, or a lot of insecurities that lead them to feel like they need to throw certain like kinks under the bus, and ADBL is often one of those kinks. I've literally quote unquote confessed about being an ADBL to like friends before, and this was a long time ago, like when we were still like very, very new to it. And they were like, why do you sound so sad? Did you thought we were gonna stop being friends with you or something? And it's just like, yes, actually. I've lost friends for less. It's nice to be pleasantly surprised, though. I don't even mind kids regressing by themselves or with friends, but kink informed community is the wrong place. Right, exactly. Like, it's not safe. I have an important counter argument though. I end up agreeing with you. Underage doesn't mean you don't try things, but there is no access to experience that it's hard to. But there is no access to experience, then it's hard for it to be safe. Oh yeah, I definitely understand that, and I think that there is like, you know, was like abstinence only education, for example, is like does a huge disservice to young people, and basically is like, well, if you explore and do bad things, then it sucks. And I mean, like, it's weird to say that in our past we have actually been led on by. So when we were a kid, like physically a kid, I guess you say, we had our very first official partner was a very like teeny bopper-esque relationship, in the sense that it was like in this old-timey official sense. Like, our parents were very informed on our like hangouts, and it was a weird way to infantilize like a couple of 14-year-olds, because it was just like, you know, like, I mean, obviously there's that sense of, oh, one of you's a boy and one of you's a girl, so if we look the other way for 10 seconds, one of you's gonna be pregnant. I don't know which one, but it's gonna be one of you. Like, there's obviously that context, but we were led to believe by like seemingly very communicative parents of that partner that like that they understood that teenagers will do fuck shit, and that they wanted to have a space that like we weren't sneaking around and being like, you know, doing more dangerous stuff, like telling your teenagers that they like are probably gonna get into some mischief, and that they should be able to not worry about getting into trouble and not being able to tell anyone because everything is taboo and they'll get yelled at for even doing the thing. I mentioned all this because what it turned out was that those parents were putting on like an intellectual face and trying to over-intellectualize the situation, but what they saw was a young black boy who wanted to take advantage of their daughter. And at the time, we literally were actually saving ourselves until marriage, so literally we were the last person they had to worry about impregnating their daughter, I have to say. That all is to say that, like, I have seen hope in that there are people who will give young people the like space they need in a safe environment that doesn't have them literally fraternizing with adults, and like, you know, life can be lived. And most people do not get that. Most people don't even get teased with the possibility of that. A lot of people basically are like go through puberty and life overall blindfolded, and basically like so many people have been hiding things from them that like it's devastating. Shit, did anyone in chat get traumatized when you found out Santa Claus wasn't real? Asking for a friend. Ageplay is identity. There are folks who feel the term age player, quote, age player, is ill-fitting, as they are not playing an age. They identify as an adult kid, adult baby, etc. Therian and otherkin framework is an acceptable touchstone. I prefer to use a Therian or otherkin framework to explain it than necessarily transness, or at least not all transness, because again, I have a weird insecurity because of having to deal with so many people being like, oh, if you talk about these sort of things and compare them to queer topics, then that's bad for some reason. But because we are otherkin and technically Therian, it is a framework that is easy for us to like wrap our heads around, where it's just like, I am spiritually a dragon. Like, my soul, or how I conceptualize myself, is a dragon fruit dragon. Like when someone said earlier that like adults are just like, you know, like kids with hard outer shells, if you crack open my hard outer shell, there is a dragon inside, I assure you. Right? And that's with or without the weird age fuckery. So like, with the weird age fuckery, I think it is something that's hard to approach earnestly sometimes, because, you know, the old frameworks for like kid inside or identifying as a kid was stuff like, you know, like Peter Pan syndrome and, you know, stuff like that. Stuff that has, still to this day, negative connotations. Even something as simple as a man-child. Some call themselves age regressors, or even simply little. A lot of people want to distance themselves from the term play, because it's like, I'm not playing at age. This is how I feel that I am, or this is me. This is the real me, you know? And I mean, it's actually a much more common, at least in our experience, what we've been seeing. We see more people identifying this way as someone who sees themselves as a kid or whatever in some way, than someone who is like, I'm an adult who sometimes pretends to be a kid. Like, we see not a lot of that lately. Despite how much fuzz a lot of age players are getting lately. Some littles who see themselves this way feel they never really grew up, or they grew differently. Sometimes this can be because of trauma, disability, or neurodivergence, but not always. I'm actually in a weird place with it, because how we mentioned before, how like we like the synthesis of being, you know, an adult and a baby, or adult and a kid, because the frameworks that we have to work with, the understandings that we have, the context that we have are so much more than the world was when we were younger, and we have a lot more control and understanding of like the going-ons of our world and the interactions we have with people in our relationships, you know. And so like, as much as, you know, in the same way that while being a Therian, like someone who is like, I'm a cow Therian, is probably not going to just eat grass because it's gonna fuck up your teeth, for example. You know, I think treating someone exactly like a kid because they are a little, even if they identify with it like spiritually or personality wise or whatever, can lead to some bad outcomes, especially when it can lead to like codependence, to learned helplessness, and of course like the propensity of someone to take advantage of you while in that state is, you know, not for nothing. Like, it can happen. And that also harkens back to talking about like, don't give up your power forever, even if you don't carry it often. Be sure that you can put your hands on it a little bit sometimes. And that's speaking from a perspective of I'm assuming you have at least a little bit of power. Because if you don't have a little bit of power and you're trying to be in a power exchange relationship, then it's probably going to go sideways. Or it's going to be really rough, I'll say that. Though, when talking about age play as identity, the concept of like a caregiver, I don't think is at the forefront of my mind personally, especially because regardless if I never had a big again, I'd still be little for my entire life. I would still be small, you know? So that's like a thing. Let me look back at chat. I think I missed a lot. I am spiritually a child. Santa isn't real? Well, I mean, it depends on which Santa. I mean, there's a Santa that works for the CIA, and then there's like the original patron saint Santa, right? And then, you know, there's like the Santa from Futurama, like the robot Santa, like that fucking guy, right? So like some Santas are fictional, some are legends, some are long past, and you know, some are cops, unfortunately. If you break the outer shell, there is sap, and wicking medium probably leaks. I say I have Peter Pan syndrome as a positive. I can see that. I definitely have camaraderie with Peter Pan as a figure, but honestly, I can Little Red Riding Hood way more, or even Alice from like Into the Looking Glass and stuff, which I really need to read all the way through. It was like one of the first books we ever got on an e-reader. But like, I think seeing Peter Pan syndrome as positive is a reclamation. It's like when I call myself a degenerate faggot. Like, if someone on the streets said that to me without knowing me, I might be a little bit, perturbed. Depending on who I'm talking to, if someone's like, you know, Fluff, you're like Peter Pan. And be like, I have empathy and I care about my friends. I won't let them get torn up by beasts just because they weren't fast enough. I don't hate adults with such a passion that I can't understand the perspective of someone who's been alienated from whimsy. I like sword fighting though. Love sword fighting. Flying? Did that mention I'm a fairy? Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't even think about it. I'm a fairy and a fruit. I am unironically two things that are common insults for queer people. Insane. I am a baby in a 22-year-old meat mech. Everyone around me sees me as an adult, but it feels bizarre because I find any adult perception people would give of me to be a full facade. I'm living the simulacrum, baby. Well, I mean, your adult self, or the perception of an adult self, is kind of like the mask. Like the mask you show the world. Or one could even liken it to, what's it called? Code switching. It could kind of be, you could kind of see it like code switching. Damn, I'm a kid who role plays an adult. There's a lot of people who see their littleness that way. I've certainly seen that. I mean, and it even goes into like dynamics and stories and teasing and stuff. I can't even count the number of times I've heard someone be like, "Oh, let's get this adult costume off," or, "Oh, someone pretending to be an adult again. Oh, no more of that." Like, oh, pushes so many buttons. I'm in a weird mix between a kid and a teen and an adult's body, and it's weird for me. Oh yeah, literally, Drizzle felt like, oh god, Drizzle felt at odds with itself. And by the time me and Thorn started existing, I guess we were in a way at odds with each other in the sense of like who was supposed to be the responsible one, like how should we configure and organize like I guess our whimsy and our like seriousness. It was a mess. And especially after splitting, like there's a framework I can say that we became, or I became more childlike than Drizzle was, but I think like literally is like my impulse control was different. And it still is not great, but you know, it's a work in progress. And I mean, when you're talking about like childlike neurological differences in terms of like ADHD and autism and like feeling big emotions and stuff like that, like I am very susceptible to childlike thought. So sometimes that happens. And like it's hard to put a pin on it. I've actually stopped trying to hone down a little age, at least as far as it is a like automatic signifier. Like we used to use it like, you know, like someone would list like their birthday or their blood type or something, where it's like, okay, like I'm Scribble, age 6, you know, my juice is pink, that sort of thing, like a list of lore traits. And I'm been a little bit more loosey-goosey lately, though, like in terms of like quick reference, sometimes saying like the age that I'm feeling or the vibe is still useful. Like telling someone you're bisexual even though like you don't really care. Masking makes the adult I play on public. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. I often use little space as an outlet for my inherent codependence. Oh, using little space as an outlet for stuff like that is certainly it can be a double-edged sword. We've definitely had experiences where we have dug ourselves deeper into a hole of codependence by having a big who was particularly self-sacrificing, so that was an additional element, but also like there's always a chance that you will take enough L's consecutively that you're just like, fuck it, and you throw the power you have. Like, remember I was talking about power exchange earlier? Sometimes you just throw your power across the room and hope someone catches it, you know? And like, there can be some times where you just, out of frustration, I'm just like, I'm not even gonna try to be an adult. I'm not even gonna try to be a responsible. Or rather, to be more specific, because we've been trying to make distinctions with what we think of as childlike and what we think as like responsible versus irresponsible. We see that behavior as maybe like being led by your emotions. You know, I think that's like a big thing. I am often childlike, but I'm not always led by my emotions. And with with something like BPD, being led by my emotions is quite common. So we have to watch out for that. And I also suggest other people watch out for that too, because it can be hard. Especially when you have someone who's accommodating, it can feel really safe to just let all the adultiness fall away. There's a lot to be said on how people in the US, a lot of people don't think of children highly and often joke about violence towards kids. I mean, considering there's still a lot of people who think that like physical child abuse, like spankings, or especially in minority communities, like my parents just literally called them beatings. It's more Fantasia's thing to talk about, like, because it's like one of her special interests in terms of stuff we talk about, but like children are kind of a minority, or like a marginalized class of people. That's a whole thing, and any resemblance or like things in common with children often get lots of shade, like how animation, and especially children's animation, gets considered like a lower form of art, or assumed to be bad, or it's weird when an adult likes it, you know, that sort of thing. Like, there's biases all around. And it's the same way that, like, fun fact, we have a friend that's white, but grew up around enough black people that they talk in a way where, paradoxically, other white people will sometimes think they're trying to act black, and so they treat them badly for the, what did you say earlier, Genesis? I think it was Genesis, like, there was, like, a simulacrum. It's like, the simulacrum of perceived, quote-unquote, blackness was worthy of ridicule. Kind of like Malibu's Most Wanted. It's not just a sense of, oh, or it's not even a sense of, oh, that's kind of weird and it makes me uncomfortable thing. But it's like a thing of ridicule. It's like, you're appropriating this thing, and I think it's funny because this thing is funny to laugh at. And it's especially funny because you're pretending, or you're embodying something that is of a lower station than you. So acting like a kid, even though you're obviously an adult, comes with a an added layer of they're laughing at you, not with you, when people like come into conflict with your behavior or the way you're presenting yourself. Same thing with women. I mean, this the reason that tomboys are like so cool, and femboys, or rather sissies, or tom girls, or effeminate boys, up until the like popular culture rise of feminine boys, or just femboys, especially in a non-sexual context, it was just like, oh, this boy is in somewhat approximating or being oddly like a girl for whatever reason, queer or not. This is deserving of ridicule. And honestly, thinking about ADBL stuff, it's an interesting dichotomy, because in embodying childhood or childlike aesthetics, or like, you know, wonderment or whatever, someone could look at the simulacrum of childhood as age players experience it and go, ha ha ha, you're acting like a kid, you're being so stupid. I mean, that is also kind of the baked in assumption with old like age regression stuff, because it's a diminishing of status. I mean, sometimes it is often laughing at, but kind of in a cute way, where it's like, ha, you're a baby now, you know? But age regression actually existed. The amount of people who are age regress someone just to murder them is very high. Especially because of, in the back of my head, it's just like, children just matter less and have less humanity. So reduce to someone to the state of a child, or make them seem like a child, and you're already halfway to dehumanizing them. Shit, this was ADBL 101, right? I'm sorry, I'm sorry if I hit you with some high level concepts there, class. I had my headphones on this entire time and they just died, and we're not listening to like music in the background or playing a video game. It was just like, oh my god, I just wasted that fucking battery. But at this rate, we'll probably be talking about this for at least another hour, I think. Even though weirdly I should be further, or I'm closer to the. I feel like I'm closer to the end than I immediately thought. But then again, talking about the questions may have also been a way that this got lengthened. Santa is a Loki archetype, and unfortunately Loki is a cop a lot. Well, I mean, he also started as like at least in the Marvel movies, like Loki fascist coded. So I don't know. I mean, he was a bad guy. So like it's not surprising, although there's also the politician thing and him pretending to be a politician at first, and then I think in the TV show like he's like actually in an election, right, or something. I know there's an election aesthetic to the TV show. Not that I watch Marvel TV shows. I ken the 10th Doctor. The 10th Doctor is that's not Matt Smith. Matt Smith is the 11th, right? So you're talking about David Tennant? I mean, I'm a Peter Capaldi girly, but if I wasn't, I would be a David Tennant girly. I mean, I am also a David Tennant girly, but like I was a David Tennant girly to the exact moment I became I realized that Capaldi was a thing. We got into Doctor Who right at that point in the series where it's like, oh, the Doctor is an old man again, and he's Scottish and is angry a lot. I love this. He's like a dad. I never had one of those. I thought you said Peter Pan syndrome. Peter Pan syndrome. Gosh. Y'all be projecting, I swear. Although it does sound similar. Peter Pan syndrome. I was just fixing the zoom in. I didn't know I needed to be teased with pretending to be an adult as something I needed in my life until now. Aww, is this you done being an adult for the week? We recently told a vanilla friend about our regression and he was super chill. Left diapers out cause that's not relevant or his business. I mean, how to put this? Yes? Yes in every way? The amount of discretion or like indiscretion is like up to you. If you don't want them to know, then that's valid. I do really hate like the attitude of you have to spill your guts so we can judge you or whatever. Though sometimes people will end up having like invasive questions or whatever. But I'm glad they're respectful. Though considering we're incontinent, it's kind of a package deal. And if someone finds out we wear diapers, it's probably from the perspective of being incontinent before being a bab. If we're meeting offline, if we're meeting online, it's the other way around. I'm wearing a cloth dip, so you giving me a wedgie is not really going to have the result you think it is. You might just rip my diaper off. Living with your big is literally this fucking thing where it's just like, At any time, I could get pantsed, or a wedgie, or a tongue stuck in my mouth, but that's not age play. I mean, well, it is because it's Big Sis. Thanks for the coffee. Wow. Big Sis is actually the one who taught me that you can receive wedgies even when in diapers. And it's somehow more embarrassing. We've certainly had vanilla friends that have been chill with it. And I think that there's certainly something to say about someone who is not like super emotionally invested but does want you to be happy and is just like, oh, you're a baby? That's so cool. Like the type of vanilla friends that make jokes about you being a little, or make little acknowledge, no pun intended, acknowledgements, can feel really good. Like, hey, I'm going to 7-Eleven, you want like some applesauce or something? Like, I don't know, that amount of like consideration is like really nice. And I think that like a lot of people, because of like the hardcore kink framework that some people come into it with, where they expect that anyone that H player wants to interact with, they would want to like, you know, baby them automatically or whatever, is like there's a lot of not just nuance but a lot of like cool interactions that can be lost, just in my opinion. This gives me a lot to think about and reflect on. Goodness, I love this stream. That makes me happy. Also, femboys got popular at least in part due to sexualization of the feminine traits by pop culture. Oh, I definitely agree. We should do a femboy presentation at some point, because we have a lot of bones to pick with the femboy discourse in ways that you probably would not expect. Sneak peek. Stop erasing femboys who are trans mask. Just full stop. It's one of my biggest issues. Anyway, stepping out of your ordained societal role and stooping by not acting as someone of your gender, race, age, or class is expected to perform. I think about people who threaten violence on Therians because dogs are okay to be beaten and such. Oh, right! That's just like when someone's like, oh, you're a woman and you want to be treated the same as everyone else? Okay, I get to beat you up then. And it's just like, maybe don't beat up anyone. Ever think of that? I mean, you know, unless you have a consensual, non-consent sort of relationship. I have such brain worms and they're great. They're great brain worms. However, when people say shit like you were just mentioning, it's not usually in a consensual non-consent context. It is in a oh, that just gives me ammunition to treat you badly. Actually, do you remember the fucking rumor about kitty litters in schools because some kids identified as furry that the like alt-right was spreading? Someone proposed a law to call fucking animal control on kids who identified as furries from the old school perspective of, oh, we caught this kid smoking, let's just make them smoke the whole pack. It's like, you identify as a non-human, I'm gonna treat you like a non-human. And it's just like, everyone's like, dude, you can't do that. That law's not gonna pass. What's wrong with you? Although at this rate, considering the way America's going, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to get it a couple of years and it went through. There's a lot of societal violence just hidden in plain sight. I mean, yeah, it's hidden in plain sight because it's an acceptable amount of violence. Shit, I think even people who are ostensibly, like, consider themselves non-violent would be at least casually okay with violence against, like, kids or even, like, disabled people if they're being annoying enough and there's a reasonable assumption that they would stop being annoying, or they wouldn't be so annoying if they were given discipline, i.e. violenced. Also, I made myself a cup of coffee, so I am engaging with butt thrusters while I work. What's a butt thruster? Oh. Never mind. Gosh, I love Capaldi a lot. The best part is that I fell off so hard on Doctor Who that even though I could reasonably start on the I actually don't know the name of the girl doctor, especially since I've seen so many people complain about that iteration of the Doctor. Because there's some weird writing and some of the most some of the episodes with the worst implications, like the fucking one that's a metaphor for like Amazon is in her run, and it just sucks. But honestly, Doctor Who is kind of like the president. Even when they're a minority, they still kind of represent the status quo. Ultimately. I have pee your pants syndrome. No, don't have pee my pants syndrome. I can pee my pants on my own. Capaldi is one of my favorites, but his seasons were mid. He deserved better. You think so? I mean, I guess in the sense of, well, okay, in the sense of the entire series up till now, I can't exactly speak. I can only speak till like this up to the season before he left from the start of New Who. And in that case, like, I think he has just as much interesting stuff as certain other characters. It's just that, like, his emotional connections, especially with companions, just don't hit the same, but that's probably because they're less romantic. Cause, what was her name? Like, Sarah or whatever? The companion that Capaldi has when he first starts, when, like, he first transforms into the Doctor as Capaldi. Clara is my favorite companion. If Clara is in an episode, okay, that's actually going too far. I was gonna say if Clara's in the episode is good. That's not true. Clara episodes have my stamp of approval, and I consider them fan service because I love her so much. Like, outside of when, like, it's River Song or like the Egghead guy or Donna or that one or two times that like Maisley Williams played a character on Doctor Who that was like technically a Time Lord but not really. Yeah, Clara all the way. Unless Amy Rose is around. Wait, Amy Rose, that's from Sonic. Fuck. Rose Tyler. Damn it, all my fucking autism is getting crossed. Oh right, I told everyone what pants I was wearing now because I was telling my partner that their wedgie wouldn't work. I'm wearing ABU spacers. I haven't worn those in so long. I remember when those were the only adult diapers you could get that had fade when wet. We're spoiled for choice now. But not me. I don't have diapers. Unless someone goes to my throne and buys them for me. I'm living with a little I'm taken care of. Whoa, how does that feel? Do you consider yourself a switch, or are you just a little who's also taking care of a little? Wedgies work in mysterious ways. I'll explain it more, like maybe in Discord, in a setting where I won't go into TOS or potentially go into TOS. I do remember that. Goodness above, what a fucking cruel myth that got spread by right wingers. Oh yeah, the fucking Keeler thing. BDSM in my ADBL 101 lesson? More likely than you think. I can't believe I said butt thrusters. Woo! Okay. I am finally up to date on chat. Let's continue the progress. Age dissonance as philosophy. Wait, that we do the last one? Okay, yeah. Age dissonance as philosophy. Because it wouldn't be correct to say age play right now. In post-industrial, late-stage capitalism, I say the line, Bart. It was capitalism. It was capitalism the whole time. In post-industrial, late-stage capitalism, the concept of adult is not determined exclusively by legal or physical maturity, but rather by one's ability to work. Less access to gainful employment, thus ability to produce capital is often grounds for one's adulthood, or rather autonomy, to be undermined or revoked. See, unhoused people, elderly people, disabled people, queer people, racial minorities, women, and more. I think that the crossover between things that are very, queer coded and things that are very, little coded is really interesting, because there is an amount of, flamboyancy, that's the word. There is a tremendous amount of flamboyancy coded into queer culture, and especially projected onto us, that honestly probably wouldn't be the way it is right now if not for the Hays Code making people have to hide queerness in plain sight, or have it be something you can hand wave, or it has to be a trait only a villain can have or something. I think it's very interesting that actually okay. I'm gonna give some fluff lore that I've never mentioned on stream. Even for the old heads, this will probably be something new. If I don't forget what I was about to say, because whew, that shit, I was talking about late stage capitalism. The animators in Inside Out 2 were explicitly told to tone down Riley's queer codedness. Oh yeah, I did see that. It was make her look less gay. I thought it kind of made her look more gay. Especially the scene where she's super nervous and fawning at the cute other hockey girl. I can imagine Riley calling her Big Sis. If anyone can jog my memory on what I was saying before I lost my damn mind, I would appreciate it. Sorry, I'm moving so fast. Yeah, the video essay is Gambit. It was capitalism. It was something, whatever I said before, something that I didn't talk about on stream before. Damn, I was going to give you some deep fluff lore, but I guess I'll reread the fucking slide and see if that jogs my memory. In post-industrial late-stage capitalism, the concept of an adult is not determined exclusively by legal or physical maturity, but rather one's ability to work. Less access to gainful employment, thus ability to produce capital, is often grounds for one's adulthood, or rather autonomy, to be undermined or revoked. See unhoused people, elderly people, disabled people, queer people. Oh, I was talking about queer people and the flamboyancy of queer culture to childlikeness. And I think that even the term queer in its original definition of being weird or being different, which even in a industrial or pre-industrial Protestant work ethic culture could certainly be seen as kind of making light of people of the world, or not putting away childish things. And obviously there's plenty of queer culture and stuff and people who aren't kid coded, I guess, in their like behaviors or like things they enjoy, but there's a reason that a lot of queer people like clowns. Just saying. Scribble, expert blue baller. You know it. Damn, I really wanted to learn about the cool face stuff. Queer, also quaint, comes from the same root as see you next Tuesday. What? That's insane. I love that. Some people are, through circumstance, considered less of an adult, so it makes sense that some will find reclamative confidence in artifacts or attitudes that reinforce the dissonance they have with their identity and the role of adult as is used as something to fall short of. That's the thing. Once you become there's so many things that are stressful about like adulthood, but I would say that one of the major ones is the concept of failing at adulthood. It's like you're given this thing and all these responsibilities that you never asked for, and that, you know, you're intrinsically linked to, and even if you have like substantial proof that like your limits fall short of like what people expect of you, still being looked at with ire or assume that you're being lazy or that you don't care, or that you don't have a capacity to understand. You know, there's so many different ways that falling short of the expectations of being an adult like can hurt relationships, can hurt like social economic like opportunities, or just generally will end up being a bad time. But at the same time, that childlike wonder that can often be seen as like a problem in adults or something to like look down upon is also a really great source of like humility and empathy, not just for people who are childlike or for children themselves, but for people who invariably fall short of the things that people hold them to, because like families, parents, institutions, sometimes friends and colleagues will expect things of us that are, you know, well beyond our capacity to achieve, and sometimes not in a like rubbing your face in a way, just sometimes someone thinks highly of you and you don't want to let them down. And in that case, sometimes you really want to be an adult. Though for us, we've kind of disentangled the concept of being responsible with being an adult, and part of our relishing of being like childlike is certainly informed by kind of that framework of adulting, where it's like adult is not something I am, but something that I do. Like I'm adulting when I'm doing my taxes, for example. But I'm not an adult other than, you know, in the legal sense. Childlike wonder is something I rarely see in littles I meet IRL and online. Not sure why. Maybe because the world's on fire and the context is just off. Shit, I remember when a little fucking flagged me down because they saw us wearing an ABU hat in public, and they disappeared almost immediately. They were like a ghost. I felt that was pretty whimsical. It was like I ran into a fellow fae. Responding to the clown thing. We internalize the idea of being able to perform labor is deeply tied to personal sense of value. Yup. Actually, for us, we inverse that sense of my value is determined by, you know, me being able to do a lot of work, or at least we try to, in the sense of feeling little or being little even when we are adulting, there is a sense of accomplishment that kind of comes with it, where it's like, I got something done, even though I have less capacity than a quote-unquote normal adult. And in some ways, that is very true. I still do believe that my, like, as childlike as I am still, like, in certain ways, still, like, an adult. But even so, with all, like, the mental illness and trauma and stuff, like, holding me to the standards of a not traumatized neurotypical adult will leave everyone disappointed. So in certain ways, it is something to be proud of, to be able to accomplish something that because of certain circumstances you have a diminished capacity for. And I think that there is a sort of pride in that. I've certainly come to a place of disability pride out of oddly age play and age regression like context. It's kind of funny that way. Age dissonance as philosophy continued. Seriously, why would I be an adult and accept indoctrination when I could just overthrow capitalism and be a VTuber and wear diapers instead? Gosh. The fact that this stream is also happening on YouTube right now is funny to me. The current economic and cultural climate is one of hyper-individualism, and part of that conceit is meritocracy, in that failing to meet the standards of adulthood is framed as a personal failure. As erosion of the middle class escalates, more folks, especially in younger generations, have less access to the wealth and opportunity of previous generations. But while cultural attitudes of adulthood change for younger people, the dominant culture the dominant culture that still has control. Wait, I think I did actually write it right. I'm gonna just start over that paragraph. As the erosion of the middle class escalates, more folks, especially in younger generations, have less access to wealth and opportunity than that of previous generations. But while cultural attitudes of adulthood change for younger people, the dominant culture that still is in control is one imposed by a world as seen by oligarchs whom see access to wealth as a signifier of maturity and responsibility. And so as a result of that, regardless of your capacity to work and how much work you can put in, because of the slumming of and basically obliteration of the middle class and, you know, attack on working class and, you know, like attack on unions and stuff like that, there are less ways for the average person to be what's the word, like, not consistent, stable. It's much harder for the average person to be stable. And so with the dominant culture's framework of meritocracy, even though contexts are changing and the world's getting harder to live in, even for people in the first world, or the global north if you prefer, even as that happens, instead of attitudes changing to be more accepting or compassionate or to help people more, it just becomes, oh, well, you know, in this day and age, more people are just lazy, as a framework to explain why things are worse and more people are, like, unemployed or something. Like all those signs on places that are going out of business or have limited hours because, quote, no one wants to work. It's funny that I love to pee my pants, but I will legitimately make fun of capitalists and landlords who are, by all the frameworks that I've been explaining, are considered in wider society to be much more adult than us, and still make fun of them as if they were children. despite everything that I said, it's just so easy to make fun of someone and diminish them in making fun of them to being like a child. It's just so easy. I don't even know if I can say that like a microaggression or something, but honestly, if I was watching this stream and the streamer wasn't a little themselves and they said something like that, I would be like, I would turn my nose up. I wouldn't even turn it off. I would just be like, but maybe it's because I consider it what was it, false, not false bravado, stolen valor. All right, we're getting into the darkness. So if you've had a good time and you don't want to get any more taboo in the conversations we're having than we've already have, then this is a great time to get off the ride or take a water break till we finish or mute for a while. I don't know if it's going to be particularly triggering for my audience. I guess we'll find out. The vilification of age play. Even non-sexual age play is under a constant threat of deplatforming and censorship. Harassment and ostracization is on the rise, be it in the personal or in the context of social media platforms. You could even consider this presentation as a sort of sequel or spin-off to a past stream discussion we had a couple of months ago about the increased amount of like puritanism on the internet and how it's affecting like taboo art or like adult art or both, especially when it comes to things affected by payment processors like Patreon or Pixar fanbots, but even stuff that is not necessarily has a monetary like gate to it, like for Affinity. Although I hear that it was a rogue mod that decided to start banning baby furs, though I was already not a big I was already kind of not a big fan for Affinity for the way things had been going. So like, I need to make a new ink bunny, I guess. Capitalism isn't failing, it's doing its thing, and the people who benefit from it most are very happy they're still benefiting from it. It is late stage capitalism. I won't say it's not in its death throes, but because of how capitalists are, they don't care about the death throes. They're like, damn, we're making hand over fist with all this price gouging. Hey Del, we started stream super late and we're talking about ADBL. We actually have a ADBL 101 course. I say course, no purchase necessary. Not an illegal lottery. We're on the tail end, and we're actually getting into the more taboo and like Puritan parts of talking about this. We've talked about like the ups and downs of it, right? And that's gonna be a thing. And because we started stream late, this is actually just our first segment, so we'll probably be streaming all morning. So yeah, this is nothing new, but there is a recent wave of intolerance that was preceded by a wave of newfound acceptance in some spaces. I don't believe in horseshoe theory, but I do feel that the like way of progress sometimes feels like a horseshoe, but it's kind of like it ebbs and it flows, I suppose. And after big gains, there is a big push to reverse those gains, right? And I think that in terms of like the Puritan stuff that's been spreading in the world and on the internet, that it is going to get worse. I hope the pendulum swings the other way, but history has shown us that it does tend to swing in one way and then the other way. We don't think that history is a circle. We think that history, especially from past to future, is a spiral. You know, history rhymes. So I know that although this Puritan push that is making it really hard for a lot of Babs to keep footing in social spaces, or for ADBL artists to, and other like age play related artists to like find a safe space or like be able to make a living, that eventually there'll be a resurgence of like visibility and acceptance, or like a site that becomes like a haven for us. But in the meantime, in between time, protect your neck, I suppose I gotta say. For all those out there, you never know. Actually, talking about ADBL so plainly, and some of the more taboo types of stuff that we are adjacent to or a part of, has been really scary, because up until well, I mean, I guess you would say ongoing, technically, the amount of like deplatforming or like harassment or shit, even just like light salt we've gotten from being a Bab online has been, especially compared to other folks, even folks who aren't as like willing to be as visible in non-ADBL or not exclusively ADBL spaces as we are. Like, we expect to get a lot more shit than we do, and we know that the more visible we are in the sense of like discoverability, that eventually it will occur, that we'll get some shit we don't like. And I mean, like, we are still pretty butthurt about like running into a stream sniping us and saying a bunch of stuff that people often say about folks like us, very pejorative things, or insinuating very pejorative things. And it was like our last stream of the year before we went on hiatus for 4 months, and it just really fucked with us, even though we knew that the stuff that was said like wasn't true and was just like some chud, right? But it still sucks that like, it sucks to feel like an easy target. But you know, everyone hates kids, even people who are kids on the inside. This era feels similar to how Hoover upended regulations and Roosevelt had to fix the economy. I expected a second New Deal or a revolution. I'm thinking more the second one, because I don't think that Kamala Harris is very radical. I mean, I want her, from all the people who could be the next president, I certainly want her over anyone else, but I'm not feeling too optimistic about self-proclaimed cop president. What was it? Better of two evils, I suppose. Although conflation of age play with child abuse or even general mental illness, that is something that people don't as much bring up in terms of like the type of hate that littles get. But people sometimes be like, oh, if you think you're a child, or like you like to do this stuff recreationally, even though it's not hurting someone, it's creepy and there's something wrong with you. It's, you know, vibes-based morality. And also sort of has some ableism like packed in there, where it's like, this must be the result of mental illness, and by that there's a medical framework in which I am imposing that you need to get fixed, i.e. You like wearing diapers for fun or profit? Okay, I can understand profit. It's under capitalism. But, like, you wear diapers for fun? That's kind of... Maybe you should seek therapy, bro. I hate that shit. I don't know if you can tell. Oh, I definitely think it's Kamala is better than Trump. But I don't like this, I hate the America being run on the system of lesser of two evils. Her, like, she's running essentially on the same promises or the same vibes as Biden, and essentially being like, Kamala Harris, she's not Trump. And it's just like, she still wants to crack down on the board. Wait, actually, no. This is not a fucking election stream. It is not. I am totally willing to talk about political stuff, but we will literally be here all day. We'll literally be here all day. I just dated this vibe so much by talking about Kamala at all. Not that I'm against that, but god damn it, I'd do a Kamala Harris stream before the end of the year, don't I? Especially if she fucking wins. Well, actually, if she she wins, we'll know before the end of the year. It's just she won't be instated until January. I do hope she wins, though. Fucking Project 2025, fuck that. Actually, since we're going down the dark and lonely tunnel, well, actually, it's not gonna be a lonely tunnel. Let's take one more well, it's not a question intermission, but it's an activity intermission. Anyone who has access to the Discord, if you want to follow along with me using the bingo sheets that I posted to Discord when we posted that we were streaming, feel free. We can compare and contrast. We can talk in the chat about it, about which ones you get. If you even notice that we put middle and little bingo up, because we did. Okay, let's do middle bingo first. Delay. Scribble score. Alright, let's see what we got here. First off, this is by Miss Naval. I think that's how you say it. Forgive me if it's not. Oh yeah, cause airbrush. I want it in paint. I do want it a little bit see-through. Let's do vivid light. Okay. So let's see. Oh, no. You don't have to apologize. No one in the chat has to apologize. I got worked up, but I wasn't angry. Well, I wasn't angry at you. I'm angry at Kamala Harris. I have a lot of emotions about politics, and I have a lot of words that will come out of my mouth at the slightest poke under my brain circumstances, because I cannot shut up tonight, which is great because I'm a streamer. But I also, remember how I mentioned before that I have, like a child, a poor, sense of, what's that word? Or phrase, impulse control? I have to verbally acknowledge why I want to stop talking about something in order to fully disengage with it, because I need to give myself a reason. But I'm not upset, and I'm certainly not a streamer who is mad that politics got brought up in my chat. I mean, I was talking about late-stage capitalism. Okay. Well, This is middle bingo? Yeah. Get 5 in a row. Okay, so... Hey, look! Consensual non-consent kink. Fuck yeah. Stoner. Focest. Incest kink for people who don't want to say the word incest. Got it. Nostalgic horror, oral fixation, Y2K aesthetic, sticker collector. We literally have a sticker. Well, we don't have a sticker book. We should get a sticker book though. We have a sticker box. We have a lot of fucking stickers. Don't even. Okay, scene. Give me that hot topic. Not a fan fiction addict, but I guess I'm a Dojin addict, so I would have to also include that. I will have to also include that. Versatile? Oh, I'm super versatile. That is good. I still haven't gotten 5 in a row. Snack food lover. I'm kind of trying to lean away from it, so I won't circle it necessarily right here. Neurodivergent. I am very neurodivergent. Yes. Younger middle? Oh yeah, there's different levels of middle, different like places you can be on there. So like, I mean, generally, since when I was part of Drizzle, we considered ourselves like little age, like 5 or so. Though honestly, like, especially because I like braces, and I'm just like, oh, I can't wait to get like a good ref sheet done, so I can finally have some pics of me I can stare at with braces, because I don't know how to draw braces well yet. Like, remember that show Brace Face? I loved that show, and I felt really giggly on the episodes where she got to have her braces taken off when they get put back on, where it's like, oh no, I'm a dork again. And it's like, ha 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 ha. The clock strikes midnight, nerd. Let's see. Likes video games. Can I circle this a million times? Free space. I won't go older little. I'll go Halloween. Look at that. Took so long. Okay. Now little bingo. I should make my own one of these too, because I am curious on how it could work, and how I would set it up. Likes being a tease. Yes, though I need to get my tease game up. Oh, I do actually like how this is applying. I'm not circling it. Okay. Well, I'll say wants caregivers, but also like have people who can caregive me. I mean, honestly, if I wanted to, I could have the caregiving that happens to me could be to a higher degree, or like I could covet it more. But I like being fairly independent. Hey, corruption king. Someone stick a fork in that one. If someone will remember later, about my corruption kink, it will wrap into today's topics. If someone feels like they want to remind me in a little bit. Stuffy hoarder, yes. I still haven't shown my complete control of stuffies. Well, fun fact, when I do get a battle Sona, I guess, or like action stuff with my Sona, it will become very clear that I am a puppet master. Like, if you like Kankuro or Sasori from Naruto, I am so there. I'm also a necromancer. That's fine. Polyamorous. I actually don't have a size kink. Pet play. Plushophilia. Oh. There's a free space and prefers sweet food. There's so much. Oh, they have a has caregiver. That's cool. I'm very little. Can you tell? I do prefer sweet food, but okay, so we're gonna have to be real. Okay, so we need to, as a community, understand that the aesthetic of sweet foods was manufactured, sort of. I mean, okay. So, Big Sugar, right? So, it used to be that, like, takeout restaurants and, like, eat-in places had food that was a lot different than the food that we have in a lot of places today. And there was a turn in the food industry where things were made, quote unquote, more child friendly. And this happened at the same time that children were starting to be treated more like how they're treated now, or at least seen how they're treated now, as folks that like just generally should have less control, or are thought to be, you know, like folks that should be spared from certain things on general principle, and be like infantilized for longer. Fun fact, in terms of adult responsibilities, the farther you go into industrialization and the like global north, you'll find that there are traits of like child rearing and like maybe not necessarily developmental, but sort of developmental milestones that change based on generation, based on the availability of certain things. Like in our research, we found that diapers, actually, the advent of diapers meant that get this. So because of industrialization and the creation of and commodification of disposable diapers, people went longer before being fully potty trained. The average age of someone getting potty trained, or the average age of someone who is completely toilet trained, was much younger, like 80 years ago, for example. Insane, right? It's like, oh, only because I live in this time can I be such a piddle pants. But I digress, because I was talking about sugar. So there, because of the turning point in how like children were starting to be seen more like they are now, sugar became sort of a symbol of that. But sugar in a lot of ways is sort of a... Sugar has had a weird relationship with children. I think it's kind of funny because, I don't know if you know this, but, you know, during the time where, like, cocaine was in Coke, or, like, I guess a little bit before that, and even in, like, feudal Japan, drugs were given to kids to, like, quiet them down or distract them, kind of like giving a kid an iPad now. So it's like, oh, this kid is too rambunctious, give them some opium and they'll be quiet. Of course, there's the sense of, oh, give a kid sugar and they'll bounce off the walls. But, like, hyping children up and making them filled with sugar is kind of part of child rearing in the West in a lot of ways, and it's certainly not the only thing. But the institutional, like food industry sense of we need to throw sugar into food to make it more appealing to kids had splash damage, and that we have sugar in everything in the Western world now, which we've been finding a lot. And it's no wonder that, you know, in societies like we have, where sugar is put in everything, especially stuff that doesn't need it, and made more addictive, that you know, people who have a sweet tooth, as they say, also tend to have a lot of cavities. We have very bad cavities, and we probably will never be able to afford to get the dental care that we need, right? But it's actually sort of a thing that is, if you've ever seen like Kids Next Door or something like having a bunch of cavities could be seen as a badge of honor for a kid or for someone with a childlike mind. And we, because of understanding how painful it is to have cavities and how sucky it is not to have proper dental hygiene or care, we have found out in our quote-unquote adult life that, yeah, it kind of sucks to eat a lot of sugar all the time, actually. And there's a lot of reasons that we've been leaning away from sugar, but also it's like, it's kid drugs. Sugar is kid drugs. And I can be a kid without kid drugs. And I also don't like microdosing sugar and it being in everything. I like having a little bit more control over it. And actually, we've had a lot more, better, even mental health and functioning mental health outcomes because of, eating less sugar. It's wild. Anyway, yeah. Little and middle easily all over the place. Oh, drink enthusiast. Authority kink. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop before it gets too weird. Alright. Now we're back into the dark. I have given you a small reprieve, I hope. We need more energy-dense foods, especially when we're programming. But we tend to go with sweet foods because they're fairly energy-dense as they are. Oh yeah, it's like a fast reward. Sugar gives you energy quickly. It's very disposable energy, and it also kind of can lead you to being like, oh shit, I'm gonna crash, or I'm tired, let me just eat more sugar to stave off the crash till later. And you just have a cumulative effect. What's a corruption kink? Oh, give me a second. So, I want to talk about social murder real quick first. So, social murder is a concept of premature death caused by loss or deprivation of economic, social, or political resources. This could be caused by any number of factors, from systemic discrimination, an alienated working class, or being pushed out of public life. Social murder was coined by German philosopher Friedrich Engels in the 1840s, but since the internet age, there has been a lot of people who have applied social murder to social and economic forces that exist online. Considering the constant world we live in of information where someone's, especially a marginalized someone's, livelihood is very much determined by their reputation, and that people who are especially sensitive to deplatforming are often people who are minorities, tends to makes the social murder of minorities much easier, or marginalized people in general. Although some people might have some chagrin with calling ADBLs or age players generally as marginalized people, I think that using furry fandom as a reference point is an easy way to explain it and unpack it a little bit, in the sense that a furry isn't necessarily queer, but the furry fandom and the furry subculture is very queer positive and has its roots in queerness. And so, even though there are people or even a sizable degree of people who are in the furry fandom but are cis, het, or both, the community and the way it is seen has a very queer coding to it. And it's also why the furry fandom is another easy target for bad faith folks and Puritans and fascists, because it's this super weird thing that isn't technically queer, but has a proximity to queerness where you know there's going to be splash damage. So if you just attack furry enough, that happens. And I think that it can be similar with kink, not just ADBL and stuff. I mean, shit, we have the same conversations in spaces about polyamory, even. Whether or not polyamory should be treated as queer, or especially queer adjacent, because someone can be polyamorous and not be queer. But it is very weird and very like radical to practice consensual non-monogamy in our, like, in the system and in the world that we live in. It's just not the norm, as much as its frequency as is increasing. That is all to say, there's like a lot of intersections that will make someone particularly susceptible to social murder. It's rarely that someone is just, say, an ADBL. Someone may be an ADBL and autistic, or an ADBL and trans, you know, and because of those splash damage targets, it's really easy to get like multiple spray fields and do a lot of damage. Or as that is to say, with less video game metaphors, it's really easy to attack someone for one thing for the purpose of getting away with being prejudiced against another thing that that person definitely has, but you can't necessarily outright call attention to without being seen as being in bad faith or a bigot. Although there is something to say about people who have, like, you know, good intentions, though at the same time I don't have a lot of patience for it in this day and age. In regards to age players being pedo-jacketed, that is, someone projecting a conceit of being a pedophile onto a person to discredit them or to deplatform them. Given that age players have a propensity to be pedo-jacketed or just straight up kicked off of platforms, it's kind of like it's really easy to social murder us is what I'm saying. And because there are so many queer age players, or, you know, neurodivergent age players even, the social murder of us is I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, now we're gonna talk about corruption. Dark age play, or that icky stuff. When we first got into the ADBL community, we gravitated towards the dark and extreme side of fantasy's art and community. At the time, we found a group under the subgenre of dark age play, which is a term that we have been using even in current day, even though, as far as we know, no one else fucking uses that term anymore. Some people might even consider dark age play to be an obfuscation, but that usually comes from the perspective of someone who's like, oh, you trying to use dog whistles? Trying to propose a framework of you should just outright say all the taboo stuff instead of trying to hide it behind pretty language. This loose group of more taboo age play can also be coined as problematic age play, depending on who you're talking to. Role-playing, doing scenes, or creating and consuming art of age play scenarios that include but are not limited to gore, non-con, incest, physical age regression with any direct or adjacent sexual contents, and petite or childish bodies, and sometimes childlike mental states, all count in our mind as dark age play or dark age play adjacent. Basically, the easy pickings for things that someone could use their social justice muscles against. I decided to talk about corruption kink here because, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, because of the sense of escalation with certain taboo interests, especially in terms of sexuality and kink, of a concept of being led down a deeper and deeper path, almost like drug abuse, where it's like, okay, you like diapers like this week, but next week you'll be shitting in them, and in a few years some other slippery slope argument, that sort of thing. In terms of corruption, actually, just like a lot of stuff that we just mentioned, reclaiming bad experiences through having the control over it in a context that you have some sort of control over, because you can walk away from it, whether it's you're doing something in fiction or you're acting something out with a willing adult partner. I think that corruption kink is actually quite broad. It doesn't have to be taboo, and it's certainly not something exclusive to age play either. Not even a little bit, actually. But how I want to talk about it. For us, corruption kink we originally stumbled upon it with stuff like supernatural stories, say stuff like vampires, creatures that are very erotic, things that transform you. And you can see why we might have some interest in being transformed, right? Though that is a little bit more on the nose in terms of transformation. There is this wonderfully abysmal manga called The Flowers of Evil that kind of typifies this. There's about some high schoolers, one of which is a very perverted girl who, just much like how young girls or women in general are infantilized and thought of as generally like demure maidens and couldn't possibly have dirty minds, is actually the instigator of sexual and ecchi interactions between her and this guy. And the guy, contrary to what people would expect, especially in a manga about young people at the crest of sexual development, is actually pretty tame and I won't say whimsical, but ignorant, and certainly a little bit of innocence, or whatever. And through the process of them meeting up outside of school in a tent on the river and stealing girls' underwear that go to their school and doing all these weird, crazy escapades that usually have some sort of sexual element to them or some sort of perverted subtext, the main character starts to see the fun in these things. And of course, the concept of corruption is something that is very common in in a puritanical sense. People believe that with enough exposure to a thing, not only will a thing be normalized, but that you will go down a route of maybe hurting people. Obviously, something that people might be used to in these spaces that we're inhabiting right now would be people thinking that video games cause school shootings, right? that thing that was happening, that thing that was being said a lot in the 90s and early 2000s, and even sometimes now, about like media having a corrupting effect on people. And I think it actually undermines people's autonomy and intelligence to say that someone will, an adult especially, will uncritically, even with loss of like media literacy, will just be like, oh, this is one to one with things that happen in life, so, or this is an example of something that can happen in life, so it automatically has the same moral ramifications of that. And it's like, no. Though I do accept that we live in a world where our media consumption and like how we come to terms with the media that we consume is often seen as a reflection of like a morality, even though it doesn't have to be. But honestly, the thing that started us on the level of like understanding we have about these taboo topics was actually Undertale, and not necessarily because Undertale has some of the best porn. Undertale / Deltarune has some of the best porn ever of any fandom, hands down. But the concept of, and forgive the mild spoilers, but there is, you know, a genocide run and like a pacifist run and a neutral run, and generally things outside of a genocide run are seen, you know, as you know, good. And there is a subset of fandom, or I should say there are individuals that take the message of Undertale and its ludo narrative and its meta narrative so seriously that they feel that they have a moral superiority towards people who do genocide runs. As Sans says on some of the times that you lose him, since he's basically the final boss, if you were really a friend, you would stop restarting and trying to fight me. Which is actually what we did at one point. We gave up playing it. It was like, well, we got the best good ending. Why do we need to do the genocide route? We know what happens. We feel close to these people. Why do we want to just make them suffer? Just to be a completionist? Just for the catharsis? Just to be bad? Though honestly, in the place that I am now, I don't think I would have. I think I will have some emotional like feelings to push through in the same way that a good story does. Like when you're in the last level of The Last of Us 1, and you have to, and the only way through to finish the game is to do something as Joel that the player probably does not want to actually do and wants a non-violent solution more than anything, probably, or at least that's how the game like has kind of poised you to want to be, or expects of you. There is a lot of fear that people have that even being neutral about something that is you know, taboo in nature or questionable automatically reflects badly on them. And it is hard, and this sort of stuff has existed since before the internet. I don't think the internet invented people applying morality from fiction one-to-one with reality, but I know that reclaiming it feels really nice. And fun fact, mine Scribble is exists in the context of my self-acceptance of these taboo things. My Sona has corruption coding, or is corruption coded, or a corrupted character, in the sense that the purple spots, the purple veiny darky spots around my body are not just, or not a representation of a bruised fruit, although sometimes it does come off that way. It is a representation of me being invaded by something, which actually did not originally have to do with this whole like Puritan and like potentially like rad queer like perspective on things that we have, I guess, but more so that I have a headmate that is a god of rot, and is like very much like concerned with nature and death, and we've had a hard time in our life accepting death, and we're in a better place than we've ever been with that, but it's still scary. And so not so much the death part, but accepting like deterioration, accepting limits, you know, and you know, the thing that led someone to be that led me to wanting my class to be necromancer was all informed by this stuff. But at the same time, this corruption, if I look at it in the context of like the taboo stuff that I like, was always there. If anything, I brought taboo understanding into my context of ADBL and ageplay, and I was coming at it from a different angle and perspective, and it's caused a little bit of a dissonance that I'm still resolving. But I feel like the physical corruption on my Sona, symbolizes an acknowledgement of the things that I've been afraid to like be authentic with and stand my ground on, because it's so much easier to just be neutral and to just try to avoid being like harassed or hated or like losing stuff, because you know, who wants to be social murdered? But corruption is a good fucking kink. I mean, sometimes it can be like you know, oh my god, I got this rash and it's becoming something. I mean, dronification could be considered sort of a sort of corruption kink. Same thing with hypnosis, especially hypnosis that deals with like personality changes. For example, the fucking xenomorph like impregnating you, that's some fucking corruption kink if I ever seen it, you know. And I think that taboo topics, and even as much as some people will say that because of this day and age, being queer or being like gay generally, or I guess being gay but not trans, isn't actually that taboo. But the pendulum swings. Whee! It's a wrecking ball. But like, because of the history of people assuming or projecting or villainizing queerness by basically being like it's a corrupting force and it's like a social contagion, and if you have like gay sex once, you'll crave it for the rest of your life, and it's like that says a lot more about the person than the act itself, doesn't it? There's a proximity to like corruption with like a queer person or queer perspectives on the world, especially because people who want to undermine queer liberation and like self-autonomy will often say to the queer people in their lives that they don't want to be queer, that so-and-so influenced you, because they want some sort of out. They want to believe that your true self is not your true self and you were just deluded. But sometimes I want to lean into that that minefield of stuff, because I know that at the end of the day I'm queer and I will be queer. Pretending that I'm gay because I watched the right cartoon at the arguably right time is also fun. With dark age play or icky stuff, whether or not it's moral basically comes down to two questions for us. Is the interaction, art creation, or play between consenting adults? And was the art made without exploiting actual minors? So when it's like, okay. When building this, I wasn't sure what I was gonna put here, so we put the art that we did recently here. Big Nanoapostle fan. Nanoapostle's main character is Lily, right? I made some diaper of said Lily, and it's on Pixar, right? And it's just like, as someone who has now made potentially or arguably problematic art, I can put my own hell on the chopping block, and I don't have to feel bad about putting a picture of someone's art here that might get mad that they were associated with, like, you know, this page on the presentation or something, right? But also, it furthered my not even my understanding, but the tactile experience of, like, I went from one end of, okay, I'm seeing an art thing and I want to do it, to the finished product in the context of something that's considered taboo, and going, huh, that wasn't so bad. No one was hurt. Or no one was meaningfully hurt. Some people do hurt themselves. We have actually gone back and forth about whether or not our framework has room for saying that certain art is harmful but it should exist anyway, as opposed to just saying the art is not harmful because no people were actually hurt. But we do consider like being triggered or the stress of certain things to be a kind of harm. So, like, there is a way to go, yeah, no, that's harm, but it's not the same. It's certainly not, like, perfect example that is analogous. It's not, I don't know if it's a perfect example. It's drawing someone getting their guts ripped out is not the same as drawing someone with their guts ripped out based on an actual picture of someone getting their guts ripped out, if you know what I mean. Oh god, I'm on one now. Empty spaces? What about empty spaces? What about empty spaces? Let me go back up. I actually missed a little bit. Well, more than a little bit. There's an SCP that is a computer full of porn that makes you get into more and more taboo porn the more you use it. I love fiction. Would it be dark age play if you depict yourself an outright child with no magical component? I guess it depends. Oh, specifically in a sexual setting. Yes. That is definitely dark age play. That actually leads me to a coin of phrase that I picked up recently. I have a certain I have a certain dissonance about the term that some people use on their pages when talking about, like, you know, the art they create, and they say all characters depicted are 18 plus, even if it's obvious that they're not. Perfect example, or one of my favorite examples, is the fact that I'm not sure if you know that even though Doki Doki Literature Club is a game that takes place in a high school with characters spanning at least 3 different grades, the game says that everyone is an adult, everyone is of age, and I understand why people need to cover their asses. I completely understand it, but my autistic brain recognizes how disingenuous it is. Especially since I see some people poking fun at the concept by being like, all characters are 18 plus, even when it's obvious that they aren't. But the turn of phrase that I've had a pretty good opinion of since I've seen it, especially in context of everything I just said, is not all characters are 18 plus, but all characters are adult actors. And it's like, what do you mean by that? In the context of the question asked of, what if you had no, like, magical age regression, you just depicted yourself as a kid in a, like, sexual context? Like, there was a ADBL artist that actually did that, called Strawberry Draws. Or, no, Strawberry Milk. Or Strawberry Milk is how it's, like, phonetically pronounced, I believe. And we actually felt very connected to her art because it was also connected to experiences of childhood sexual trauma. But like processing it through like taboo art, as people do. And I remember that there was like a lot of people deplatforming her for that, amongst other things, and like bad takes or whatever. But when it came down to it and looking at the actual art that she made, it was obvious to me, as someone who was from experiences that were not reading it, was not foreign. Like literally, it's like if you've seen I watch a TV Glow, like that's what it's like sometimes to be a fucking someone who is abused as a kid and still carrying a lot of that trauma, to read and like look at those comics, because I literally had like a fucking TV Glow moment before I saw TV Glow even was a thing. It was just like, oh my god, I feel funny, right? and not everyone's gonna be okay with that, and people having their limits is okay. But I think people seeing it as a sign of this is bad or this is like immoral is, well, misguided. I mean, I think even in the context we're having this conversation is really interesting, because one could even take the question as, is it okay to like this? Because obviously you're asking, is it dark age play, and not, is it okay? But if we were a different kind of streamer, this slide could be completely different, and we could be like, problematic age play is wrong, right? We could totally have had that approach. And then the comfortability in the room to ask such a vulnerable question would not reasonably exist. You know, and so I'm glad that we at least presented a framework where you didn't have to ask, am I a bad person? Because you're not. Everyone in real life operates like a person in Idiocracy. Who said that? I don't think I agree with that. But the internet definitely feels like an Idiocracy meme. You must hate pancakes. You must. Okay, well, I feel a little called out since I get a little salty over people killing the underground residents. Because, like, killing people for the sake of just finding out? Yeah. I don't like that. I fucking love Sona symbolism. Crave it. Oh yeah, I am definitely that fucking furry that uses their fursona as, like, a way to explore their self. Like, I'm a very philosophical furry, if you haven't been able to tell over the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. I'm never gonna get to play video games. Does empty spaces relate to corruption kink? Empty spaces. I don't think I talked directly about empty spaces. I don't know the context of that. Is empty spaces a kink? I feel like I've heard the term before. Should I be searching empty spaces kink? Am I gonna get jump scared? If the witch from whom is taking care of you deems it, I suppose. I love strawberry milk. Gosh, actually, like real talk right now. I remember when we first found Strawberry Milk's art, we had 2 fellow trans partners who at the time, oh my god, this is gonna screenshot really interestingly. We had some partners who were of trans mask experience, and we literally went to them for like validation, being like, is it, and literally is like, I'm not bad for liking this, right? Like, I connect with this, like, yeah. And I mean, even acknowledging that we found it hot, and it wasn't just like it was therapeutic, but it was also hot, you know? And it's just like, oh no. And they're like, and they were basically like in agreement of, no, that's valid. Just don't fucking tell anyone. and that was like such a move for so many things. I mean, even just like Loli Shota stuff, where it's just like, okay, we know it's not real world harm, but people are gonna assume that it's real world harm because people are fucking. There's so many ways I can end that sentence. People are all sorts of different, and we cause problems for each other, and we have trouble communicating, and I'm trying to still be optimistic because I have known a lot of people who started in a very like kink negative place with taboo topics, even stuff like more quote unquote wholesome age play, and yet somehow they go from a place of like puritanism to not even just approval, but sometimes even indulgence, a mindless self-indulgence. But it's sometimes that can only happen when you leave space for someone, when you're willing to explain to someone. And I hope that maybe that this presentation can be a stepping stone for some people in that direction. Thank you, Stream Elements. You should check out Fluff's Thorn and get them diapers. What? I didn't say anything. Whew. Okay. I told you we're almost done. Hey, Thorn. I think it's your turn. Well, I was called and I shall appear. I know I'm making a cameo because my Sona is also depicted here. Can you believe that this is pixel art? I guess we're in love with pixel art now. So there's this meme image that goes around that's like the virgin petite YouTuber versus the Chad LoliTuber, and it's reflected our actual experience so much that we had to make our own version, especially in lieu of all these deplatformations of like baby furs, and also just the Puritan backbiting that sometimes happens in those communities. To the point where up until recently, even telling a friend that we knew was chill with the stuff on there, that we had an ink bunny, even though we didn't post to it. Whew, that was a spicy meatball. But me and Scribble were torn in two very different directions when we split. Okay, so for context, when we say we split, and when Scribble was talking about like when we were Drizzle, or when it used to be Drizzle, or if I were to say when I used to be Drizzle, we think of it like a plant, or we try to explain it like a plant. I mean, obviously plural, yes. Where it's like you can take a part of a plant and you can replant that and grow it in its own pot, and they can both be two separate plants. It's called a scion. And although we do love our fucking incest fetish swag, we feel a lot closer, especially the the plants and the plant dragon people in our system feel much more closer in the sense of calling each other, or especially me and Scribble, scions, because that is the general way that we have existed, or like came into existence, us two separately. But it was a painful experience because we were having an identity crisis, and we thought the identity crisis was going to be us being split by who gets to be the front-facing person for flesh space and who gets to be the VTuber known as Fluffbite, and more specifically Drizzle, especially because at the time our entire system shared the Drizzle model because it was the only model that we had, and it didn't occur to us to do PNG tubing, or at the very least we didn't feel like we had the resources, or we didn't, or we just straight up didn't. And because of us knowing how in and outside of the ageplay community things can be fraught with how you present yourself and how your Sona looks and the type of art that you like or are around, we felt a pressure to have a adult Drizzle. And our original reference sheet for Drizzle included a kid version and an adult version, i.e. a wholesome Drizzle that if you lewd it is quote unquote bad, and then an adult Drizzle who, you know, you can fuck till the cow comes home, right? And generally our Sonas up until that point, or I shouldn't say up until the point of me and Scribble splitting, generally had an adult version and a you know, kid version. But there started being little divergencies, like the fact that Fantasia seeing her Sona with like long limbs made her feel like shit, and was like, I don't care what I have to call myself. You can call me a short stack or whatever. I do not want these proportions, right? Which is part of the reason why a lot of our old rough sheets we barely use for that reason. And we made sure to like have that you know, a delineation between the version of whatever Sona that is okay to lewd and the one that's not okay to lewd, because we knew that someone eventually somewhere would make that distinction for us and tell us that we were bad for it, you know. And ironically, I've complained about this before. We have literally had a kerfluffle with another little based on how my Sona, mine, Thorn, is presented. And the context of this, as much as I'm willing to share, is the fact that from what the person gleaned from our streams, from when my Sona or even Scribbles was on screen, they were like, your Sona is child coded, and it particularly threw us off because I'm supposed to be the safe one. I took a hit for the team. We were all, by the time I got my ref sheet, we had generally already started distancing ourselves away from asking for ref sheets with a kid and adult version. Especially when I think the first one of us that didn't want that was like on purpose, I should say, was probably Dusk, where it's just like, again, like, you know, whatever term you use, I am not tall, I prefer to be small, you know, and that sort of thing. And despite how we saw ourselves, it was kind of shattering to, despite our best efforts to be a good baby fur, and even in our quest for like acceptance and having an not interdimensional, a intersectional like community that acknowledges like little stuff and like tons of other stuff, we felt like we sanded down our edges to a degree to make us more digestible for the average person. And more recently, we found that that hasn't worked because the stain, the pure stench of baby fur is just too strong for some people. Like, legitimately. Well, I say legitimately, but it's still bullshit, right? Because, and this is actually not shade to people who just, like, feel a little icky or uncomfortable, or, like, the comfort that they find at age play is displaced by, you know, certain things, and they want to have, like, some distance from certain representations and stuff. That's fine. We definitely respect that, but at the same time, we have realized that the what was it? Wait, I think I have to show this. I don't remember. Okay, so we showed it on stream before, but there is this post, this Tumblr post that is called, like, was it Pete Buttigieg is just a faggot, and it's basically just this post being like, even for the like some of the biggest pick-me's in the world, you can also easily use like someone like Blair White as an example of someone who is part of a marginalized group, but, you know, like, basically works for the other team, is like not just a simple pick me, but, you know, goes as far as a class traitor. The point of that post, the Pete Buttigieg one, is that even for folks that try their best to throw their like their community under the bus to be one of the good ones, no matter how much you try to clean yourself up, you will always be seen as just, you know, what they think of the worst of us. And in the same way, people who are like have some sort of identity or kink that does something fucky wucky with age, as soon as that's a thing, then it can get really hostile. And in the same way that regardless of how good you try to be, and how much you try to be an upstanding member of this like social group that gets a shit kicked out of it, in the terms of a baby fur, no matter if you are like an agery or like the deepest, darkest age playing lolicon, they're still gonna call you a pedophile. And I say this as someone who, when in their throes of the most trying to appease, was still called that. So we kind of understand that firsthand, even when we were trying to be fair to ourselves, not so much be like, oh, I'm better than these other like baby furs or these other people who do this weird stuff with age stuff, but like this sense of fawning and accommodation where it's like queer people, or especially trans people in the audience, please echo what your experience is if you feel up to it, but have you ever felt, especially early on in like your acceptance phase of yourself, that when someone acknowledged, especially like someone who was not in like the group, like say someone who is cis, gendering you correctly, that you feel like extra happy and like indebted to them, that you feel like a spark of, this is a good person, especially without really knowing them? We were filled to the brim with that feeling. Every person who was explicitly like, I'm here for you, Fluffbite, I'm not like a bab or like, you know, in the age play community at all, but like I like your content, like that was so validating. But honestly, it was validating for the wrong reasons, because at the end of the day, it basically equated to, hey, Fluffbite, I like you even though you're a baby fur. And it actually became more hard to chew on and not acknowledge for us once we realized that we have supporters or fans or people in our community who, if they run into each other in spaces that are not explicitly like pro Bab or, you know, Bab at all, they might have to lie about how they know each other. And despite all our best efforts to I don't want to make the baby fur community look bad, we still had people who knew the score. And I mean, on the flip side of things, we've had people who are ostensibly comfortable with us be like, hey, you can collab with us, or you can collab with me, but please can you like cut off the PNG so the diaper doesn't show? It's okay, the pacifier is showing, but not a diaper. And it's just like, it was something that we were already gonna do in that case, but it just really hit home, just like how our acceptance can, even for something that we don't even consider that big a deal, in the same way that, like, especially like safe for work, quote unquote safe for work littles, sometimes get really upset about being thrown in the bathwater with like overly sexual littles, especially littles who do some of the faux pas of, even if you don't have like a Sona or a character who has like sus proportions, sometimes you will get a little bit of shade from people for like sexualizing your little space, as one might put it. And this is definitely an advanced topic for another day, but we've even had conversations with past partners about like literally having to tell them, hey, I know I'm a little, and I know that sometimes I age regress, and I know that like there's all these weird childlike things about me, but I promise you I can fucking consent. Like, and it's something we've had to like tell people before in several different contexts, so it's actually not something super new to us or like that alien to us. We've had to tell people that even though that we're ace, we can consent, for example. So like, it's just another day. And Del, I don't have any ill will towards anyone who has to hide that they're a Fluffbite supporter, or like, I'm just imagining someone who has like a Fluffbite t-shirt underneath their like work polo or something. Like, if I am your secret VTuber crush or something, or like I'm like, you know, like what do they call it, like if I'm your problematic fave, or I guess problematic seeming fave, I suppose, or what have you, like, as much as I would love to, you know, dwell in the light, sometimes the best things come in the dark. Conditional social acceptance! Super fun. Oh yes. I have a toddler, kid, tween, teen, and adult Lara, and you can loot any of them you like, LMAO. I think that's actually, wow, that's bespoke. It's like, at the, what was it, broke. I don't sexualize my little space for anything. That's weird. Woke. You can sexualize this character, this part of the character specifically, or in this context. Bespoke. I have many different versions of this character at many different ages. Fuck them all. Oh my god, I forgot about them fucking investigating Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, that's so perf. Appeasing to people who have the tendency to turn on you and dehumanize you, jacket or overanalyze you. For real. I mean, I've been worried about. Sometimes we've been worried about the community we're building because we didn't want to, you know, wake up one day and like post something like this and find out that, you know, what's the fucking not Minecraft meme? It's Fallout. It was like everyone hated that. You know, and we've had people like be in our streams and say a thing where it's just like, oh no, I think they think I'm more Puritan than I am. But actually I don't think I buried the lead. Maybe I buried the lead. I definitely didn't bury the lead for this being on screen. Oh damn. Scribble, when you watch this VOD later, I need you to make a version. I don't know which of us you should draw, but I need a like that version of the fucking gushing over magical girls panel where it's like morally it's like, was it legally it's questionable, morally it's apprehensible or something, and it's like personally I love it. Like, I need that right now. I need that for days. Okay, so I was avoiding it because I am super embarrassed that this has just been on screen and this is just something we're just talking about now, you know, because contrary to popular belief of like content creators and artists and people publicly on the internet like saying their truth, we are not like, we do care what people think about us, but just like how we love sugar, we find that it is healthy to not just be led by our emotions on that, if that makes sense. See ya. Time to blast Kendrick. The Virgin Safe Baby Fur. Ref Sheet has a regress version. Adult proportions, yet still considered minor coded. Is vague about what sites she uses. Always has the least offensive opinions. Although I don't think the person meant it in a negative way, I do remember a friend of ours once saying that we have really good opinions, and in the back of our head was just like, whew. I wonder if you would feel the same if I wasn't anxious about everything I said. Only goes little in private. This one isn't completely true, but like that was at one point kind of like our goal. Remind you her breasts are still growing, cause you know, I can't show it here. But there is a like a breast growth guide that goes around in trans circles of like adult trans femme like breast growth, but like it does fall into the different layers of just breast growth in general, and so like there are some trans girls who literally, even on hormones from like a very early time, maybe sometimes even before like wrong puberty hit, there is a non-0% chance that some amount of trans femmes who transition will always have a chest that is perpetually underdeveloped. When that became something we were very aware of, and the chances of that, considering that our like maternal parent was fairly small chested already, and we transitioned post puberty, it was just like, oh yeah, we're gonna be part of the itty bitty titty committee. But we were able to reclaim that sense of, you know, being cheated out of like the development that we wanted by being like, oh yeah, small titties, like Earth-chan. Earth is flat. But you know, there's those contexts, and it's just like an easy way to defend against that is like, even though I do have like the the comparable breast growth of a breast size of a teenager, that you know, my breasts are still growing. It's okay. It's okay. But in reclaiming it, it's like, it's okay even if it doesn't. And actually, we've actively, especially knowing just how much increased breast growth also means increased back pain, I'm okay with being part of the EBTD committee. But I didn't used to feel that I could really say that, because then I'm fetishizing a underdeveloped chest. General leftist. It's like, I don't want to be too radical. I'm a leftist, you know how it is. Faux incest enjoyer. I've only recently came across the term faux incest because some people use the term faux incest to distance themselves from the term incest, because some people are like, well, it's too hot. Well, not in the fun way. To be like, I'm an incest enjoyer, because that could be taken out of context and make you think that you actually approve of like real world incest and, you know, the worst forms. Because God, I have a friend that actually sometimes is like, you know, if you're talking about incest between two like adults who consent, I mean, other than the kids thing, is there really a big deal? There's like I have a friend who legitimately was like, but gay incest is based because you can't have kids. And I don't know about that can of worms, or I don't know how to have a reasonable conversation moving from that point in a stream like this, so I won't. But that is to say that, like, there are people who assume that your takes will automatically be pro-incest if you don't put the faux in front of it, as if to say that we need to make sure that you're only pretending to like incest, because it's not really incest, because you're not really like related to the person, which I guess makes sense. I mean, like, consensual non-consent is called consensual non-consent for a reason, but I also don't call it faux rape. But maybe that's just me. Constantly apologizing for being a bad person. Probably because of being constantly worried that the things that she's hiding means that she's a bad person, and feels like you being friends with her or being close to her is actually implicating you in her badness. Especially as a content creator, because, you know, what's the thing? Like, proximity is basically like guilt. Basically fuels a guilt by association framework for a lot of people. So there's always the worry that, oh shit, people will take my opinions as my friends' opinions, and then they'll be forced to choose between publicly being able to be friends with me and not. Which actually happened with us and Taiga. I guess at this point we can... Actually, we've talked about being friends with Taiga on our streams before, but not since we started streaming also on YouTube. Weird how our life is a merry-go-round. Such an interesting way, though. Let's see. I don't know if anyone has any in common feelings with any of the stuff that I've been laying down since we put this page up, but I am curious to know. Incest has two problems: fucked up kids and dangerous power dynamics. If it's gay and close in age, I see no problem. Yeah, fair. let's see. Only goes a little in private. Oh, no, we talked about that one. I do want to reference the only goes a little in private is especially relevant in the sense of the people who even in ABDL circles like talk ill of folks who like seriously baby talk and stuff like that. Like I've literally been like sitting in like a VC or hanging out in like a text chat or like a Telegram group, and just someone randomly out of nowhere, no context, just starts being like, oh, like I have a big problem with this. Like, I hate how cringy like baby furs are, who like, I mean, actually I think that Bluey is like the top tier fiction for like baby fur, for example, because it's something that even like non-baby fur related adults can like admit is very, very good. But littles who legitimately like Barney or something, pff, gosh, only for a joke or for a meme, right? You're not serious, are you? Like, I don't know. I think it was Evie who mentioned earlier that they've met people who are like littles but aren't really about the whimsy part, and like those definitely exist. I'm tired critter, so a bit slow brain, but I relate with the only goes little in private. Now because of my support worker being around a lot and struggling to take time to be little. Oh yeah, it like sometimes your discretion is very warranted and like very valid, but also damn it sucks having to be so vigilant too. Okay, I think I mentioned all the stuff. So, yeah. I don't know moving forward what I'm going to do about my Sona, necessarily. I don't mind having two versions. And as Evie mentioned, it's like, you can just have multiple ages of a Sona and just be chill with what happens to any of them, you know? And everything also is, like, in that context of respect. Like, some people have it on their ref sheets what they are okay with and not okay with happening to their Sona. Sometimes it is specific in that age play context of maybe someone has a little Sona, or like they don't sexualize their little space at all, and so they don't want their Sona put into sexual situations. Yeah. Although sometimes we've definitely felt weird being like, I don't want to say I don't have limits, but if you wanted to make Garu of my Sona, I probably would look at it. I probably would be like, yo, chill. But not like, whoa, chill. Like, oh man, that's chill. Especially recently, since we've like actually fully accepted that we're Nagoro. Also, do you like the collar on my Sona? So cool. I'm glad that Scribble brought that over from my ref sheet. Anyway, that's the virgin safe baby fur experience. I don't know how, but one day I will have my revenge, Scribble. I will have my revenge. I will have my revenge. To Scribble, we haven't really been active in empty spaces since shit hit the fan, but it's how we got introduced to quite a bit of interesting stuff. So if y'all want to look that up, it's probably not a TOS though, probably. Okay, well, the weekend is young, so I'll have to check it out then. Well, I mean, it is the weekend. I'll have to check it out probably off of stream then. I had a question about corruption, but if it's too spicy for Twitch, let me know. Ask the question, and then I'll let you know. Oh, you hated Barney? Barney is Joker colored, so I like Barney. Involuntary dissociative regression. Yeah, I mean, hard, like, involuntary dissociation in general, like, it can be rough. I think that there are situations where consent can be, like, a thing, specifically in terms of, like, like, blanket sort of agreed on beforehand consent for like certain types of situations. Like if you have like a slumber sets kink, you know what I'm talking about, like sleep sets type stuff. Like you can't explicitly consent in the middle of being asleep, but beforehand giving approval is a little bit different, and the context changes. And there is a space for it being acceptable. Not always. And I have a horror story related to that I will not be telling on stream. But I think there is some context to talk about just the sense of certain things having a complicated relationship with how you can consent to them, and how like consent can be messed up even when it's been agreed upon beforehand, which has happened to us before, is all I'll say. I like Barney. He's friend. I've never had a problem with Barney personally. Definitely not my favorite like kids mascot thingy. Like honestly, I was very much Bear in the Big Blue House. Like Bear in the Big Blue House, oh god, has my heart. But Barney's cool. Barney's cool. Does that mean you consent to EP hugs of your Sona? Yes. Shit, I used to have such a good like relationship with like sleep kink related stuff that like I had a partner who would consistently purposely set off like our hypnotic trigger in our sleep. Also there how we learned that we sometimes head switch in our sleep too, which is fucking sick. Feels like a superpower. I love the idea of slowly being groomed by an adult until I start initiating it in that child perspective. Yes, that is corruption. That is grooming is corruption. Or grooming kink is corruption. Especially because grooming is not just like grooming is not simply manufacturing consent. Grooming is shaping someone into like responding to the stimuli you want. It's kind of like that Pavlov and the bell thing. It's conditioning, you know, in a toxic way. I was like, did we put grooming kink on here? I don't think we put grooming kink on there, but we could have definitely put grooming kink on here. Maybe I didn't see the question. I had a question about corruption, but if it's too spicy for Twitch, let me know. And unless the question you meant was the like you love you love, even though you're an adult, you love the idea of getting groomed. If that was the question thing, you literally only just missed it. I definitely like corruption in the context of dark age play then. I mean, like, in terms of kink, I love corruption. In and out of age play. But yes. No, it's not. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, sometimes it's, what's the word? The timing is off. You know, there's a little bit of lag of stream. Okay. So, for the cup-coated Chad trauma core baby fur, voice training makes it sound like a child. I have certainly not... Sorry, I shouldn't say... I have not had the experience personally myself in a exclusively negative context, but I've certainly seen people get weirded out by folks who want to sound like kids or sound childish, and just being weirded out where it's like, oh, an adult shouldn't sound like that, you know? Or being like, oh no, that's bait, that's bait. So that's a thing. I think it's based to sound the way I am. Though I don't know if anyone thinks I sound like a kid today. We need to do some more voice training. We haven't been doing as much lately. Proud Minhara. I don't think the Virgin Say Baby Fur had a mental health related entry, but considering Minhara is like a weeaboo like conceptualization of mental illness and can also be seen as fetishizing it, it's base as hell in that trauma kink way. I mean, I guess also has some crossover with like scene kiddism. Flat is justice. Oh, I like being part of the itty bitty titty committee. You know, underdeveloped breasts are actually more sensitive. Not allowed on Fur Affinity. Oh, this is the old version. There's an updated version. Actually, the not allowed on Fur Affinity is on both. It's also on the Virgin Safe Baby Fur. Because, literally safe for work or, like, wholesome baby fur art that, like, literally would be indistinguishable from, like, a picture of a kid's TV show with a regression episode has gotten, like, art of it banned on, Fur Affinity. Again, I hear that there's only one rogue mod, but considering the writing's been on the wall for a while there, and it's also like reflective in Puritan practices on other sites, it feels hard to just be like, oh, it was just a fluke. Oh, now I'm thinking of fucking the Silent Hill 3 thing where it's like, you banned baby furs across the entire site. What do you mean? What do you mean you're not, you know, anti-baby fur? It's like, it was just a joke. Relax, relax. It's like, fuck you. Actually, the thing that broke open our door to, like, being a lot more, like, self-positive of this taboo kink stuff was, calling our partners, like, big sis or big sib or whatever. Like, oh my god. Being little sister coded actually improved my life tenfold. We've been talking about it on Blue Sky here and there, but holy shit. Like, in that way of, I think Evie had mentioned being like, oh yeah, I would like to, like, process my codependence or come to terms with it, through, like, littleness in some ways. And in that same way, that powerlessness, or I guess less power and feeling weak or feeling perpetually stuck, or being unable to grow up, in certain ways, is certainly makes us feel better in the context of, like, our partners being, like, sibby. Although also, like, there's the covert incest kink route to all this, where it's just like, oh, well, found family is incest. It's just don't kill me, but if you think about it, found family is actually found incest. You can quote me on that. Ref sheet only includes a small Sona. I actually don't have my own ref sheet for my Sona right now. Glitch does, and Glitch does not have an quote adult version. Actually, Glitch has been a, I guess depending on how you see it, either a very bad or a very good influence on me, because my Sona and the whole like corruption thing was also something that was encouraged by Glitch, of like reclaiming my feeling as though I can't like clean myself of these dirty feelings, because like I'm gonna be real, as much as there is the feeling of, oh yeah, like being like authentic and stuff, like I'm still scared to death of, you know, people, not even necessarily like the harassment thing, but of friends being like, oh, I don't feel safe around you because like I have childhood sexual trauma. And it's like, I mean, I definitely, it's not a trauma Olympics, but I also do. And I have also other types of trauma that people step on or like indulge in things that trigger me. But I can hold space for that, or I can hold space away from that and not like oust you from community. If anything, it was scary for us meeting other folks, the whole I'm not alone thingy, of like other like baby fur trauma queers or whatever, where it's just like, oh, you have art like this too, or like you really like this artist. It's like, oh, that's so cool. I thought I was the only one who liked this artist that wasn't like weird or like a bigot. And that's another thing, that the conflation with like problematic art and like the right or the alt-right, which it makes sense, especially from that like culture war perspective of like, even on the left, there is a sense of, okay, this pisses off the sensibilities of the other guys, let's do it. I mean, when we first saw that woke gaming list, it was like, oh, the games that are like, they're woke and they don't and the anti-woke crowd don't recommend. And I say anti-woke crowd even though it's like a very specific group of people who made that list. My first instinct, my first thought was, yo, a list of games to play. I should play every game on this list. And it's like, I should not play every game on this list. I don't want to play 4 different Call of Duties. I'm fine. Let's see, what else. Baby talks when big emotions hit, regardless of mixed company. This one's an interesting one because although the framework of this post and this meme is kind of implying the sense of like, especially with like the Chad type thingy, there's this sense of like, oh, like I'm flexing, or like, move bitch I'm gay, you know, or move bitch I'm cub, I guess in this case, right? But like, for me, it's not so much that it's just like I'm doing the exact opposite of like the Thorn Virgin Safe Baby Fur coded thing of only goes little in private. It's, I am not like bending over backwards trying to appease others and hurting myself by what's the word? By masking nonstop. When big emotions hit, big emotions hit. And I think I can deal with them like responsibly, but my speech deteriorating or me going semi-verbal or like me resorting to baby talk or disjointed sentences in some way is not a sign of, you know, necessary immaturity. It's how I'm coping in that moment. And might not even necessarily be like disrespectful. Well, it certainly isn't, I would say, generally. So I think that's a big one. I think that's the distinction I want to make, because there's so much of a like false bravado that a lot of people have when they're like, oh yeah, I'm going like full mask off, or like, you know, I'm being, you know, all authentic, because it's really easy to sidestep your way into like doing that like culture war adjacent thing of feeling empowered because you are upsetting people. And I'm not trying to purposely upset people. At least not generally. If anything, I want to hold space for people to understand themselves. I mean, I've definitely seen folks have a less reasoned take on all this in our community. Like in our community, not just the ageplay community, but like the fluffbite community. And been like talking about like how we actually feel about a thing in response to it, and then being like, oh, I never thought about it that way. And then it's like, oh, someone can have a Puritan opinion but also not be completely like on that side, in the same way that someone could be holding some like trans medicalist opinions but not actually be a trans medicalist, because, you know, sometimes we have internalized stuff we need to work through or don't even know about. Anarcho-communist, just go straight for the throat. Not worrying so much about optics, because that's what the cup-coated Chad trauma core baby fur stands in stark contrast to the virgin safe baby fur, and that the virgin safe baby fur is afraid to be authentic, or rather, there is an authenticity, but it's a compromise authenticity. It is, well, I can't expect to be fully accepted, so I better just take what I can get. That all is to say, as much as personality-wise, I'm not such a move I'm gay type person, I have a lot of respect for taking up that much space and being willing to. What if their partner was an uncle or auntie? That's still incest. That's still incest kink, if that's the question, or if that's the delineation you're trying to figure out. If that's a dark age play, it's definitely dark. Again, going. I think we can go back a slide, right? Obviously not limited to, but like incest, physical age regression, especially with direct or adjacent sexual contacts. You know, certain body types or like ages represented, right? Even though calling someone an aunt or uncle can be something that's not always something you call someone you're related to, in the same way that bro is a term of endearment that is not always reserved only for someone you're actually related to. Wait, actually thinking about it that way, like a bromance is actually incest coded? Wow, I'm coming to a lot of realizations today. I mean, it's still, okay, so I guess in the context of like the delineation of what's more taboo, yes, it like having a uncle auntie caregiver as opposed to a little friend who's like your sibby and you do naughty stuff together or something, like obviously there are shades of difference, but it's still incest. No shade, mind you. Just and I'm saying also in spite of the fact that we are also trying to unlearn like trying to be very, very staunchly like I guess well researched, or like there's a certain capacity of like of having a certain amount of knowledge that's just like, oh, why'd you even look that up? Why do you even know that sort of shit, you know? And it's just like, well, if having knowledge makes me sus, then I've already lost. I mean, I think about I remember the first like weird nuance that I came to understand and realized like just how much there's like a delicate dance across the entire spectrum of all this taboo shit was when oh, what was it? There was damn, I lost it. It was something a lot more like nuanced and slight, but it had a lot of big implications for certain people, I guess. Gosh, I hate my brain sometimes. I want to roll with this, but yeah. I put your quote in the fluff quotes about family. Oh boy. Pert likes pissing people off. Sometimes pissing people off is fun. I like being a brat. And I mean, I guess the difference is like someone who's like generally like, I guess you could say my political enemy or something. Yeah. I'm not gonna lose sleep over pissing off a Nazi or something. Or, you know, an alt-right extremist. But if it's like a Puritan queer or something, I don't so much want to piss them off as I want to bridge a gap in understanding or empathy or something. I mean, sometimes to my detriment, the most childish thing about me is that I have hope. I just have hope. I don't know why. I still have hope, but if I let my hope die, I don't know. I don't want to see what type of person I become. So I have a certain amount of optimism, especially when it's like when we should be allies already. James Animates. Who's James Animates? Dirk and Dave have logged in. Strider? I know it's incest and love it, but it should be nets to Sib bro. Oh, you're saying on the thingy. Oh, I see. We don't actually, for our specific interactions, we do not call our partners like auntie or uncle. Actually, our parental abuse is so distinct that and I guess also like the role of like mommy or daddy has been so fucked for us in the past relationships that we've had that we cannot bring ourselves to calling someone that we like trust as a caregiver like mommy or daddy. It's very hard for us. So generally it's all big sib or like big sis or big bro, which is why there's no you know, T.O. or Tia up there, you know? And that's just a us thing. I didn't realize that was the difference between our understandings of why we were having the distinction of, wait, no, this is incest, but this is also incest. Yeah? Yeah, it is. Yay! When I correct people on map disorders, I often need to clarify that I wanted to be a sexual psychologist who studied disorders in the past. This is not the stream or the context where I want to unpack all that necessarily, but I will say that when I found out that the term map was actually coined by a queer sexologist who wanted to like make child sexual abuse happen less, through especially creating a framework in which people could, you know, receive help and support. That that like I became aware of the real dangers of pedo jacketing, because when you have a group of people that are in every context bad, and that being likened to is short of like a social death sentence, then it doesn't matter if a person is that or not. That's why the grooming thing that the alt-right is pulling right now is working so fucking well. It doesn't matter that queer culture is not about, or I guess the queer agenda is not about abusing kids or making kids queer. It's just the optics. It's just the optics of child abuse. Just like for prohibition. Fun fact, a big thing for like alcohol prohibition, a big like justification for it was think of the children. Was alcohol causes degeneracy and makes people abuse kids more. And not to say nothing of the fact that the link between alcohol, that there is a high like correlation between alcohol abuse and like domestic violence, and those links are there for a reason. I think an outright ban of a thing that is more of a symptom rather than an outright cause is maybe a little misguided at best. But even in the context that I'm talking about, I think the best intentions were not had. It was also a way to hurt minorities. Because isn't it always? Long story short, basically a pony animator YouTuber had been revealed to be into farts, which the internet was not happy with. As a fart enjoyer myself, and someone who is generally pro-kink, looking back as a kid, it was really scary to see how easy it is for people to get deplatformed. Oh yeah, just say one wrong thing. Although, I remember when we had a while back that interview with Forlung, she had brought up the context of like how we were building a platform and how like our audience would come to expect certain things of us, and how we're kind of getting ahead of the curve by, instead of going like, oh, I don't know what this audience will approve of me like saying about something, or approving, or like the things that I am into, and being kind of like afraid about it and like testing the waters, kind of like how we've been thinking about doing up until this point, versus kind of letting it all hang out and like understanding that if someone's here and someone's been here, that there is a level of acceptance or understanding, or at the very least this is like, yeah, not doing harm, that like, you know, the vibes keep on going. It's not the end of the world, even if you're not like into it. What do you feel on a spiritual level, Dill? How behind am I on? Okay, I'm not super behind, but sometimes it's hard to tell time. Damn! 2:10 a.m.? Fucking Christ! And yeah, people can be deplatformed for such an easy reason. There's also something to be said about how he is black. Oh, that creator who liked farts? Fast forward, the same thing happened to Pyrocynical. Whomst is white, and the reaction was a vast difference. I mean, I know people who will not touch a Pyrocynical video because they have a perception of Pyrocynical being like a predator or an abuser or a bigot in general. And although I think of Pyrocynical as decidedly liberal, from my perspective, a bigot, they are not. At least when it comes to the basic shit. Plenty of people have internalized ableism, especially people who make gamer jokes, for example. But like there's creators like him or Quite, who, when we first like came into contact with them, they already existed in a context of post call out and trying to, like, you know, get back to a semblance of normal. Like, the context of watching a creator in that context is really interesting. Watching a creator in that context is really interesting because, like, they've already lost something, I guess you could say. Like, they've already, like, been starkly slapped with a wet fish across the face. And I mean, keeping that context, you know, the internet and, like, fandom can always turn on you. I think, was it CJ the Ets once referred to their audience as a shapeless blob that will turn on me at the moment the tide changes. And yeah, sometimes it be like that. Although I don't think our audience is nearly big enough, and our community is like grassroots enough, at least right now. They don't generally have to worry about that, I don't think. But who knows? Anything that can go wrong, well. There's also there's a reference to people knowing too much about that was in reference to people knowing too much about taboo subjects. Oh yeah, the like Dale feeling some kinship with that moment. Oh right, the Misty thing. I forgot to elaborate on the Misty thing. The Misty rule. It was one of the first rules that I found out about in terms of, like, having a defense about something that was supposed to be problematic, because Misty is underage in the show, but Misty, the character Misty in the video games, the old video games, is a different age, and some people even like headcanon it as, like, this is a Misty, the game Misty is one that never met Ash and never went on that adventure. And so like, I don't know at what point in the early 2000s it was, but I remember the first, like, problematic, like, shipping fiction rule that we learned was it's okay to sexualize Misty from the Pokemon video games, but not from the cartoon. Because that makes sense. Forbidden knowledge be like I would have had to justify why I'm educated on this very important and potentially dangerous subject. Apparently being concerned isn't enough of a reason to do research. Oh yeah, no, of course not. I mean, it doesn't just apply to this sort of stuff too. I mean, there is this this assumption that it's like that concept of, oh, what are you scared to talk to the police for? If you did nothing wrong, then you have nothing to worry about. And it's like, that is untrue. Like, it is so untrue. Like, if anything, the powers that be and the people in control of stuff, and certainly the people in institutional, like, the power to wield institutional violence willy-nilly, have the ability to like, buck the rules, and literally cops can harass you, maybe not legally, but they have functionally the ability or power to harass you even when you've done nothing wrong. And if you don't know your rights and you don't know what laws you may or may not be violating, and you aren't more knowledgeable than the cops, then it usually goes sideways. So especially as, like, a person who has to look up quote-unquote forbidden knowledge about stuff that shouldn't be forbidden or shouldn't be something I need to even know about, but it's something that is required because like I am a person that is categorically under more scrutiny than others. Like, I kind of find it an insult to say that I must have ill intentions or like an evil heart because I did research. I mean, some say fortune is the cross between was it preparation meeting opportunity. So I like the opportunity to defend myself. Little sister shaped creature, I've already explained. Or I guess I should also explain. I don't really use she pronouns anymore. I do identify as a girl and a boy, I guess you could say, but I don't use she or he pronouns. My pronouns are it, they, and they, principally, or generally, right? But I got some weird fucky wucky gender shit going on, and I love it. That being said, I am decidedly little sister shaped. I am only little brother shaped for a very special someone. I don't think the Virgin Safe Baby Fur mentioned about never mentions their actual age. Kind of linking to like age dissonance or age dysphoria, in that sense of like I'm being reminded that I'm adult so often because I have to say it in so many different ways so much of the time, and I basically need to scream from the heavens just all the things that are about me that might potentially offend a person, especially when it comes to those weird age things. That is just like, if I can help it, as a virgin safe baby fur, I'm probably gonna avoid talking about my age if I can at all help it, because I will constantly have to do that. Though on the flip side of things, despite the fact that I am literally older than most of the friends that I have, and am assumed to be younger because of how much of a baby I am, despite the fact that I have wisdom beyond my, well, I guess I have wisdom within my physical years, but certainly beyond the perceived context that some people have of us. Because some people think that, like, we don't have a lot of, some people think that our intelligence stat is not very high, or at least our wisdom stat isn't high. And it's just like, oh, I have a high wisdom stat, I just have poor impulse control. Get with the program. And so it is very ironic, because if you pay attention to some of the stuff we say and some of the experiences we talk about, it is very clear that we are not a child, or a literal child. Even though, honestly, I think I'm still just deeply, deeply hurt that another baby fur decided that because of the way that our Sona's proportions are, that like they weren't comfortable doing safer work age play related teasing, something that they themselves said was not even sexual for them. And it was just like, oh, weird. And that could be a topic for another time, where it's like the infantilization of people who like have certain things going on. Like we said, how we've had to in the past tell a partner, hey, we can fuck, it's okay, I may be ace, but you know, like, I can consent. It is not sexual assault to have sex with an ace person. Even if they don't experience any sort of sexual attraction, they can still agree to it. Groundbreaking, I know. Farts are cool. Fucking Christ, this fucking chat. Farts are cool. I'm starting to see the appeal of them after seeing a fart RPG playing on an adult stream. I see. I used to be a much bigger fan of farts, but I don't know. It was unflatulating. I'm not the type to turn on people without good, well-evidenced reasons. That's good. I mean, a lot of people just try and protect their neck, and I do understand that, where, like, it's not even so much people just being thrown under the bus. Some people just aren't willing to, like, stick up for people that they know are generally not doing any harm. And I mean, I've certainly been the same way. I mean, these topics from this stream are stuff that we want to talk about for a while, but want to do this really well, in-depth, long-ass essay about, which honestly, this section of stream is probably longer than it would have been or will be if we ever do it. And we want to front load so much information just to like cover our bases and it be like not weird for anyone, and you know, just like whatever. And here we are, like talking about it in a lot more casual way. Though that's also because things have gone on for so long and things have gotten so bad that like I don't know if I'll be able to be this candid on a stream about topics like this in a year's time. The internet might change even more for the worst. And I don't even mean like in a reputation sense, just like what topics are like, you know, safe to be talked about. Yeah. The games and shows are separate canons for Pokemon. Yes, I know. But, I mean, the average layperson doesn't know the difference very much. Other than Ash is not generally in the games. But Red kind of looks like Ash sometimes. Small gendered. I feel like y'all would really fuck with Kate Worth. I love Kate Worth's art. And they inform our... And Kate Worth's art informs our art. Honestly, if we hadn't felt that we should mostly just put art of our own sonas or art that we drew into this like segment or whatever, if we hadn't done that, some Kate Worth art could have easily ended up in here. Like, oh my gosh, so much. Eevee is gender fluid, he, she, they. Nice. That's a lot of variation. I gotta remember that I can say more than just she of you. Bab of wisdom, tell me your secrets. Something age play is still a kink, and childhood characters shouldn't do it. Oh my god. Honestly, I have a deep-seated resentment of, in the age play community, someone going, oh, well, you're a kid, so you can't do that. And honestly, even when someone is just being cute and teasing, because I've experienced it or seen it used in such bad faith or used in a way of like controlling someone, it just really, really rubbed me the wrong way. It reminds me of when we first like started experimenting with cursing as like a chronological kid, and being told by several people, not like full-on adults, but like teenagers especially, and people that especially people we looked up to, that we should not curse because we sound weird doing it. And like even as we got older and older, where like our peers generally weren't looked at as weird for cursing, there were still folks that were around us who had known us for a while who were just like, yo, Fluff, you do not sound right cursing. You're too innocent, or whatever. And, like, it reminds us of that sometimes. And that controlled speech. And not even a controlled speech from, like, oh, that's inappropriate language. From a context of, you are, how to put this. When someone tells me that I'm little and so I shouldn't curse or drink or something, my immediate thought is like, well, not just, oh, I'm gonna do it anyway because I can't read or something like that. There's like this sense of like, what's the fun of being an adult and a baby if I can't get drunk while pissing my pants? Like, that is just, what? You know, it's like I didn't live my life and have to go through the shitty obligatory childhood to just be bullied in a negative way in my like cool, awesome, like, at this point I think I'm on my third childhood, honestly. So I'm just like, yeah, no. And it's not as though I don't think it's cute, but especially since I'm already okay with like the more taboo stuff, like mixing my age play in a way where it's like I'm a little who curses and has a potty mouth or something, like, that's empowering as hell. And all that is like for like a sense of strangers or something. If someone has like an established like dynamic, like there's littles who have a very high love of their like stuff being restricted. Like there are littles who legitimately love the fact that their like Switch is age restricted or something. I might get a kick out of it for a day or for a scene, but I would never generally agree to that just being the case. But, you know, that's just me. We already talked about proportions till the cows come home. So I think the last thing I'd just say is the longtime Ink Bunny user is kind of in opposition to, on the Virgin Safe Baby Fur side, is vague about the sites she uses, because literally I've seen people post in our Discord pictures from folks that, although the art that the person posted was generally like not taboo or was like safe for even a server that, or for a community that is not as like I guess like taboo kink friendly or whatever, where it's just like, I know this artist, I know who this is, I know who Skidoo is. Don't fucking play with me. And we usually don't say anything, not because like, or I should say, we usually don't say anything because we don't want to make people feel bad. And like, it is funny seeing people act like they're getting away with something. It's like, I posted this problematic artist in this server that might not be okay with it. And I just think it's cute sometimes, because it's never art that we think is like, that we personally think is like immoral or something. Like gosh, to get a little bit more political and present day than I would generally like, but I do want to mention it because this moment. But I'm a lolicon, but I would never commission Shatman. That's a no. Don't do that. It's like going to a drug dealer who has a history of lacing their pot with fentanyl. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. You know? And people have a way of flattening things and being like, everything is Shadman, and it's literally not. Of talking about Ink Bunny, we've had Ink Bunny for a while. For a long time, even before we knew that it was considered like more taboo. But I thought it was important to mention because like some people pretend it doesn't exist, of course, and then other people do this really fucked up thing where they'll denigrate artists or communities that are pushed towards sites like Ink Bunny, even though they don't have many other places to go, and use the fact that they're now on Ink Bunny as like a smoking gun to show how like degenerate they are. And it was interesting to us because in our head we had this like self-hating perception of, you know, being an Ink Bunny user shows just how much of a degenerate you are, and you'll like totally like lose respect or something, you know. And it's like, you know, that's the site that people post cub art to, right? And we were talking to someone we're very close to, a fellow Little, and we mentioned the like the, well, not just the existence of Ink Bunny, but we were talking about how, like, especially with us leaning away from Fur Affinity even before the bans, like with the art that we're making, we felt a lot more comfortable finally actually having a Fur Affinity account with our, like, in the name of Fluffbite, and posting our art there, especially because it would actually help with our like engagement and people finding our work. And talking to the friend and being like, I just hate that I'm gonna have to deal with some of my people being like, oh, that's the Cub website. And they were just like, oh, I think I asked them, was like, have you ever been on Ink Bunny? And they were like, Ink Bunny, the site that has no restrictions to baby furs? Yes. I go to Ink Bunny all the time to consume baby fur art. And to be fair, some of the most prolific artists either have Ink Bunny accounts, currently post to Ink Bunny, or have so in the past. Maybe have one as like an emergency thing if they get kicked off of almost everywhere else. But like, and this surprised me that there are people who use Ink Bunny who do not consume any of the like most taboo art, or I should say the taboo art that Ink Bunny is known for hosting. And it's just like, it's a weird thought. It's a weird thought because we were so filled with self-shame or whatever that we didn't conceive of there being a person using Ink Bunny who didn't have like the same monkey on their back that we had on ours. And it was nice to be reminded because it was just like, oh, I may be weird, but I'm also kind of normal. Good night, Issy. You can leave him a DMs for tomorrow. Though, again, other than going on break, we will probably be streaming. Well, I mean, it's already what, 2:30. We're probably gonna be streaming till. Realistically, we'll probably be streaming for about 6 more hours. If it's more, then we'll probably be manic. Oh, hey Hano, how's it going? I don't think we've actually been showing you our art. We've been drawing a lot lately. We have a Pixiv account now. What's Ink Bunny, by the way? Wait, right. You're not big into the like, you're not like a big into the furry fandom. Right. Ink Bunny is, I was gonna say, it's kind of like Fur Affinity, but you know, with more taboo art. And it's like, if you don't know about Fur Affinity, then you wouldn't know about Ink Bunny, probably. Ink Bunny is an image hosting social media site for furries that has a reputation for allowing very taboo art. If you were looking for art that is hard to find, not being like thrown off of sites like, you know, Patreon or something, then you're most likely to find it on Ink Bunny. Although Ink Bunny has a reputation specifically for cub art, a lot of more typical age players and like age regressors, or, you know, I mean, even like furry lowly shotacons use the site as well. I would say it's generally the quote-unquote taboo furry art sharing website. Oh yeah. Well, yes and no. Fur Affinity has been going more and more Puritan lately. We did a stream about it earlier this year where we talked about the fact that not just like the stuff that is happening on, say, Patreon or what other site was it? I think Pizza Fanbots has some restrictions on like minor coded characters or whatever, but like Fur Affinity let out like a rule or a revised rule or an announcement that they were going to start imposing a rule about like sexual situations with characters who were like minor coded or had like minor proportions, which came under a lot of fire from people who did a lot of like not safe for work art, particularly of Pokemon and Digimon, noting that a Pokemon or Digimon's age is not necessarily a direct correlation with their like age. You can have an Agumon who's like 36, you know? And so a lot of people, especially some baby furs, were very much like, this rule or this quote-unquote clarification is definitely going to be used against us. And under that framework, there has been some bans recently, which is interesting because this is happening on the tail end of a big like crowdfunding campaign to keep Fur Affinity running, since Fur Affinity's founder and like the person who like was in control of the site recently died because the government hates poor people and giving people medical care. But that's a story for another time. It was apparently only like one person who started banning them, because it wasn't an official rule that like age play or baby fur content wasn't allowed on Fur Affinity anymore. It was just that someone on my team decided that they're a vigilante now, I guess. But until there's more word on what happens, or if the current person who runs Fur Affinity ends up like reversing and, you know, apologizing for stuff, then, you know, it's kind of the Wild West, but against us. And yeah, it seems opportunistic that it happened so soon after Dragoneer's passing. Fun fact, I don't know if Dragoneer was a baby fur, but they were certainly a cub fur. And I don't say that in a way to besmirch their name in death. It's like, if we go back a few slides to my rule about if the fiction or like kink or whatever is like immoral, it passes the smell test. And I think it was funny because back when the like weird like minor coded proportion ban that I was just referencing happened, Dragoneer, the dead past owner of Fur Affinity, literally had to take off stuff from their page, from their Fur Affinity page, because it was against those new rules, including cub art. This reminds me of discussing Black Butler in the anime conversation, company, without outright being Shota, hell yeah, and pretending we consume anime in a god-honoring way. Oh my gosh, Shota-Con are eating so well right now. Like, Seventh Prince was amazing, although I could encourage people to watch Seventh Prince, especially from like an age play or like a fucking I never grow up sort of sense, because like its whole like ethos is all about like curiosity and like staying a kid inside. Like, it's so great. And that dialect between like a kid adult or whatever. But you know, that was like that was like the Shota anime of this year, right? And then or of last season, and then this season, there's the Elusive Samurai, which we were actually drawn to for the art style, but it definitely we were watching the first episode and we were just like, oh wow. And it got to the point like halfway through the first episode where it was like, oh, brother, you have to do your responsibilities. And I'm just sitting there like, wait, that's a boy? Oh, that's even better. Also, we've been watching Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, so I've certainly been Shota pilled lately. And the fact that there's people in the anime community that in the same way that people in the furry community might go, well, we need to be God honoring Christians, or just like looking at it from a God, I'm still stuck on how you phrase that. It's like, we don't consume anime in a God honoring way. Like, there are people who are like, I love anime, but I hate what people have done to the anime community. Basically, the people who believe verbatim that Vice article about the whole anime industry being like a pedophilic cult. Because that was, oh boy, that was rough, and also racist. I hate everyone. Well, not everyone didn't hate that, but I sure did. So yeah, that happened. It does feel like a push and pull in a lot of ways. Not to say that there aren't people who should be, people who should be allowed to consume anime that doesn't trigger them or anything, but it's just like, I don't know, watch Death Note. And it's funny, is like, I haven't watched Black Butler in a while. Like, my old school Fujoshi at that time was like, oh my god, was that Fujoshi even back then? I was closet Fujoshi. What was it? Hunter x Hunter? DN Angel. DN Angel is so good. If anyone wants a guidebook on how to dress to be a great, like, Eastern European femboy, you need to read/watch DN Angel. It's great. I'm one of those artists with an Ink Bunny as a backup just in case. Yeah, it's like a fallout shelter. Gonna head to Slumberville? Okie dokie then. Thanks for coming by. Oh wow. I can't believe I've just been talking for like almost 6 hours about this shit. Actually, I can very believe it. But also, damn. I drew so much this stream. Oh, I hope you you should post it. You should post it, Genesis. You should post it. Well, when you get a chance. You're probably already asleep by the time I'm reading this out loud, though. And thank you for rizzing me? Thanks you for rizzing me? Thank you for gassing me up. Oh yeah, I love Kiro Shitoshi for the fashion. Real sentence. I mean, for honestly, I want to make we're planning on making a zine that's called FAP, and I want people to actually be able to be like, yeah, I read FAP for the articles. It'll stand for the Fluff Bite Art and Entertainment pamphlet, or FAP for short. And sometimes you can equally be there for the plot and the other things. Good night, Sonny. Everyone's going to sleep. Little serenades you with their fucking brainworms. Whatever you have to say to justify it to peeps who judge. I just love me one hell of a butler, and his dog too. I mean, sometimes you do have to just insulate yourself a little bit. Having that plausible deniability, I guess. A lot of us have the virgin safe diaper fur or baby fur phase. Some of us never leave it. And that blows. But we try. I mean, I'm not as big as fan of A621 as I used to be, because they don't allow human lowly show anymore. And it was funny because they weren't even forced to. They were just like, you know what, we're just gonna get ahead of this because in one state it's weird because of porn laws, but like I think just general porn laws. They also ban mental and physical age regression art without warning and ban people based on it despite no announcement. Oh. Thanks for Affinity. That's lovely and understandable. So that must, and that's sarcasm. So that's why people were talking about the morality of age regression. Although that has been a topic in spaces as of late. There's a baby first space or age play space that we are in or a part of or in community with, I suppose, that literally has a rule for like that community not having like the work that is done or that is posted not have any physical age regression, even if there's no sexual component. I think that a lot of people are worried right now because that Puritanism. Furry website having issues with fictional minor statuses. The funny. And it's funny because Cub is still okay on E621. Just not a human lowly show. Puritans hate furries too. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you watched Seven Prince? Oh, Seven Prince is so epic. Hano, we should watch anime together. Oh my god. I only watched one episode of Elusive Samurai, but it's pretty cool so far. I was only half watching it, honestly. Because we were in a VC with a bunch of babies. I messaged my partner, was like, I can no longer say that I don't make Shota bait like this anymore. First season screenshot. I feel so seen. I mean, I felt so weird because it's like, oh yeah, I'm a baby fur artist and I love baby fur content and I have a Pixel now, you should check it out. And it's like 90% of all my posts have 90% of all our posts right now have lowly or Shota in the tag. Or treble, which is our non-binary equivalent that we made up. Because at the time that we started accepting the Lily Shota stuff more, we were just like, but Kodokan, I don't think I can say those words. I was drifting off for the night, then my playlist went drill, so I started to bop to the beat, and in my half-awake, faded state, I got up, started stumbling as I was bouncing, then slapped myself hard as shit. Now I'm awake. Welcome to the land of the wakies. Gosh. Reminds me of that tweet by this transmed trans film. Oh boy, I bet it's was it Brianna Wu? Is it Brianna Wu? That was like FTS female showed up. I know you're gonna make me pee. No. Like trying to criticize F to M femboys, and my honest reaction was like, that goes hard as fuck. Okay, so sometimes it's hard to know when you're in this lowly Shota spaces, whether you're around like queer positive or generally like, you know, not right-wing people. And an easy way to tell is if they I should say it seems like an easy way to tell, but it does factor into like cultural war type stuff where it's like, okay, did they call Bridget an Otokonoko? Okay, 1 point off. For me, I kind of live and die on the hill of if someone doesn't consider Dororo a Shota, then I have a problem with them. Then we have beef. It's on site. And like in the same way that the general age play is popular with trans people, it makes sense that Loli Show can be popular with lots of different queer and trans people, because like, not for nothing, but a lot of people have a sort of a fountain of youth experience with HRT where like you seem younger or look young for longer, and that's being on estrogen or testosterone, at least in my experience. Well, the second hand, we've been in close community with trans mass people before, and I think that the typical trans femme perspective might be, well, testosterone should age you, right? And it's like, I have seen T-boys who were like, they got on T and like within 2 weeks they were Shota. Like, it was insane. I hate when losers accidentally cook. Real. Where would I acquire FAP? When we actually make it, it's gonna be on Itch.io. That's what we want to post it. I mean, we want to do zines in general, and that's gonna be our like kind of our spotlight zine. It's gonna be like game and like anime reviews and think pieces and stuff, and like kink art and discussions. It's not gonna be just us. We want to do it like a collaborative thing. I want to do a zine like kind of like Pizza Punks or whatever, where it's like every participant gets a cut. But we need artists to collab with. We need artists to collab with that are okay with being part of a thing called FAP. We're also making like a glossary of like terms that it would be pertinent for you to know or have some glancing knowledge of, or that might get mentioned a lot. And like we're gonna do a review of this old anime, and it was just like, yeah, I think I have to put Loli Show in the glossary. I really started playing Violet. Oh, really? Gosh, I've been meaning to play that. That shit is so gay. I want to kiss my my clown weed cat. I have learned new things about myself. Read exploring aspects I kind of already knew about. Lol. You know what? Literally tipped me off when I watched the first episode of Seven Prince. The way they drew his knees. Oh yes, those are very sexualized knees. Oh god, Seven Prince has thighs for days, honestly. So we're Shota knees like yaoi hands? I avoid Loli Show spaces to avoid bigots, lol. It's not 100%, but all the Loli shows I know are queer, and most of them are trans. None of them are bigots in the sense of what you usually expect, if they are. And I like to think that the people I keep company with aren't bigots. Some have internalized whatevers, as many of us do and need to work through. But generally, I feel good in the spaces I feel that I can be somewhat open with. Though I have plenty of friends who are okay with that sort of stuff, but also are just like, keep it on the down low though. Like, it's okay, Fluff. I respect you. Just I don't want the fuzz. I mean, who wants the fuzz? Okay, we can go to a different page. Oh, right. That's literally the last slide. We're on the last slide the entire time. Can you believe it? We're on the last slide the entire time. Wow. How is it that we started stream so late and our viewer retention is so high today? If y'all keep this up, I might have to talk about taboo topics more. Damn. I'm letting my kink hang out. I'm lost. What's the fuzz? I would say fuzz is the same as shade in this context. I ran against Pearson and shit in my space, but I'm not openly like lowly show heart, LMAO. People can read between the lines. That's generally what we've been doing. I think this is the first time we've actually strung the sentence together. Oh yeah, I'm a lowly Shotokan, like publicly on a stream before. So that's new. But also, we've been drawing lowly Shota stuff. So, I mean, it's kind of not, it's there. It's there. Though we do still value engaging with things and having the intersectionality of stuff that's not just like, even though we are not a person who wants to have like a space where it's like, ah, yes, I'm one of the good ones. I do still value having a space where it's not required that you drink all of my Kool-Aid, you know? Shit, you can just watch me drink the Kool-Aid. Actually, damn, this screen looks a lot like Kool-Aid. Okay, so, yeah. Thanks, late night fuckos. That was the end of this presentation. It literally took 5.5 hours. I dropped this thing on Pixiv, and we dropped it in the Discord, so people want to look at it in more detail or just look at the sprites themselves. It is weird to call those sprites, but other than the flowers on the hoodie, reference to Wonder Egg Priority, that's pixel art. The me and Thorn. Wild, right? Whew. This is why I come to stream for. Apparently it is. Although maybe it's not the taboo topics part, it's the way that we talk about stuff. Because, I mean, people have literally come to this stream today specifically because of the topic, knowing that we would bring a nuance and care to it that I guess we've earned. I guess we've earned that, which is cool. So, you know, I'm a big fan of that. That was long. I think it would be fair to take a break. And gosh, if especially if in the VOD form, if you got to the end of this, if you got to 5 hours and almost 45 minutes of this conversation, then hats off to you. Thank you. I probably won't be the fluff fronting when we come back, but since I still have an actual game to play, Nanoapostle, this stream, expect me later. Probably when the sun is up. We actually didn't even play the demo yet that we had for that we had set up for the appetizer, but we might actually either forego it or push it back down the pipeline and get one of our main games out of the way. So we'll just have to see. folks that end up staying for when the break's over, I appreciate you. But as folks have been here and it is pretty late, obviously, sweet dreams, and we really appreciate you having been here. It is never required to be here for the entire stream, especially because we stream for long times. So, yeah. I need something to keep you iPad babies busy. See a joke I made there? I must crash into slumber, but thanks for the lecture. Specchio, did you literally look at the entire lecture? Were you? I don't think I had your undivided attention. I was probably on the second monitor, which is fine. But damn, that was basically a podcast. I didn't even have this in the just chatting section. It was in the art section, which is funny. I am going to switch to just chatting now. Maybe it's because I wasn't in just chatting that I got viewers on the side that I didn't expect. Alright. Don't be surprised if I'm on break for like an hour. Please don't be mad at me. I'll promise I'll stream for 6 more hours when I get back. I swear.
can't say I approve of you heading out alone, though.
At least say something before you go. After all, we're supposed to be friends, right?
said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A good person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Okay. Finally here. I can already feel the I can already hear my headphones dying. But we gotta start somewhere. Oh, my phone died. Okay. Okay. Lost ruins. Welcome back, welcome back. And I don't think we had Steam open at all. Excuse me for that. All right. Let's begin our ruinous adventure. Does that still sound quiet? I was a little I was a little unsure on what to say. Oh my god, that was loud. Oh my god, stop being so loud. So I already completed like a quarter of the game? That's surprising. Oh yeah, school swimsuit. Oh yeah, I think the next major boss is that girl with the like big cleaver. Is that a snowman? Oh, that. Oh. Well, that wasn't great. Oh, carrots. I can make a stew with that. Oh! Okay, I need something to help me fight spirits, I guess. Because those were fucking strong. Roasted chicken. And unfortunately, cold roasted chicken. The game froze? is still loading. Well, I guess I gotta start off. Yeah. Key Locker was still doing some stuff. Okay, there didn't seem to be anything else that's gonna auto update. So it's actually probably because of that. Last play. Okay. Let's open up again. This sometimes happens. Oh, right. Yeah, she's like totally probably the villain. Gosh. One day I'll have to kill her. What? Hey, look, chat. Was all covered in oil in a swimsuit. Goblins are so dummy. All they do is spree, but they are so delicious. Well, they're dead. New gallery has been unlocked. Plunger! I have no use for toilets. All they do is spree. Can't wait to be killed in this new area. Oh, maybe I have, nope, I don't have any arrows or anything. What? Motherfucker. Oh, I thought the scream covered me in oil. Evil! What? Headphones dying again. I think these headphones are kind of on their last legs. Last of its chicken legs. Damn. That girl look evil. I'm here for it. Fuck. Hey, broken horn. We could be besties. Hey there, honey. It sure has been a while since I last saw a human around here. Hello? What are you doing here? Me? Oh, just hunting. Of course, loads of harpies around here, so it's the perfect place for it. Care to join in? You're hunting harpies? That's right. Not only does the meat taste good, but the feathers are pretty useful too. You eat harpy meat? But don't they look kinda human? Bingo! That's what makes them taste so good. Maybe I'll try some later. Right now I'm on a mission to track down the followers of the Dark Lady. The Dark Lady, you say? Wow, that brings back memories. I completely forgotten about her. Hold on a minute now. Why are you looking for the followers of the Dark Lady? It's a long story, but basically I have to defeat them to get my memories back. Your memories? Wait, you weren't summoned here from another world, were you, honey? Actually, I was. Uh-huh. I get it now. Do you know where they might be, the followers of the Dark Lady, I mean? The followers of the Dark Lady are, actually... I have no idea. Are you sure? Yep. I don't know a single thing about the Dark Lady's followers. But if you need meat or hunting supplies, I've got lots to choose from. I'll even give you a special discount. Oh, that seems useful. Maybe I can sell some stuff? Wow, coffee's pretty useful. Okay, now I have a bow. Who doesn't need some ham? I feel like that demon lady was keeping something close to the chest, but I already assumed that the woman who's told me to kill the Dark Lady's followers is actually the Dark Lady herself, and that like whatever she's having me do is actually not as clear cut as she made it seem. The panel sparked when hit. Maybe it means I just need to hit it one more time and it'll start up. Alright, made it through. Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you get hit with a giant bastard sword in the back of the head. Ham. Ah! Ah! Rosie's journal. These fruit balls cook meat before eating. Oh, meat is the yummiest when fresh, stupid. Alright. Alright, striped panties. With piss stains. You know what they say about little girls with big swords? Ah! They fall down holes real good? I'm not sure what they say. I mean, who's not immune to getting stabbed in the face? Or should I say, who is immune to getting stabbed in the face? I know not me. I'm certainly not immune to that. Please don't stab me in the face. Hey, the tiredness has mostly passed now, so now I feel mostly awake. Learning patterns. Damn, all these harpies are cute as fuck. Oh, it's open. Stab, 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 stab. Woo! Poison me, sir. Oh, barbecue. I don't believe this wood is immune to bleeding. Stun lock. Your ham sandwich. Oh, you bled to death. It's always cool to see how enemies react to stuff. Oh, I made that jump. They know how to swing. Yeah, I guess so. Seriously. I feel like this is math. I'm not saying that derogatorily, just... Puzzles feel like math sometimes. So, I got a goblin dagger, laced with a mild poison. Oh, I didn't know I could kill that. Killing pigs in the street. I can see how someone could play this expecting Momodora and getting disappointed because this game is fucking hard compared to Momodora in like a moment-to-moment sense. I mean, I would definitely say the best, or I should say the way the game encourages you to play is don't get hit a lot, which I know is like any game with combat could be like that, but certain games are a lot more forgiving with that sort of stuff. Wow, I can't believe that Anvil's immune to poison. Did you know laser is an acronym? Really? What does it stand for? That is to say, no, I did not know that laser is an acronym. Unfortunately, my attempt to brainwash the subject with a more toxic substance failed. After the subject instinctively swallowed the substance, it seemingly synthesized with their body without rendering the desired effect. I'm surprised. It appears the knowledge I possess concerning toxic substances is highly insufficient. I must find another way. Goblin Shaman Mask. Aww. I am appreciating the heal 1 HP while wet. Oh, I'm wet all the time, baby. She looks like a hero. Hello, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. You're not, by any chance, a fan of slime, are you? Why would you think that? Slimes are monsters, aren't they? There aren't any hiding anywhere around here. So, what are you doing here? I'm trying to figure out how to get my katana back. Can you help me? A katana? What's that? You've never heard of a katana. It's a type of sword created by master artisans of the East. They're beautiful. A katana's blade is so sharp it can slice through anything. Who took your katana? Some strange red monsters. Goblins aren't red. Maybe they were orcs? Who drank the blood of the undead? In any case, I'll keep an eye out for them. Kana's request. Kinda reminds me of the fucking sword user in what was that anime? High School of the Dead. Light amplification by simulated emission of radiation. Damn, these double girls can get it. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be very wet here. So, probably turn it off. Oh no, I like having, wow, having 12 HP would suck. Actually, I'm just gonna keep the suit on. I don't want to change out of anything. What? Bow might be useful. Give me the cheese. Give me the ham. I can't pick the arrows back up. Arrows are broken. Oh, katana. I wonder if she'll still be here. Oh, yeah, she's still here. I found your katana. Oh, thank you so much. I'll have to repay you somehow. This is all I have right now. A key? Yeah, I don't know what it's for. But the goblin I killed earlier seemed to think it was special. Oh, watching the goblins shiver with fear is so delightful. You know how they shriek each time you slice off one of their fingers? Oh, it's delightful. It's a shame I accidentally killed him before I was finished. I'm a little busy, so I'll be on my way now. You're leaving already. But I have so many interesting stories to tell. What a shame. Well, next time we meet, I'll show you the gorgeous way my katana slices through flesh. I'll look forward to it. Well, that kind of blows. I'm gonna have to kill her later. So I guess I didn't have to give it back to her, maybe? The way they... I don't think they die. It looks like they, like, go back to hell or something. Okay. I'm not going to have a lot of bows if I keep this up. Poison setup. Oh, I probably needed that key though. There probably wasn't a way to avoid that with her invisibility. So stealth. I did not expect her to be a next boss. But here we are. I wonder if she'll be a monster girl or if she's just like, you know, a masochist. Sorry, a sadist, a sadist, a sadist. I was like, oh yeah, these slimes are monsters. Of course they are. And it's like, ah yes, I enjoy torturing the goblins. You know, the goblins that I've already, that the main character has already experienced having, being in a sort of forced position. Actually, a shield will probably be better for that. Oh, fun. Oh wow, these animations are, they sure are. They sure are animations. Good meat. Oh man, I'm gonna be doing super well. I have all this meat now. Alright, mid to late game, the game gets like super easy, or at least easier. At least what people say on like Steam and Reddit because of strong weapons. I mean, if I get that bitch's katana. Ah, no, there's ain't one there. cheese, and ham. Finally, game. Yeah, it was not foretold that we would spend like 6 hours talking about ADBL. Orcs are so ginormous, but also as stupid as the gooby goblins. Blah, not yummy. Sucks to be him. Wow, you got a lot of fucking health. I'm bleeding. Do I have any wipes off oil, wipes off water? I don't have any bandages though. I guess that's okay. I wish healing worked like this in real life. Oh, I'm bleeding! Just eat a piece of cheese, bitch. Fire wand. Whoa. Jeez. What? Mother fudge cake. Okay, make sure to block. Woo! Please be nice. Don't hurt me. Human, must stop. Danger ahead. Oh, hello there. Why? What's ahead? Terrible one ahead. Terrible one? Terrible one. Bully us. It may be one of the followers of the Dark Lady. Should go and see. Human, take care. Terrible one, strong. Human needs strong weapon. True, a strong weapon would certainly come in handy. Sylvie sell weapon. Human buy weapon. Ah, capitalism. Got a mace. Shield of life. Ooh. Throwing hammer? A favorite of goblin chefs. Damn, Zion Wilder is pretty expensive. Belts. Gauntlets. Two weapon damage up. Okay, let's see. Mysterious meat. A remarkable... Oh shit. Maximum HP plus 5. I definitely should not sell that. Nullifies bleed damage. Oh, ointment. Okay. I should remember that. I have 8 radishes. Oh god, I'm keeping those radishes. Antidotes. Broccoli. Health potion. Invisibility potion. Critical damage plus 100%. Oh god, that thing's so good. I've been very low MP right now, but I'll sell some of these actually. They're just that useful in terms of monies. Okay, and throwing hammer, you do lose those by throwing those. Dane axe. Two-handed. I think Shield of Life will be useful. And I guess I don't want two-handed weapon damage. Actually, the shield and knife are probably fine. Although, Scorching gloves? Regenerates +3 while taking fire damage. Nullifies fire attacks on the ground. There's an item that increased my total, my maximum HP, right? Hell yeah! Now I'm wondering if I'm going to like, if every boss I kill is a girl from my world, if I'm just gonna steal all their panties and it's just like, ah yes, I have more item slots because I have 12 pairs of panties. This game would totally do that. Alright. Oh god. This thing is fucked up. Oh, okay, it's her. It makes sense that it's her. One of the some of those thingies were her too. The notes. You, me. Hello? How about we chat after you finish eating? Everyone knows you're sneakily sneaking my magnificent meat away from me. What do you mean? And is that raw meat you're eating? Yes, raw meat is delicious. You know that. You meat thief. No, I'm not. A meat thief? I'm not here to steal meat. Ha! You think I'm a deminant? But I'm really not here to steal meat. Ha! This witness thinks I didn't see her sneak her away with my globify and scented meat earlier? I mean, they are a delicious form of protein. What about 12 pairs of diapers? Huh? What? Huh? Don't give me false hope. But I didn't. You keep lying! You bad meat thief. Die. Consume 100 meat items. She died of poison while I was blocking her attacks. Huh? Oh, right. 2 phases. I don't know why I'm surprised at this. Oh. I am on fire. Oh, this is the perfect time for the for the kitchen gloves. Since, you know, I'm on fire. I don't think I have any more straight up. Oh, carrot. Oh! I don't think I got my items back. Oh no, I do. I'll try to use the invisibility once she transforms. So I guess it's clear that the monster girls, or I should say the like these girls that have been corrupted during their boss fights will all transform. Wait, do I have the right? Yeah, I have a normal shield equipped. I did buy the fucking Shield of Life thing, right? HP absorption orb. Huh. Shield of Life. Oh shit. Huh. I guess she was what she ate. She ate a bunch of goblins and she became one. Huh? What? Hey? Excuse me? Ah! Okay, so... do I have a fire one? Ooh. I do have a fire wand. Oh. Hi. Terrible one defeated. Human. Amazing. It was a close one, though. Sorcery makes stronger weapon. Human find materials. What do you need? Sledgehammer. Battery. Okay. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Wow. That combination of items makes me think of fucking, was like Dead Rising or something. Stripe bra. Okay, so I wasn't technically wrong. It's just more underwear. Maximum HP plus 10. A robust and defensive brassiere. Throwing ham. I see. That's a curious item. Madam, over here. Can you help me? Didn't we meet earlier? It is the first time I am meeting the madame, I think. I suppose we goblin folk all look the same to human eyes. Oh, is that true? I mean, duh. Last episode, I literally saw a talking goblin get murdered. Why do you think he's still alive? Well, I guess there's a lot of reasons to think he's still alive. You said your character was still 12 pairs of panties. Oh, so it'd be like layering up. I get you, I get you, I get you. True or not, I must descend. But how this elevator moves is beyond my goblin brains. It won't budge. Oh, I'll take a look. Oh, down it goes. I am much obliged, madam. No! Not again! Not again? I thought it was the first time you were meeting. This goblin problem is endless. If you see one, there are bound to be hundreds more hobnobbing nearby. That goblin, haven't you seen him before? Well, maybe. Don't goblins all look the same? By the way, you did away with another of the Dark Lady's followers, didn't you? Have you recalled anything further about your past since then? No, I don't think anything's changed. I guess you need to extinguish more of the Dark Lady's followers. There's probably another one down there in the catacombs. Oh, and before I forget, be sure to bring me any rune spells you find, okay? Rune spells? Yes, and if you manage to gather every rune type, I can use them to forge more powerful spells. Now then, I'll be waiting for you in the place we last met. I mean, hopefully I can free the goblins. Quest start. Beatrice's request. Auto-saved. Oh. That's useful. And a new portal. What is... Oh shit, your name is Yuri? Damn, I know we're gonna get along. What is this plebe doing here? Oh my gosh! Hello? Hello? I'll ask once more, for what purpose have you come here, commoner? I'm looking for followers of the Dark Lady? There are no followers here. Beware. This is not a place where commoners can wander without fear of reprisal. Commoners? Commoners like you. So, you're not an ordinary person. Your eyes are beguiled by a phenomenon of inviolable eminence. A commoner? How could I be one? Is it because you're shimmering? Foolish fledgling, my ever-vested appearance is merely a consequence of astral projection from another realm. Will commoners ever disambiguate the illusion which befalls them and appreciate the axioms of existence? I'm not really following you. Anyway, you're not here right now, are you? One could say so. So, there's no way for you to stop me if I want to pass you, huh? You would not be forgiven were you to cross paths again. You must depart this place before that fate befalls you. Huh. That might lead to a different ending. I heard this game has more than one ending. But until I don't have any other places to explore, I might as well. Oh, cutie! So many lolies, so little time. Little time. Hey, you! Yeah, you, the dumb-looking human right there. Hold it. Hi? Hands off that treasure chest, now! I found it first. Oh my gosh, she even has a fucking kindergartner's backpack. Fuck. What do you mean? I got here way before you did. Fine, have it your way this time. But don't even dream about getting your grubby mitts all over the real treasures hidden in this place. She's so tiny, I want to play with her. That is not every treasure chest. I feel like these are false, achievements. I'm scared. Hey cat dear, how's it going? Damn, it's been a while. Twitch crunched me down to 160p. Even though 1080p works fine. That blows. Oh, I can get wet. Wet. Oh, shit. Oh, so Loli Goblin is like an enemy type, just generally? That's... I guess it's not really a surprise. No, that's a wand. Let me go back to the Zinewinder. Take the kitchen gloves off, and wasn't there? Yeah, purifier. Ow. Fuck you and your bitch ass turtle. Ran up and got fucking owned. I remember the block. I guess I need to find another turtle. Oh, there's another turtle. Oh, that's insane. Wow, blocking is actually really broken. It's like the platonic ideal of what Dark Souls could be. I'm thinking back to the old H Bomber Guy video talking about like Dark Souls 2 and like Bloodborne and stuff. And it's like, what was it? Shielding, blocking blocking like creates like passivity or something. I think that was a phrase. Game froze again. It's still like playing, I think. Like I was getting like feedback. I guess this game gets glitchy sometimes, huh? Oh, that's why the thingies were whited out. I wasn't actually getting those achievements. I was like getting points towards those achievements. Like it was tallying it. What's in the gallery? I never did see. Huh, that's weird. I can't check the gallery. $34, $35. Alright. Alright. I don't too much mind the freezing considering. Indie games sometimes have glitches. And with the auto saving, it seems like it's not that bad. Like I didn't lose that much progress. And I know how to kill even better now! Yeah, as much as we have like issues on stream from time to time, it is funny to have a thing where it's literally just the game and not like stream fucking up. Oh, monies. I don't actually know what this other lever did. Destroy. Oh god. Crunchy munchy carrot. You're really persistent. I'll give you that. Oh, hello. It's you again. Found any treasure? Just about. But you're not getting any of it. That's for sure. Sledgehammer? You know what they say about girls with sledgehammers? An enormous hammer for use in construction. Ignores defense. James Sunderland in this bitch. What? Oh. Okay. Ow. That did do damage, but... ugh. Okay, it's probably more useful to the sledgehammer that is just not gonna hit Goblet Dagger. Nice. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What? Nice. Nice, baby. I don't have any other way to heal. If I actually just started hitting her ass with a sledgehammer and the boob, we've had a much better time. I don't know if this one actually works on bosses. Corpse absorption. Turn renders you invisible. Nice. You are not the only person to say that Armando, that my Sona is giving Shin-Chan vibes with this particular version. And that wasn't even on purpose either. That sure did hurt. Ow. Prevent slowing down, prevents reduced visibility, reduce confusion. Drinking coffee makes your spells hit harder. Oh, death. Kitchen gloves, probably not needed. Lightning resistance, physical resistance, movement speed. Yeah, this sounds good. All right, again. I killed the jewel person. She's dead. Oh my god, she got her ass beat. Oh, my head. You're not dead? You killed the monster in the treasure chest? Yeah. Are you okay? Pfft, figures. I had it right where I wanted it. And then you showed up and snatched my kill. Come on, I deserve part of that treasure and you know it. But there wasn't any treasure. What? I know a lie when I hear one. Don't you try and trick me, you stupid human. Take a look around. There isn't a speck of treasure to be seen. Damn it. You know what? I give up. Take my pickaxe too while you're at it. Though, does she give up then? %20 chance of gold when attacking an enemy. Destroys walls. Nah, that's some good shit. Let's see. Pickaxe and Shield of Life. Oh. Still can't slip in there. Map. There's a opening to the room up there. Wow. What? Okay, the pickaxe actually is not that great a weapon itself. I love how I can just poison barrels and shit. I guess you can't break my guard. This is actually a based ass way to heal. It'll take a while. thank you for following. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. Damn. That was such a harpy. Oh. I've been in here. I've also been in here. I wonder what the difference between these goblin girls and the one that was talking to me was. I mean, other than the fact that she was a brat. Non-derogatory. I guess I have to keep going forward. Goblin dagger is not gonna work. Pain. I can't get enough range. Oh, it doesn't bounce back. Oh, a little bit. Get arrowed, nerd. Fuck. Wait, did it unfreeze? No. It did not. Yeah, for some reason I'm locked out of the gallery. 39%, 39%, 540, 540, 21, 32. Visible. it hit the that I didn't even notice there's a quirk of the animation, but my character holds down her skirt when she falls. Don't want that, and plate armor. I love being poisoned. I really shouldn't have accidentally used that. Yellow boots. Nullifies poison attacks from the ground. Nullifies lightning attacks from the ground. Prevents slowing due to poison oil on the ground. Aw, they totally should have let me have the yellow boots visible. The boots had to walk out of here unscathed. Just for the kitchen gloves for the healing. Oh god, I'm dying. It's flowed. Yuri's Journal 1. Oh, I get to see how Yuri became a murderer and a psychopath. Great. The zombies seem to cherish something. I've observed from gathering up only to exchange fuss and fight over it with one another. I must know what in the world is so precious to them to cause such an uproar. The zombies are obviously VTubing fans. If you know, you know. Yeah, I need to come around from the other side. Recast velocity. Sadly, I failed at making myself appear as an object of worship. Instead, the subject is now consumed by an impressive desire to worship some undefined icon. They won't stop doing it. Oh, so you made, like, cult members. What? Oh, fine. Magic bow. Oh. Sick. Honestly, I can just leave. Too slow. So zealous slow. Yeah, definitely do not have a magic users build. Saint Skull. This stream lasted throughout my shift at work. Well, I'm glad we could kept you company. Vending machine, arrow bundle, bundle ice wands, hatchet, lid jar, ice rune, some different types of ice cream scoop, freeze damage. Lots of freeze damage. Thief's shoes. Whoa. Maybe next time. Oh, I can sell a normal shield. All rune spell MP cost minus 50. Nullifies rune spell damage. It's good to know. I was hoping it would work with the magic bow. It will not. This one isn't next to a save point. Weirdly. Is that a scroll? Oh, I guess it's indicating that the ice scroll is there. Hog's Fang. Listed ingredients: goblin liver extract, boar blubber, goblin cerebellum. Caution: applying too much heat may reduce the potency of the ingredients. Ah, I didn't know that would work. Let's see what I have to resist fire. Damage to demons plus 30. Damage to undead plus 30. Hog's Fang. Bleed damage plus 100. HP gained when attacking an enemy affected by bleed plus 1. Sick. And anything that helps with being on fire. Flame sword. Flame on. What else did I get? Summon fire orb. Recast velocity, which I haven't actually tried to use. Reduces the velocity of a projectile within a certain range. Oh, it makes things easier to dodge, I guess. Perfect for blazing through enemies. Well, that was pain. Okay, so I go all the way opposite the other way. I'm glad these zombies stayed dead. No shade to zombies, obviously. I do not have the key to that. So I guess the next direction to go would be up. Yeah, I guess arrows could work on the cannon. That's not a bad idea. Nah, I'm super going the wrong way. Yep. Thanks for the great idea. I'm so smart. I was like, oh yeah, I need to come from the other side. I was like, wow, my weapons can't exactly reach. And I was like, well, I mean, they wouldn't make it so that I had to use a ranged weapon, right? Right? Certainly got my answer. I'll take damage. I will heal. Cheap healing. Oh, you got a little arrow bundle. Oh, fuck. Oh shit. Ah! Kamikaze ass. Oh, you can reflect shit back at me. That's how shields work. Weak. Thank you for the free Healy skeleton. expect the skeleton to be holding ointment. Poison. Weak. I have so many throwing bottles. It's gonna be wild when I finally start using them. Okay, gonna be driving, can't tell, still watching. Good to know. Oh, it's Yuri again. Maybe we can make out. Why have you not departed from this place? Oh, you scared me. Begone at once, pawn. If you do not flee, you will soon rule this day. I don't really think I have a choice. Yuri's journal too. I've lived this long without knowing about Opus. I've been a ghost half my life. Holy bottle. Oh my god, they look so cute. I didn't know the skinnier one wore glasses. Hello? 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 Which Oppa is your favorite? Oh, I see. It's a boy band. Or it's an idol band. It's an idol group. Oppa? Who are you talking about? You don't know? You really don't know? Wow, unbelievable. I've lost my memory. But how could anyone forget them? Right? Right? They're unforgettable. So, what are you two doing here? The skeleton stole our dioramas, so we're thinking of a way to get it back. Crummy corpses. Bad, bad! We must get it back. What's a diorama? You really don't know anything, do you? Anyway, it's a thing, and the skeleton scampered off with it. We couldn't follow them. Because of the trap? We can't jump, so even if we could follow them down there, we wouldn't be able to come back up again. You two can't jump? Yeah. Really? No jump! No jump! That's ableist. How dare you, heroine? It's like, you can't do this! Wow, how'd you do that? Incredible, amazing. I've never seen anyone jump as well as you do before. Can you help us? That would be awesome. Help us, help us. Alright, I'll try to find your diorama. Oh, hello. Ah! Yuri's Journal 3. I can't stand for this anymore. Seeing those zombies befouling my Oppa's merchandise is absolutely intolerable. How dare these gruesome creatures cherish my Oppas? Pure sacrilege. What? Well, we broke the wall. Oh, I can break the wall thingies? Sick. How you got blown up by your own fucking skelly? I shouldn't just jump down there. I should return to Dakarama first. I found your Dakarama. Wow, thank goodness. Now we won't be late for the fan meeting. Yes, we'll see you help us soon. Right, let's go, Minji. Uh-oh. They didn't even say thanks. If they only knew how much trouble I went through to find that thing. Hairband. That was really sad. Oh, the first artifact I got that wasn't underwear. A charming accessory. Oh, Catacomb Litrine Key and Castle Lower Sanctum Armory Key. Ooh. Fire versus ice. Ticket? Gallery ticket. Ah, I see. Hey, look, free Heelys. Do 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 do. Might as well start pushing him back. Oh, don't want to get too close because there's more enemy. I do wish I had a spear right now. That would be great. Throwing hand. Throwing hand. Throwing hand. Also, that kitchen gloves on. It's like, oh no, I'm doing badly in battle. Tears off my clothes. Oh, I'm dying. I think I'm bleeding to death. This is sad for them. Free arrows. Are they a zombie idol group then? The ones the girls were feasting over? I guess they weren't really feasting. Uh-oh. It's a slime hurl. Oh, that's a trap. But I take less damage from, I was gonna say from spices. I take less damage from electricity because of my swimsuit, luckily. Okay, that was weird. And also, well, maybe this is a different, this is technically a different area. I mean, it was a little bit clear that that wasn't the critical path, considering the checkpoints up there. I feel like an odd meat-throwing Mega Man. Ow! Sorry, roll. I feel like roll. Punishments. What? And make the Mega Man comment. Should have known that it was gonna. Ow! Ow! Gotta be careful. Oh, that's funny. Just getting hit by fire from the thingy. What? What? Huh. I don't die too often in a swimsuit. Endless meat. I keep missing. Yeah, that's not working. Ah, that's what that drops into. Understood, understood. Oh, still, shield, shield, shield. Well, if you don't re-pick that up and you took it out of your inventory, I think you can get dead. Whoa. Cool how it comes back down. Perf. Oh, and now I'm on the other side. HP potion. Journal 7. After taking note of lessons learned in my previous attempts, I decided to infuse a net subject with an inherent sense of adoration. It will be a lot easier to control them if I program them to believe that I'm worthy of their adoration and worship. Oh, like the zombie girls? Stab you through the little wall. Wow. That was almost my death. Break. Break. Oh, it's you again. Why have you not heeded my warning? But I'm pretty sure there's a follower of the Dark Lady here. I told you, there's no followers here. But I can sense one of the Dark Lady's followers. Like a scent or something like that. Impossible. Are you trying to insinuate that I smell? You suggest an odor of fated nature emanates from me? Whoa, please relax. I didn't mean a real smell. I mean, I can sense something. As if there were a scent. Come to think of it, although this place is jam-packed with skeletons and zombies, I haven't actually noticed a smell yet. Nevertheless, I implore you to abandon this place at once if you value your life. Make haste! Well, you're shimmering just like before. Can I just pass by and go wherever I wish? Huh, do you think me a commoner? I'm more powerful than you can even fathom. Leave this place! If you had only listened to me earlier, you would have been able to leave unscathed. I'm a little scathed, it's alright. Magic shield. Oh, this is about to be... Magical gloves. Recovers 1 MP when attacking enemy. Oh god. 240, I don't know if... Definitely need the pickaxe. Throwing ham is very good. I do have twos in the binders, so that does good. $240. Summon Ice Orb and Shockwave. Now I can start fucking with a magic build. Runes are weaker, or cheaper. Shield of Life and Magic Shield. And the spells I'll use. Here you are, in my haven. I gave you fair warning to leave this place, yet here you are. The time has come. So, you live here? Indeed. I rest in this quiet corner of the world, which conceals the secrets I possess. I'll be staying here for a little while. Hey, would you mind turning off the shimmering now? It's making me kind of dizzy. Oh my god, she's pretty. Oh, she has oh, they made it, the shimmery made it ambiguous as if she had a schoolgirl uniform. Because once you see that, it's like, yeah, she was... She's a quote-unquote evildoer. Oh, that's much better. Why are you hiding your face when you look so cute? Fucking gay. I love it. Plebeian, flattery is of no consequence to me. But it's true. A neonate has transpassed in my sanctuary. Shimmering is an inevitable consequence of astral projection. Why should I wish she can conceal my face? Why would I be ashamed? Such frivolous last words. My resplendent appearance is the last thing you'll ever see. Die! Oh. Having my controls mixed up is fun sometimes. Hit the ground bleeding. Magic shield and throwing ham. What? I guess one of them hit my feet. 'Cause I died. Do I have to redo my setup? Yeah, I don't have the ham. Oh, I guess actually the magic bow will also work. Maybe I can't do consecutive? Ow. I like how slow paced this battle is, actually. She certainly sets the pace. Wow. Damn, she pretty as hell now. I mean, she was already pretty. I spent way too much time on them. Her wand looks like something Cardcaptor Sakura would have. Bully. Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay, I don't think this can siphon from bosses. Confusion. The sun is rising. I do wish I could just be at full health. I just don't have a lot of health items. I see. Okay, I'm healing. Oh, what? Magic fight. fuck? Hit me! Oh shit! Hi, doll. Whoa. Thanks for the raid. Ah! Gets hit by a laser. Ah! Welcome, raiders. I'm dying. There's a survival action game called Lost Ruins, which has like some Metroidvania elements, and I am purposely making things harder for me because I want to have a magic fight with this magic user, but it's hard because I don't have a lot of health right now. But I have these shields that when I block, I either regenerate health or, depending on which one I use, or regenerate magic. So the fight is actually being a lot slower than it otherwise could be, because I want my way, I suppose. I was hurt in my confusion. There's also kind of an isekai, I guess. It would be nice to start the fight with full health. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Very crunchy. Healing items aren't like straightforward though. Better than nothing. Apparently I'm halfway through the game though. Going lurky? Thank you so much. Feel free to do whatever you need to do. Thanks again for the raid, doll. Really appreciate it. And I was so close to going on the offensive. I'm dying more than usual now. Sometimes I'm like, wow, I have a lot more people watching me than usual. I better do well. Dies. I mean, if I had to die to a villain, it being a zombie spellcaster or like a necromancer girl, is based. Okay. Turning off the shield of life. Now for the magic bow. Fucking curving. Use the shield of life. Now thinking, it kind of makes me think of the jaws of life. Alright. I'm really I'm a little scared. Oh! Magic fight! What? What? Took so much damage, my fucking vision got blurry. What? Okay, if I do have a potion, I am using it right now. Good, 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 good. Why won't you die? Get your attacks blocked by enemy 30 times. That surely happens. To die. I made it so far. Oh, I'm out of... Oh, I can't hurt them while... That's funny. did heal, to be fair. Right, man. Ooh. Fuck this magic bow. Whew. Damn. Yuri's sculling, Yuri's wand. Damn. Sorry, I was using all magical attacks until the very last hit. I didn't want to retry again, especially because I decided to fight in a way that just created a very slow pace. Alright, give me your fucking wand. Weapon type, one-handed. Normal, attack speed, normal. Damage 3, an elegant staff, trembling with mana. Spell damage plus 20, regenerates 1 MP. Yeah, I guess I have a magic build now. Oh, I think her skull was... Wow. A skull is very similar to a bra and panties, obviously. An evil spirit calls this cranium home. And off we go! Journal 1. By the time I entered the sanctum in the morning, the subject had already run away. The sanctum had been turned inside out, but fortunately the elements used for the enchantments weren't harmed. It appears the only things taken were a bow and arrows. I should have been more careful once the subject awoke. Stiletto. Perfect for stabbing enemies. I thought a stiletto was a heal, specifically. But I guess it's also a knife. Bow. Jen's journal. Today I came across a monster that imitates humans. When I saw it from afar, I thought it was a person. But as I crept closer, I was horrified to see it wasn't a person at all, but some kind of monstrous insect instead. Luckily, since it wasn't too smart, I was able to trap it without too much trouble, and then quickly end it. I managed to narrowly escape that insane sorceress, only to find myself in a dangerous hellhole. That insane sorceress, you say? Fascinating. And also, thanks for believing in me. Ah, shit. Oh, huh? Okay, Actually, I think a firebolt would do me well. Come on down! Oh, you're blocking? Oh god. Alright, goodbye. Nice knowing you. Damn, I wanna get stung by you. But like, not right now. Whew. Oh, I was about to fireball you so quick, Boris. Psst. Hey, girl, can you give me a hand? Oh, we've definitely met before, right? No? Of course we haven't. What are you saying? Oh, really? Anyway, I need to get to the other side, but I have no idea how to make this bridge work. Well, I guess I'll take a look. But every time I do it, you die. Whew! I can finally get across. Wait. Why am I getting a bad feeling? Dude, just run! Ooh, fortunately, it looks like they're not following me anymore. Oh no! Mr. Goblin! A goblin tail. I wonder what will help me get through this, through that spot. I wonder if there's like, I get to transform into an animal or something. Or if I just roll into a morph ball. I mean, I did say I wanted to get stung by her. But not like this. Not like this. Damn, that monster girl over there look cute too. Oh, this is a monster fucker game. How did it take me that long to figure that out? Too trigger happy. All right. I can reflect your bullets. Aw, she's so cute when she's dead. Her corpse. Oh, her corpse didn't leave. Cutie. This game is horny. Hey there, honey. So we meet again. Oh, it's been a while. What are you doing here? Hunting. Same as always. Are you looking for the followers of the Dark Lady? Yes, I am. And having a bit of trouble with it, no doubt. But maybe you can help me out, honey. What's the problem? There's a giant flock of harpies just ahead, but I need to get across the wire to reach them. Why don't you just swim across? Because I can't stand water, that's why. How about you go and take care of them for me instead? I'll try my best, but if I run into them, great. Just don't forget to share some of that roast chicken with me when you're all done. Chicken? I thought you wanted to hunt the harpies. Oh, honey, if I didn't know you better, I'd say you were someone who never hunted a single harpy before. Come on now, harpy, chicken, it's all basically the same. Are you sure? Yep. You remember where we first met? Maybe back me up with, meet back up there once you get all the chicken prepared. Oh, and don't worry, I'll make it worth your while, honey. Let's start. Astarte's request. Looks like a human that's dead. Oh yeah, harpies look like humans. Alright. Cool save. And I fought 2 bosses. And the next time I play, it might be the I might actually finish it. But who knows? Oh, this game seems to have a fair amount of replay value. I still haven't found any more costumes. I know there's at least a maid costume, but I have a feeling that there's a few more. Okay, now I can finally look at the gallery. Oh, cute. It'd be nice if I could look at these, like, but bigger. Oh, these are the students before the things happen. These are cutscenes. Well, some of these are. Some of these are definitely cutscenes. Oh, hello. Artwork. Oh, that's convenient. Okay, so I talked to the devil, I killed the slime girl, I killed the magical zombie girl, I killed the girl with the hatchet. I have not met that girl with the bow and arrow, but she seems fairly normal. Though the girl with the katana is not on here. But the girl with the bow and arrow is probably an enemy. That is an insane, like, skirt win thingy without an actual, like, the actual fan service. Like, they got really close. Still no Katana Girl. That's a shame. I would love to see, like, key art of Katana Girl. Ghost Girl, the Knight, the Goblin who dies over and over again. Oh, a Kobold. The zombie is one of the Ghost Girls that tries to kill me all the time. Blacksmith Goblin. Archer Demon. Ah! Goblin. For someone who was not themselves a boss, they did have key art that made me think that they're gonna be more of a recurring character than they end up being. Oh, that's the bug girl? I see. And here I thought she was normal from a distance. I wonder what my character did become a monster girl. Oh, okay, so she's the demon on the in the other images. So that's actually a little bit of a bait and switch. Huh, I don't think I've seen the fourth character portrait in game yet. Oh, so actually, if the sorceress is ends up being a boss, then it's clear that I only have 2 major bosses left. And there is a lot of like giant, or maybe not a lot. There's at least one other giant boss, like an ice-themed giant boss, like the one that was in the treasure chest. Or the giant slime girl, obviously. I don't know if there's any more than that, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 monster girls. All in all color-coded. Like, magical girls. Whew. Made it home. Now I get to watch from home. Yes, you do. Congratulations. Wow, what time is it? I should drink more coffee. So much ruins, so little time. Let's... Oh, I could have sworn I changed it into Lost Ruins from just chatting. Let's see. I forgot the name of the demo that we meant to play. They have a library. Here it is, Forgotten House. Roll. That makes it hard to spell. For, not fro. F-O-R. Fro. Gotten. House. I guess I'll put it in his games and demos. Oh my god, that's so weird. I have to change it from my phone. I don't think any of my mods are up right now. Be quiet, otherwise he will notice you. So I'm about to play Forgotten House, which is a game in development. It's a demo. It takes a lot of inspiration and theming and like the whole style from a different like survival horror hiding game called Gnarled Hag. Even the blue shade on the main character that that like indicates that they're like in shadow and hiding generally is pretty much straight up ripped as a like as the stylistic embellishment present in Gnarled Hag. Oh, my phone's super dead. I tried to turn it on and it just immediately died again. It's like, I guess I'm in just chatting forever. I am in the just chatting mines. I actually don't know the name Granny. I've never heard of a horror game called Granny. I'll have to look that one up too. Okay, I got my phone to turn on. It's plugged up. Rare. Okay. No controller support. All these things happen. Ugh. Shift to run, space to jump. P to pause. Control to hide. It is time to hag. Where am I? We have to get out of here. Oh, okay, this annoys me. Oh my god. Ah! Fuck! Shit! 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 This is gonna suck for our fucking keys. For for like shortcuts. Anytime we have to play a game on keyboard, we feel like having a bad time with automatically having certain limitations, because it's like, yes, our PNG switched. Oh, they're above me. Wait. Oh, God. I remember playing the game, the game that mainly inspired this, like, when we, like the first year we were a streamer. Oh. Please don't find me. Damn. I almost listened to a whole Freddie Mercury soundtrack. Oh, you can look behind objects? That's cool. That's actually a great, like, transition. I hear you. I fear you. Oh. Loop this bitch like Dead by Daylight. Maybe I melt the ice in the little pot of porridge. Though it would take a long time. And my headphones died, so I can't hear the sound cues. But luckily, this game is has enough foresight that it has meters to show what's that shows meters for like your sound. Need potty pants for this game. Good thing I'm wearing a pair. Good job. The door makes sounds too. I swear, they're probably gonna find me because of the fucking But I do have a major issue now that my sound is dead. This is actually going to be a huge issue going forward. I think these headphones are on their last legs. I should take a picture and post in the Discord or something. These things are like a zombie. Alright, I'm gonna let Punk take over and play Higurashi, and then Scribble will finish up. I was thinking about playing Keylocker, but considering the whole headphones thing, and you know, it's a music game, it feels kind of like a waste. And they cry. Hope you're ready for more horror. I just found out that I can highlight like a bunch of different things in OBS at once. I don't want to. Oh my god, the technical difficulties are real. Is there something being held down? That is so weird. Like, all my stuff is getting highlighted, and that's not normal. And then when I double click, it just pulls up my model. Malfunctioning in this bitch. Okay, I'll try not to fiddle with it. Even though my fucking... I'm the type of person who, you know, like, picks at like a scab consistently. So it's actually really hard to ignore this. Okay. Let's higgle that Rashi. Huh. I found a new technical difficulty. There we go. Fuck. That was getting annoying. I was like, if I can't switch my faces, then I'm gonna be having a problem. Okay. Technical difficulties out of the way, at least enough to continue, and we will dive deeper into the mysteries of Hinamizawa and Higurashi when they cry. As we begin Chapter 9? Chapter 9. And let's start with the first vignette before we start the chapter proper. July 1st, 1982. To Departments 1 through 12, Etzet's Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General Etzets. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in Hinamizawa Village. As cases in Shishiban City, Hinamizawa Village has been reported by certain sections of mass media. It has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become... What? I don't want Otto. Is that normal? Okay, hasn't normally done this, so I'm going to see if it automatically starts doing that, like if I start like a normal chapter. Yeah, that's just for that particular thing. Which is kind of wild to me. I mean, it wasn't that much information, but like, I don't know. I find it sort of fucky when I can't, like, read something at my own pace. Especially as someone with a, learning disability. As much as I hate that fucking phrase, or that term. July 1st, 1982. To apartments 1 through 12. Prefectural Police Headquarters, FZ. Director General at FZ. To Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in Hinamazawa Village, notice. As cases in Shishiban City, Hinamazawa Village has been reported by certain sections of mass media that have drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. 1. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okamiya Village, 1982, case number X. Hinamazawa Village, housewife murder, dated June etc. Okimaya Station, 1982, case X. Case number X. Hinamazawa Village, student disappearance, date June XX. Non-disclosure of information. Okinawa Station, 1979, case number X. Hinamazawa Village site foreman murdered, dated June XX. Shira Station, 1980, case number X. Shira National Park falling incident, dated June XX. Okinawa Station, 1982, case number X. Case number X. Hinamazawa Village Shinto priest wife disappearance, dated June XX. 3. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management, ETSETS, Prefecture, Police Headquarters, Internal Line, ETSETS, Police Affairs Department, ETSETS. Oh, now I get to advance it on my own. Why was that different than every other one? I won't let it fuck with me too much. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. What's wrong? Keiichi, you don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in my front door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this three times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. Oh, it might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. My, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school. It was mostly self-study. It wouldn't much matter if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Oh, it's the doorbell. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Reina. It was Reina. Reina-chan came to get you. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna take the day off? Reina was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Reina's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been a cold. It just had to be. I'll rest. Sorry. Now go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Reina, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I'd almost intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared in a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would probably be back sometime after dinner. On the note it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There was a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case went to the hospital. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of the weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was not a feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never use. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Erie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Maibara-san, please make your way to the examination room. After properly answering all of the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold," and then gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I've been having lately, then it was worth it. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping, if it just wasn't for that word. Must have been an Onagakushi. I wonder, she was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. With whom? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. A young one with the big camera. Do you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomatake-san? I can feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit their job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or a message. The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. Takano-san is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Tanako-san? That woman with Tomatake-san. And she worked at this clinic? Well, Yashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place. of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Oh, truant officers are definitely, well, I don't know if specifically truant officers, but, like, teachers will literally come to your house like, your kid hasn't been to school in a couple of days, what the fuck is happening? Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had certainly returned. I might as well buy a snack from the with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned into a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was it really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. Mebara-san. Good day to you. It was Oshi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? If you're not feeling up to it, then don't mind me. I was just gonna lie down after going home anyway. I didn't really have a cold. I doubt you want to eat at one of these local places. Oh, I doubt you want to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive. Is that alright? I know a pretty good place. I finally began to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. That is rather smart. I went with Oishi-san riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. Now, sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No? I recall Reina, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a bump that jolted the car, the road connected to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This is where Tomitake-san died. They hit a snag in the investigation. Oishi-san spoke with peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was caused by hallucinations, given how he was clawing. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know that thing you see in comic books all the time where there's a drug that if you put it in them, it doesn't leave any traces? It exists. Sucralcanol something or other. Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that caused Tomitake-san to react that way. Then you're saying the police concluded Tomitake-san just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of the curse to be dissociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. Putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. There was no curse, but An incident that unquestionably involved other humans. That made me a bit relieved. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier Ozawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oishi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there was only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be any children here in the middle of the weekday. 2, please. Not smoking. This way, please. When you're ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san at the booth. So, what do you think? Are the waitress's outfits here cute? Huh? Well, I guess. The shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food. Oishi-san, you're leering. Am I really? Regardless of how the waitress looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday we talked about Hinazawa's past, didn't we? Yeah, it was the village of man-eating demons or something like that. I didn't know about it much myself, so I asked my grandmother about it this morning. Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket. Turns out that Hinazawa used to be called Onigafuchi, or Ogre's Abyss. That's quite the name. The name is still around. The marsh where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Ogre's Abyss. It's said that the depths of that marsh connect to the realm of demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous marsh. And you see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it's a kind of deification. Seems the demons were sitting or mountain-dwelling mystics of some sort, taking villagers with incurable illnesses into the Ogre's Abyss and healing them, for example. Even if we're calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or sinnin would be a more apt description. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons. But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my grandma told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let's see, the mother who brought him here was apparently unthankful. The price of curing her son was herself? That's unsettling. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then you see all the people who lived in Onigafuchi, while the demons chased them down and rounded them up, captured them. The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten. The end. There's a problem with this story. Oh, there's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in this story were eaten, so no one will be able to tell the tale. Oh, there's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so nobody will be able to tell the tale. Huh? There are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. But, well, there are quite a few other tales where the demons from Onigafuchi band together to capture their prey. I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped. Normally they hunted down a single person and they chose who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Oshi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant. My grandmother told me that you must never interfere with a demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. Kinda like Yarnamites and Bloodborne, you might say. So, what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems that's kind of the rule. Basically, don't help the victims? Pretend you don't see the atrocities, in other words? What happens if you break the rule? Well, they're man-eating demons after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story you told me overlapped with this theory that the perpetrators were all the village families. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group of theirs on the hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak. Oh, Oshi-san. I guess it looks like it's either the village families or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes. What do you think, Mubarak-san? Excuse me? Another cup of coffee, please? Or another cup of coffee, please? That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say the last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year, I heard a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Oshi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So these friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your group of friends, Mibara-san, I had a bit, really just a little bit, okay? A background checking done on them. If Oshi-san had said this to me before, I would have been furious, since he told me earlier not to suspect my friends. But as of now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid, Mibara-san. If you feel that it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Oshi-san was wearing the most serious expression I've ever seen on him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regret hearing from Oshi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I will not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Oshi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Multiple altercations. Oshi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got work done. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died. Oh, in the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that incident, right? They had a daughter? Oh. God, I hate that. There's no way to tell who's talking sometimes. In the second year, the married couple who supported the dam project died in that incident, right? They had a daughter. Her name was Sadako Ochi-san. Huh? Sadako? Meaning Sadako? Oshi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the 3rd year, you see. Their daughter is Rika Fordek's-san. Rika-chan was... The housewife who died in the 4th year, you know already, don't you? It was the step-aunt of Sadako Oju-san. She was her aunt and uncle. She was in her aunt's and uncle's custody, and she had lost both of her parents in the incident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But clicking and clacking, it had snuck all the way down to my feet. The two disappeared the 4th year, by the way. He was Sadako-san's older brother. Wait just a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi Mabara. But Oshi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, she started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard. All the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. That has to be a coincidence. Mabara-san, keep it down. Mion? Sadako? Rika-chan? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Reina is different, isn't she? Reina isn't connected to the victims at all. Reina Ryugu-san was living in a suburb of Ikehara Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. Reina Ryugu-san, yeah. It is true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected? Actually, I looked into her before. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamazawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all the windows. Reina did that? She broke all the windows at her school? That same silly Reina hit. I couldn't even imagine it. It seems like after a 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysthematia. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I guess it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of these match Reina's easygoing personality. And in the counselor's medical report? And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Reina-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There wouldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. It felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Reina spoken of Oyashiro-sama before even coming to Hinamazawa? Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost appearing to her in her house every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamazawa. The rest is history. That's right. She's not an outsider. Huh? According to their residency register, Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. Reina-san moved to Ibaki right after she finished elementary school. My mind, it went completely blank. It was similar to the static you see on a blank TV. My eyes began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Mibara-san, you alright? Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it in here. Now I understand, Reina. Then how about the last victim, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Mibara-san? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. Now, there's nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Mibara-san, did you take your afternoon medicine? I've completely forgotten about the mess, and I have forgotten today until Oishi-san had said it. I got another glass of water, and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got in the car and returned to Hinazawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on the bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. That big jolt was from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I had heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting my hand be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. I'm at school because you're at work. My apologies for the long conversation. Why'd you talk to me? I blurted out the question. I didn't really expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? If we should stop? Not that. Why'd you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oyashiro-san was investigating the string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke was of news to me. First of all, what could I, who had just moved here, know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oyashiro-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be look suspicious to Oyashiro-san. I was part of Neon's circle of friends. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring as my moments. So while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. Oh, so it's like your last case. Damn, he just became a red shirt for real. Surprised driving wasn't a hassle for them. Roads in Japan are notorious for being narrow and hard to drive on. And that's not including pedestrian problems. Well, considering we're going from the boonies to like a more like urban area, I feel like it's probably not a lot of traffic to contend with. I am finally awake and I feel like so sleepy. We'll probably end stream after this as much as we want to continue playing other games. Especially stuff that means like a good reaction time. We would just suck at it right now. Gosh. Sleep deprivation is so cool. So, Yoshi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Well, she signed it. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a little bit of consideration for my feeling. This is mostly my intuition. 30 years ago. Man, Barson. You're the one who named it. Huh? I wanted to apply that rule. That's absurd. But in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Wanagarashi next year. So, I said things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Wanagarashi, I might be the victim. Each incident in the string of cases has been solved, so I'll bring it up again. This is the pressure that I'm facing. We've arrived. Someone named Azal. We arrived. Is that fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I won't mind if you just forget everything I told you today. But I'm still gonna keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year. So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Mibara-san. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oshie-san's roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing this all at you while you're taking a day off because of being sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. Or rather, waters infested with whatever eats sharks. That was the first time I thought Oshie-san was being unfair. Telling me that I was going to be the next victim? Then just saying to contact him if something happened? Ugh. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just a bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or is it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait will be swallowed whole. Damn it! I don't want to die. For some reason, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Higurashi. When they cry. I wonder how much time passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was my mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Maybar residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello. Oh, he's alive? Hello, it's Mia. How you doing? Is this one of Kenchi's friends? Kenchi's resting now, but shall I put him on? Oh, or shall I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry. Idiot. You fell for it. Oh, okay. I got it. Hello? Hello? Oh, hello. This is the man of our residence. Oh, he's alive! Hello. This is Mio. How you doing? Is this one of Kenchi's friends? Kenchi's resting now, but shall I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry. Idiot! You fell for it. Huh? Kenchi-chan? After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except, I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. I'm relieved that you seem well. Reina was really worried, you know. Sako-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika-chan said, how unfortunate he's sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know. So, K-chan, is now a bad time to come pay you a visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochis. I was told to share them, so I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry, both Reina and I are both too stupid to catch a cold. See ya! Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Reina's coming too. That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Reina, but I guess she was with me on. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Neon showed a complete lack of concern for someone who was recovering, and Reina looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. I thought we might hang out a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say. It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen. Here, Kenchi-kun. These are the mochi Mi-chan's grandma made. Reina held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty. Thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mia. Yep. Oh, there's one that I made in there as well. I wonder if Kenchi-kun can guess which one. This is K-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it in tomorrow. Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Me-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them all parents were. It was because What did you eat for lunch? That sudden question startled me. I went wide-eyed when I saw Mia. I'd never seen her like that. It was a highly upsetting visage. But why did she ask me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane that it was almost meaningless. But the way she said it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was Will, she said. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied. So you ate out for lunch, can't you come? The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the fainted ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me, at least. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. No way. Seems you're with a rather astute-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh. Ketchikun. Who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? I wonder. I could feel the back of my throat getting dry. This is no longer a bluff. They knew everything? How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Neil sneered knowingly, and our laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Ketchup, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Raina. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? Raina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, I felt like I was gonna explode. Well, whatever. No matter what you're trying to hide. Well, whatever. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Can't she come? You don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped a package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare. As if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak. My heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through the narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, K-chan. Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Alright? And with that, they were gone. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle, even after their low laughter died off in the distance. The silence once again enveloped the room. Once back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oshi-san and I talked about. How? Why? No, it wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard. From the beginning when Oshi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. But what would they deem unnecessary? I only talked to Oshi-san about one thing. And they were warning me that was unnecessary? What was it that Oshi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Yashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole. As much as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamazawa, no. More precisely, that Mion, Reina, Sadako, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I had my own face hard enough to let out a thud. A loud slap. If only this would wake me from this nightmare. But for some reason I felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Kechi Maebara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oshi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamazawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamazawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it's the same with Reina. It was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oshi-san, and Reina was just correcting me on that. That's why I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild manner Reina, and I was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. Yeah. I felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce will have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeeze my head. Thinking about it, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head. She was really pretty damn cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, Rambunctious Sadako was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends! But after hearing the better untold secrets of Hinamazawa from Oshi-san and Tomatake-san, when I was told about Ogashiro-sama's curse, I started to go crazy. Then hearing from Oshi-san that Mion, Reina, Sadako, and Rika-chan were all suspicious, after that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weirder after Oshi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those wild stories. And I even shouldn't have heard about the past incidents from Tomatake-san the night of the Watagarashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity. If I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why they killed Tomatake-san. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. They'll probably kill Oshi-san as well. For trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that is going to be murdered. Both Tomatake-san and Oshi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamazawa. Those guys should just fall to Oshiro-sama's curse and get killed. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling I had just gotten of just getting up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I was fine. I was completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them. After all. That reminds me, I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Reina made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed to the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea? Oh, that was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then. They said Reina made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much of a difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Reina had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So, well, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Reina's. Calm down and think even harder. Miona said her grandma had made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Reina? She probably only made 1. She probably spent quite a bit of time on it, meaning the one Reina had made was this one. E. For a moment I thought it had been a trap Miona laid as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Miona made it, but since she said Reina had made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea's ready too. I'll start with defeating the champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Oh, the defending champ. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left little to be desired. Damn, I really love sweet red bean paste. This is one of my favorite fucking sweets. Sugar drool. The tea I drank afterwards also insinuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Reina's? The creation was so delicate. One would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion, but, well, first a bite. This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factors will be presentation and volume. The well-informed, well-sized champion versus Reina, the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I'd only had 1 bite of Reina's. I would probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached with my fingers and grabbed it. What? What is this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Reina going out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act, and I remember what I had taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Reina's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was quite a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There's a bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it, and yes, there was a hole for where thread goes through it. It was a sewing needle! Yes. It looks very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? Just a bit ago. I couldn't answer. A voice inside of me already knew, and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't starve off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted metallic and felt a prickling pain in the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony. I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was intensely throbbing. Then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with this mochi? Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly evoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out of the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. It wasn't a threat, or warning, or reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of these questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Reina and Mion and others, they considered me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a relentless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. Higurashi. When they cry. This old man knows the secret. What medicine makes you commit suicide? Enjoy a homemade snack! So, we just ended our chapter. Let's do a little vignette and get some more information on fucked up shit. I love red bean mochi. Especially when it's homemade. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Oh, let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Not directly, no. That's quite a roundabout response. You're saying there's one that does it indirectly? Something that puts you into a suicidal mental state like that? It's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be? Like a person with serious bipolar disorder? It's believed that people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressive state, accompanied by a very active manic state. Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but they rarely commit suicide. They don't have the willpower to